Yeah, I mean, can just see like infantry and stuff like that, but that's too close for us.
Yeah, and there's no use wasting this on massed infantry if we don't know what we're shooting at, and it's turning nighttime, so we don't know what we're shooting at.
I see infantry like 159, but it's a little bit too close.
Twice.
Do you know what's the plan? I mean, what are we doing?
Hey, people, don't waste too much amp. We might need when the tanks come back. All right.
Yeah. We're just finishing up now because it's nighttime.
I'll try to do some partisan work and see what is up ahead. If I see something interesting, I tell you.
Alrighty.
Yeah, copy.
Any medics?
Hey.
Feathers, can you move? Because I'm stuck.
I see a soldier.
There's a guy in this trench right here.
There's guy in front of us. Force! Hit that! Good job, guy.
Do we have medic here? Don't go down.
Grenade! There's one nearby the thing, you know?
How are things going on the line, boys?
There's a machine gun in this box. If anybody...
Medic. Thanks, Doc. This car will go hide somewhere else, guys. Run.
Right. Капитан отчаяния, я хилю. Bro, you live. I heal you. I heal all.
Medic here.
I'm medic.
How do I throw the grenade? Medic!
Who's freaking firing?
Okay, I see a tank to the south.
Hold for 1 second.
Oh, sorry.
There's guy over there.
More in the trench.
Dead.
Oh
Back,
shit,
back.
he's died. I heal you.
Another
I heal
anti-tank.
him. Kill him. Okay, you heal him.
Shooting. Oh.
Don't stop me, please. Come here, bro. Капитан отчаяния, иди сюда.
Thank you.
I have no more bands.
Watch, I was driving there.
Oh crap.
Tank it down.
Medic.
Hey, bro. Yo. Can you reload my RPG, please? I think I'm booked.
You can
I
get
dr-
one shot.
I have
I
no more
dropped
RPG,
you.
man.
I dropped you the things.
I dropped you.
Sorry.
Nothing on the ground.
Sorry.
The things disappeared. I don't know where
Yeah,
they're.
here's nothing in the
Sorry.
box. People got quick fingers here.
Tank, I got you.
Medic, come here, come over here, medic.
My way.
One tank is destroyed. One tank is destroyed. Let's go push. Careful, AI. Medic! I need a medic!
Oh, they're taking that!
I wonder how well a mortar would do against
Thanks, dude. Run. Come to the bridge.
Run, you little bugs! I'm gonna squash y'all. Okay, I can't hold still. I gotta get.
Let's go! Get a wrench, get a wrench! Oh, fuck, no more ammo. Get a wrench! We're taking this!
It's our bud.
Oh, they're contacting.
Ours!
Enemy armor.
Is there any ammo? Yo, bro, ammo in it? Let's go. Ours now.
That is time to get up.
That's a thing. If you want to stay to the front line, you can stay, but I'm bringing this to the base.
Medic. Med. Thanks.
Get me to the front hand, sir. Thank you. What you trying?
I am emotionally attached. I'm basically playing until the half track dies, and then I could finally go and eat or something. I'm good now.
2 more hostiles on this road.
One on the right, one on the left.
We got 2 tanks west.
Where do I get the
Can we
basic
get this fucking
material,
debit?
guys?
Eagle, do you need someone for your debit?
Yeah. You wanna get in mine?
Tanks moving in.
No, we just need to pull. We just need to pull.
Yeah. Push them, keep firing.
Go back, go back.
Stay on the gun, stay on the gun.
It's almost up. I'm gonna repair this thing.
Loot the bodies, build AC, build us.
40 mil over here. Loot bodies if you can, loot bodies.
Alright, cool. Just drop.
So much when I'm
asking
for you to push up, just move 1 or 2 meters more, and once I get one shot off, I will call go back, because their reach is like 5 meters further than us.
Just grab the RPG.
Remember to vote with infantry garrison as well.
Alright. Enemy southeast.
It's fine.
40 mil. What do you have? We have 40 mil here.
A lot of 40 mil, loot that too. Bring it to the BB. Hey, give him a check mark, everybody.
Thanks. Loot the bodies. Loot the bodies. Grab everything.
Northeast.
Keep it up, guys. Keep up.
Please.
Go to the next. Yes, help you.
Less stickers, infantry, go respond northeast, please. All my own, nice. 6 more. Go 18 first, go 18 first. Puzzle. Let's go repair this, guys. Repair this.
Hey, vote infantry garrisons. Vote infantry garrisons. Everybody, vote.
Remember, guys, infantry. actually a decent tank.
And will the other one serve as well?
Yeah, but we don't have the
Focus on repairing the ATs. Focus on repairing the ATs. Focus on repairs. Repair pigs. Repairs. Repairs.
repairs, get your repairs. Hammers out.
Medic.
Can I get the solo back? You guys are doing a great job. You guys are doing a great job. Keep it up. Repair this, repair this. Buy guys time to build.
Track. He's down.
We got mine. Cracked, one's cracked.
Union Jake. There's a collie tank died on the road to here. If you can like pass by it, there should be like 13 rounds for the Devids.
Oh, I can't.
These puddles are annoying.
Also, be mass here, guys.
the gun system and the overall things. Isn't that like a little bit too powerful for assembly shop tank? Or what is your take on it, guys? Maybe something new, maybe Tour of Duty, maybe some, you know, I don't know, missions. Like, where could this tank end up being? I don't believe into clan wars. So what do we have left? Auctions, assembly shop, some events, some big grinds. Like, guys, what do you think about that? Let me know. And overall, what do you think about the MBTB? Do you think it is good, bad, too good, too bad? It needs to be balanced and so on. Because I'm looking at this, guys. I'm looking at this. It's pretty damn strong, right? On a heavy tank to have 2000 damage output potential, you know, at your disposal. Or let's say if you cycle this, you take one shot, you take another shot, and then boom, 1.6k in the face. Like, you can work down every single tank quite fast with this, if I'm not overlooking something. But at the same time, you know, it was balanced a lot more with the armor nerfing as well, and the 2100 hit points for a heavy tank, that is not too much. But looking at the mobility at the same time, this mobility is better than on many tier 10 mediums, guys. So it's like a medium slash heavy hybrid with a very weird gun system right over here. So please let me know what you think about that, guys. And also we have the FE224 chopper coming, and this is interesting because you can see that this is a tier 7 and it actually gets the special twin barrel gun system or a feature. Usually they start with the special features from tier 8, but this time this is part of the new upcoming British twin-barreled tanks, heavy tank branch, and seems like it has the special feature store from tier 7, which is kind of a welcoming thing to see, in my opinion. So this is the chopper with 1,300 hit points, very strong armor, guys, for a tier 7, right? Especially in hull down, this tank could be very annoying tier 7 tank. Slow mobility though, but gun handling and gun depression over here looking very, very solid. So this is the FE224 chopper. Also in the news, ladies and gentlemen, we had the update 1.27 Festive Strike. The update was released. We have a well-deserved reward coming. Make sure to use or make sure to claim your well-deserved rewards before December 4th, because afterward, the new 2024 well-deserved rewards will become available from December 5th, guys. So they revealed the details when the deserved reward is coming, and it is December 5th at 6 a.m. my time, basically, so server restart time. If you want to get your reward during the upcoming holiday ops, log into the game and claim your gifts through the notification center. Keep an eye out, more information about the 2024 well-deserved reward and a preview of what's in store are coming soon, so looking forward to that. Finally, the date, but make sure to collect the previous year rewards, even if you have like second account or something like that. Just log in, grab them, because it's extra free stuff for you. Also, this update features the 3D attachments which are coming into the game. We talked about that in the update overview video. We got some new random events. I really like the secret line random events on the open field, and this makes this area I have not played it for too much yet, but you have a lot of balconies, a lot of open balconies in the edge of the city, right? Which
to the left
side is it? It's west side, right? West side. I hope I'm not mistaken. And also, the Cliff Lighthouse crash. The lighthouse drops down, and there is more hull down or more protection pushing in this flank as well. Both random events, in my opinion, look pretty cool, especially the effects and the gameplay as well. I vouch for that. So up to 1.27, of course, the biggest thing is still yet to come, and this is the holiday ops, which you also loaded, but they have to unlock this patch. So, that much about today's news. What do you think about all of that? Please let me know in the comment section down below. The new tank coming, the advent calendar, and of course Jason Statham with some nice CC cameos over there. Awesome stuff, guys. Much more content coming, as you can hear. Maybe not. I'm a little bit sick now, so sorry for lack of uploads, but usually I'm trying to take it a little bit more chill in the evenings. But much love, guys. Thank you for tuning in, and I catch you very, very soon. Bye-bye, and stay naked.
Well, Lazy Legion, it's Halloween again, and this year I think you will deserve a little treat. A treat that comes in the form of a list of tricks. Usually we try to stick to true crime and real scary stories on this channel, but today we're turning our attention towards hoaxes. Specifically, this hoax's iceberg, created by Reddit user Silent Chatter. This chart's filled to the brim with all manner of deceptions that have taken place over the years. Some of them harmless fun, others far more sinister, with real-world consequences. As we make our way down from the clear skies into the murky waters, things will get progressively more obscure, and, for the most part, dark. It's a pretty big iceberg, so I'll be skipping the entries that don't fit with the Halloweeny vibe we're going for. I'll also be throwing a couple of my own choices into the mix too. So make sure you have that bell icon turned on, cue that iceberg tier list music, and join me as we make our way down into the abyss. Bigfoot's body. In 2008, two Bigfoot hunting hobbyists named Matthew Whitten and Rick Dyer contacted the media with a bold claim. According to them, they'd just made the discovery of the century. While exploring a remote wooded area in North Georgia, they accidentally stumbled upon a Sasquatch den, home to a small community of primitive ape men and ape women. On the outskirts of the den, they found a dead male Bigfoot, which they said was 7 feet 7 inches tall and weighed more than 500 pounds. They managed to drag the carcass away from the den without being detected and put the creature's body on ice. They then immediately called up news outlets to report their discovery, and sent them this photo to prove they really had found a dead Sasquatch.
I keep stumbling.
They added that they were going to release video footage that they had taken of the other living specimens, along with indisputable DNA evidence that this really was the missing link.
You're making it all wet.
Rinse off the
Big
fucking mud, makes
publications
us
like
faster.
CNN
Don't
and
complain.
New York
I know,
Times
I
began
know.
reporting on the alleged discovery, and Sasquatch enthusiasts around the world started getting excited that this was really it. This was the eureka moment. Bigfoots were real. Bigfoots? Big feet? I'm not sure how you pluralize it, to be honest. But one thing we can all be sure of is that this was all a hoax. No evidence was ever presented by the two men, which proved they'd really found a genuine Sasquatch carcass, and the photo was denounced as a fake. Turns out that one of the men, Rick Dyer, ran a Bigfoot tours company, and this whole thing was just a publicity stunt to help him drum up business, and also for him to get his 15 minutes of fame. Hey, we're talking about him now, so I guess it worked. As for his accomplice, Matthew Whitten, he was fired from his job as a police officer for his role in this hoax. Fake celebrity deaths. If there's one thing that the internet's filled with, it's reports on fake celebrity deaths. Or at least it used to be. I remember seeing loads of these growing up. Rowan Atkinson was a common one that popped into my feed from time to time. Eddie Murphy apparently died in a snowboarding accident. To be honest, pretty much every major celebrity fell victim to this hoax at one stage or another. There you'd be, happily scrolling down your newsfeed on Facebook, and then bam! R.I.P. Will and Jaden Smith. You will be missed. So why were these hoaxes so common back in the day? Well, for starters, they're easy to make up. And if you create a fake post about a well-known person's passing, a lot of gullible people will probably take it at face value and share it around without Google checking first. This turned out to be a much bigger problem than people realized. Hackers quickly became aware of how easily these rumors spread, and began disseminating their own fake celebrity death articles online. People would stumble upon a picture of their favorite famous face, see the breaking news headline and that big old RIP, hit the share button without thinking, and then click on the article. The link would take them to a site designed to infect their computer with malware. These posts became more than just hoaxes. They'd become scams, set up with the intent purpose of obtaining your name, address, and bank details, and millions of social media users inadvertently helped spread them. These types of scam articles are nowhere near as common as they were back in the early 2010s, but they do still crop up today, so stay vigilant. Paul is dead, and the Avril Lavigne replacement theory.
Do you need a B-map?
So we've just covered fake celebrity death reports. Easy to disprove with a simple Google search.
Here you go.
But then there's the other type of celebrity death hoax. The replacement theories. The two most famous ones have to be Paul is dead and the Avril Lavigne replacement hypothesis. According to these theories, both Paul McCartney and Avril Lavigne died early on in their respective careers, but were replaced by body doubles so that their labels could continue to sell records. Those who take these theories seriously like to point to changes in both of their appearances over time. Changes that supposedly occurred after their original versions died. Subliminal clues are apparently scattered throughout both of their discographies too. For example, at the end of the Beatles song, Strawberry Fields Forever, you can supposedly hear John Lennon sing the line, "I buried Paul." John himself actually said he sang the words cranberry sauce, but hey. All of the Beatles were aware of the Paul is dead hoax, and despite each member repeatedly saying it was just a stupid rumor, the urban legend still persists. As for Avril Lavigne, people point to the appearance and disappearance of various moles and blemishes on her skin between her first and second album, as well as her sudden makeover during that period. I mean, it's almost like people change over time. Like Paul before her, Avril has denied these replacement rumors on multiple occasions, and believes the theory only came about because, quote, people are just bored and need something to talk about.
Anybody lose an LUV? Hello? Anybody lose an LUV? I got it back.
So in contrast to the last entries, sometimes people don't want to admit that their idol has passed away. And I understand, letting go can be hard. As such, some folks have come up with theories about how certain dead celebrities are actually alive and well. Some more believable than others. Elvis was an undercover FBI agent that infiltrated the mafia, and the feds helped him fake his own death so he could slip away into witness protection.
You guys are doing a great job.
Michael Jackson faked his death to escape the limelight, and then appeared on the Larry King Show under the name Dave Dave soon after, as a secret farewell to his biggest fans. Countless others escaped to a private island somewhere to live out their days in peace. Well, the sad reality is, no one lives forever. Celebrities especially. Those who achieve any degree of fame actually have a lower life expectancy than the average person, and the more famous they get, the shorter they're predicted to live. The pressures of fame and success can ultimately be too much for many celebrities to bear, and they turn to a life of excess as a means of escape, which, in turn, has a huge impact on both their health and wealth. It's not uncommon for them to spiral out of control and end up in some dark places, mentally, physically, and financially.
Forget that it unequips everything when I switch things.
Friendly ripping.
The fact
I
that
get
they
you.
often
Yeah,
really
just some establishing
shouldn't surprise us
dominance.
at all. When it comes to all of these dead celebrities are still alive theories, when you look into them for more than 5 minutes, it becomes glaringly obvious they're full of massive logical holes, are based on little to no evidence, and are nothing more than wishful thinking at best, and intentional hoaxes at worst. I remember there being this great commercial back in the day that played into this type of hoax, and had Kurt Cobain, Elvis, John Lennon, Tupac, Bruce Lee, and Marilyn Monroe all living it up on a secret island, hiding from passing ships and sipping on brewskis. It's a funny ad, but also perfectly showcases how ridiculous some of these theories can be. Alien autopsy. When it comes to hoaxes, is there anything more classic than a good old story? They're like the margarita pizza of hoax stuff. Basic, yet satisfying.
Please
but convincing images of aliens are very rare indeed. There have been a few that have fooled a sizable number of people, however. But perhaps the one that's fooled the most was the 17-minute long 1995 video known simply as the Alien Autopsy Tape. The footage had apparently been filmed at Area 51 directly after the 1947 Roswell incident and was touted as being a leaked government secret. The grainy black and white film shows 3 scientists in full hazmat suits dissecting a realistic-looking dead alien that was found in a crashed spaceship. The realistic footage captured the public's imagination, and a documentary investigating the tape's authenticity was made, called Alien Autopsy: Fact or Fiction. This documentary aired on Fox 3 times, with one broadcast reaching 11.7 million viewers. For over a decade, people debated whether this was a genuine government tape or not, with there being no definitive proof either way.
Grab B mats, finish all these blueprints.
So, Alien Autopsy: Fact or
Got
Fiction? Well, it's on this iceberg, so I think you already know the answer to that. Turns out, the footage had been made by 2 British filmmakers, along with a few professional friends they had in the movie industry. They eventually came clean, and said that the alien was a life-size doll. Its realistic, bendable limbs? They'd been made with lamb bones that they'd bought at the local butcher's. The alien's insides were made up of sheep's brains and cow gizzards. To their credit, the filmmakers had recorded the footage with a lot of care to detail, making sure all of the props were authentic for the period, and even shooting the whole thing on 16mm film. Of course, some of the more die-hard alien enthusiasts out there still believe the tape is authentic, and say the government simply got to the filmmakers and forced them to go along with the hoax narrative. And I get it. It's much more fun to believe than to disbelieve. But in this case, the truth isn't out there. It's right here. And the truth is, this was just a hoax. 2012 Apocalypse. Man, this one takes me back. According to the Mayan calendar, the world was supposed to end in 2012. This one was obviously a hoax, because, well, take a deep breath. Did it feel good? Of course it did. You're still alive, pal. This man. Have you seen this man? Every night, all over the world, hundreds of people see this face in their dreams. If this man appears in your dreams too, or if you have any information that can help us identify him, please contact us. So says the famous flyer that originated on thisman.org. This has to be one of the most popular scary tales to circulate around the internet. As the story goes, the sketch of this man was created by a well-known psychiatrist in New York who was recreating the character that kept appearing in one of his patients' dreams. Soon, the psychiatrist's other patients saw this uncanny image and noted that they too had seen this man in their dreams, despite having never met him in their waking life. The psychiatrist passed the picture on to some of his colleagues, and soon, more than 2,000 of their patients had claimed to have dreamt about this man on a regular basis. As the legend of this man grew in popularity, he started seeping from the internet into other media. There was a reference to this man in the X-Files, and here in Japan, a manga series was released about him. Posters and flyers started popping up in major cities, spreading the story of this man to the offline world, and asking people who had dreamt about him to come forward. But although many people have claimed to have seen this man in their dreams, they're either just suggestible, or actively playing into the hoax for fun. The website and the story were both the creation of Andrea Natella, an Italian marketer. Natella admitted that this man and thisman.org were simply a marketing ploy, though he never actually said what he was marketing. So in one sense, the campaign was massively successful, because who here hasn't heard about this man before? On the other hand, it was a complete flop, because what the hell was he advertising? Given the large number of people from all over the world that either helped to spread this hoax or actively bought into it, it's safe to say Natella was tapping into something with his mysterious campaign. There's clearly something about us all collectively dreaming about the same man that really draws us in and captures our imaginations. Fiji Mermaid. This creepy object is known as the Fiji Mermaid. But before I explain what it is, let me ask you something. Have you ever seen The Greatest Showman? You know, the feel-good story of P.T. Barnum. Well, I hate to break it to you, but P.T. Barnum wasn't a nice guy. In the movie, he empowered people. But in real life, he was much more interested in exploiting them. For instance, he sometimes exhibited African Americans with birth defects, saying that it demonstrated their so-called inferiority. He also charged people to see a 161-year-old woman, who in reality was only half that age, and when the woman died, Barnum held a public autopsy for all to see. Try and make a musical number about that. In 1842, P.T. told the world that he had found a real-life mermaid and exhibited this creature to the public. He described it as, quote, an ugly, dried up, diminutive specimen about 3 feet long. Its mouth is open, its tail turned over, and its arms thrown up, giving it the appearance of having died in great agony. This description shocked the public, because, up until that point, everyone imagined mermaids as these beautiful, human-like creatures. Still, its grotesque appearance didn't stop thousands of paying customers coming to marvel at this newly discovered beast. I guess there really is a sucker born every minute, like PT said, because this mermaid was nothing but a hoax. As it goes, an American sea captain named Samuel Barrett Eads bought the mermaid from some Japanese fishermen. It's believed the fisherman took the mummified torso and head of a juvenile monkey and sewed it to the back half of a fish as a joke. Well, it was a lucrative joke, because the captain paid them $6,000 for what he thought was a real mummified mermaid. This treasure eventually made its way back to P.T. Barnum, who profited from it, as he had with numerous hoax attractions throughout his career. The original Fiji mermaid was destroyed in a fire not long after, but several recreations like this have since been made. Man beef. Man beef refers to a website that appeared in 2001, one that quickly gained notoriety. As the name implies, the site claimed to be selling human flesh for the quote-unquote sophisticated human meat consumer. The site proclaimed, "We have everything from sausages and soup bones to bouillon and stock, all made with the highest quality human meats. Every cut of human meat we sell has been selected for its superb quality and flawless texture. We only offer the choicest cuts of meat." Most people heard about man beef via emails. Specifically, emails from angry, gullible folks who wanted to have the site taken down and the owners investigated. With the site receiving 500,000 hits a day, the US Food Administration were forced to look into it. Unsurprisingly, they found no evidence of any human meat being sold. In fact, there wasn't even a way to buy any food products on the site. The only thing for sale was man beef branded merchandise. It was simply a spoof site, set up by a guy with the alias Joseph Christopherson, who said he was just trying to be gross and churn a few stomachs. The site shut down at the end of 2001. Finger in Wendy's chili. Meat's still on the menu with this entry. In 2005, a woman called Ana Ayala ordered a bowl of chili at a Wendy's restaurant in San Jose. She enjoyed the first few spoonfuls, but then one mouthful had a particularly strange crunch to it. She spat out whatever she had just bitten into and looked down at it in horror. It was the partially cooked plate of a human finger, which had been hidden in amongst all the chili. The scandal drew international headlines and ended up costing Wendy's an estimated $21 million in lost business. Nobody wanted to receive a surprise serving of Wendy's finger food. The company bosses believed that Anna had planted the finger in the chili herself in order to sell her story to the media and potentially take them to court. Rather than let their brand be tarnished, Wendy's instead offered a $100,000 reward to anyone with information about how the finger got in the chili. They didn't need to pay up in the end, however. A police investigation revealed the truth before anyone could claim the money. It came to light that the finger hadn't been cooked in the chili at all. The whole thing was a scam, cooked up by Anna and her husband, Jamie. They'd gotten the severed finger from one of Jamie's co-workers, who lost it in an industrial accident, fried it in a pan at home themselves, and lied about it being in the chili. Anna pled guilty to fraudulently pointing the finger at Wendy's, and was sentenced to a whopping 9 years behind bars. She was released 4 years into her sentence on conviction, but to this day is banned from ever setting foot inside a Wendy's restaurant. Tainted Halloween candy. There have long been rumors that if you go trick-or-treating, some despicable individual might drop some poison candy into your bag. Everyone seems to think this is something that happens, but in truth, there have never been any reports of someone being given lace sweets or chocolate by a stranger while trick-or-treating. There was a father who took the life of his own son on Halloween night using this method, so that's likely the genesis of these hoax stories. But yeah, this has never happened to anyone going door to door. Montana Zombie, EAS. In 2013, the residents of Great Falls, Montana, received the shock of their lives when the local TV station, KRTV, was suddenly interrupted by the emergency alert system. No images flashed on screen, but that bone-chilling warning tone sounded off at an ear-piercing volume before an authoritative male voice made a chilling announcement.
Civil authorities in your area have reported that the bodies of the dead are rising from their graves and attacking your area. Follow the messages on screen that will be updated as information becomes available. Do not attempt to approach or apprehend these bodies as they are considered extremely dangerous. This warning applies to all areas receiving this broadcast. Tune in to 9:20 a.m. to get updated information in the event that you are separated from your television or if electrical service is interrupted. This station will now cease transmission, so please use your battery-powered radio. Tune in to 9:20 a.m. for information.
Retard.
The message was short, but disturbingly clear. The end was nigh. Thankfully, the ravenous undead hadn't actually resurfaced to feast on our brains. This was all the handiwork of some unidentified hackers. Seeing how this hoax took place on a Monday afternoon, few people were tuned in to actually hear it unfold. But just imagine, you're home alone, going about your business, with the TV on in the background, when you suddenly hear that emergency warning tone, followed by a convincing announcement saying the dead have awoken to feast on the living. I think a fair few of us would have started putting our zombie apocalypse plan into action. Dark Web Red Rooms. The Dark Web is considered by many to be the Wild West of the Internet. The World Wide Web's shadowy underbelly. A lawless place where anything and everything goes. There are countless stories from people who claim to have stumbled upon all manner of illegal activities going on there, right under society's nose. Perhaps most infamous are the stories about Red Rooms. Red Rooms are said to be sites on the Dark Web where viewers can pay to watch live streams of people being killed. The things that happen to these poor souls are determined by the viewers, who contribute to the live chat and leave donations with their requests. Whatever these viewers want, they get, and the highest bidder gets to decide the way the victim is ultimately dispatched of. Just gaining access to these streams is said to cost thousands of dollars, perhaps even tens of thousands. Which begs the question, how do so many people have stories about these Red Rooms in the first place? Also, how are these Red Rooms operating? All of the secretive browsers, like Tor, would struggle to support livestream video, since they all run their web traffic through multiple servers. People have sold terrible things through the dark web in the past, but it just seems infeasible that they could sell tickets to a live event that would struggle to even run. At the end of the day, it's incredibly hard to prove something doesn't exist, but when the only evidence we have is anecdotes from anonymous users on the internet, I think it's safe to assume that Red Rooms are simply the subject of creepypastas, and nothing more. The Cooper family falling body photo. I'm sure you've all come across this image before. The Cooper family photo, otherwise known as the creepiest photobomb of all time. In the 1950s, the Cooper family bought an old house out in Texas. On their first night, the father of the household took this photo of his wife, mother-in-law, and 2 young sons. It wasn't until after the image had developed that they realized an uninvited guest had joined them at the dinner table that night. A falling or dangling body that hadn't been there when the father snapped the picture. They were gobsmacked, but more than that, they were terrified. Clearly, they were now sharing a home with a spirit. There was no other explanation. It's a chilling photo for sure, but fortunately, or unfortunately some might say, there's no truth behind it. If the strangely convenient composition of the photo didn't give it away, or, you know, the fact that it's clearly too good to be true, this image is a fake. The vignetting around the picture is far too symmetrical to be authentic, and the photo has all the hallmarks of having been digitally tampered with, either in Photoshop or some other software. According to hoaxes.org, the story surrounding the image seems to have originated online in 2013. Though we don't know who created the picture, they likely inserted the fallen ghost into an actual old image that they had found somewhere in order to make an art piece. Someone then came upon it online, created the fake story about the Cooper family, and because it's a genuinely creepy photo, it naturally spread around the internet. Even though the image has been thoroughly debunked, a lot of people still like to say that it's real. I'm not falling for it though. Drop bears. If you've ever been to Australia, a local might have warned you to watch out for drop bears, a breed of koala. But where most koalas are docile and herbivorous, drop bears are predatory and carnivorous, and much larger than their gentle cousins. You're bound to hear stories about unsuspecting travellers taking in Australia's natural beauty, only for one of these drop bears to jump out from a tree and begin ferociously biting and clawing at them. Very dangerous creatures, those drop bears. They always go for the throat. In reality, this is just an in-joke that Aussies like to tell tourists in order to freak them out a little bit, and plays into that whole everything in Australia wants to kill you. Slightly cruel, mostly funny, 100% a hoax. Lake City Quiet Pills. LakeCityQuietPills.com was the domain for that old guy's image host, a website with a sinister undertone, hosted by a Reddit user known as Milo. It's been speculated that the website, which on the surface appeared to be nothing more than a place for users to share sordid pictures, was actually a front for real-life contract assassins. These rumors started when someone found strange things in the site's coding. There appeared to be secret messages and ciphers hidden in the HTML, saying things like, need formed group, 8 to 10, single operation, delivery bonus, gentleman's agreement insurance, immediate need 2 English speakers, private sector C, HW experience a must, recent S or SBS preferred. These cryptic messages got a lot of people talking on Reddit. To many, they sounded like job listings for hitmen. HW experience? Heavy weapons? Theories started to be thrown around, especially with regards to the site's domain name, Lake City Quiet Pills. That was an odd domain for a site called That Old Guy's Image Host to have. Some users speculated that Lake City could be a reference to the Lake City Army ammunition plant, the largest producer of small round ammo for the US government. If that was true, then a quiet pill might be code for a bullet. Users started digging through the Reddit history of the site's host, Milo. One thing they noticed was he often talked about his real-life experiences in the military. He'd leave replies to other users, saying things like, I can tell you from experience, piano wire is hard to pull through someone's neck. .030 to 050 stainless steel works best in my honest opinion. Look boys, don't use brass or bronze. Avoid using round guitar strings too. They make too much noise. He also gave his detailed thoughts on the best way to dispose of a body. What's the time factor involved? Will they be missed quickly? Oftentimes, moving the body to a secure, remote area and letting it go for a couple of months, and then disposing of the bones is best. But it must be really remote.
Was it a good idea to park your
Reddit detectives conclude that Milo must have been an old contract killer, and, now in his old age, was hosting the Lake City Quiet Pills website for working mercenaries looking for jobs. Links between the site and real-life hits were drawn up. Ideas, like the name Milo standing for Military Intelligence Liaison Officer, were being discussed. All of the evidence was coming together, though obviously it was all speculative, and none of it actually proved that Milo or his website were linked to real-life assassins. There are still plenty of people who believe Lake City Quiet Pills is a merc-for-hire website, but in all likelihood, the whole story was a fabrication. The trail of breadcrumbs left by Milo and others is a little too convenient for my taste. On top of that, popular YouTuber, Barely Sociable, did some digging of his own, and came to the conclusion that the whole thing was a hoax, devised by a Second Life roleplayer named Trent Katsu. The whole thing was apparently perpetuated by members of the DSF forum. In all likelihood, that old guy's image host was just some shady website Trent and his friends set up, which they then all decided to have some fun with, thus birthing the Lake City Quiet Pills mystery. Even if they were posting genuine secret messages in the code, you can rest assured they weren't really job listings for assassins. Jenkum. Oh lord, I didn't want to talk about this one. But here we go. So back in November of 2007, there was a bit of a widespread panic across the USA about a substance called Jenkum. This Jenkum was apparently becoming popular in middle schools and high schools throughout the country, and was being used by youngsters as a way to get high. They'd take this liquid substance known as Jenkum and inhale the fumes to hallucinate. So, how were so many broke students getting their hands on this Jenkum stuff? Well, they were making it. You see, Jenkum is purportedly a real thing. It originated in South Africa, and is made from fermented human feces. Writer Emma Guest described the making of Jenkum as fermented human sewage, scraped from pipes and stored in plastic bags or bottles for a week or so, until it gives off numbing, intoxicating fumes. These bags and bottles are sealed tightly so that the precious fumes don't escape. After the waste has festered, those fumes are then inhaled and are said to give the user intense visions and feelings of euphoria and serenity. Hydrogen sulfide, aka sewer gas, has been tested on mice in the past. And yes, it does indeed cause hypoxia, which can result in feelings of euphoria. So, Jenkum itself is likely not a hoax, and really is still used in parts of Africa to this day, particularly in Zambia. What was a hoax was that students in the USA were using it en masse in 2007. So where did this hoax originate? From what I understand, the Sheriff's Department of Collier County, Florida, issued a bulletin about widespread Jenkum use after discovering an online forum post made by a guy called Pickwick, who described how to make the stuff. After hearing about this, TV stations began reporting on it, telling parents that this was a national problem, and to smell their children's breath when they came home from school, to check if they'd been using butt hash. Never thought I'd say that on this channel. As it turns out, these TV stations were full of shit. There have been no reports of students using Jenkum in the USA that year, and it remains unclear why they thought it was such a national problem in the first place. Must have been a slow news week. But yeah, Jenkum. Not even once. Hanging Munchkin in Wizard of Oz. I'm sure we're all familiar with the Wizard of Oz, right? This classic movie became famous for its pioneering use of Technicolor, but in recent years has become infamous for an urban legend attached to it. In one scene that's come to be known as the Tin Woodsman sequence, Dorothy and her companions are shown happily skipping down the yellow brick road. Off in the distance, however, something can be seen swinging in the background. A dark blob. The story goes that one of the Munchkin actors during the filming of that scene, and that this dark object is him, dangling from the rope. The reason this story became so prevalent is likely because of the film's VHS release. For the first time, audiences were able to rewind the movie and pause at this specific moment to analyze the background and speculate on what this sinister blob might be. But the thing about watching a VHS on a home television is that the picture quality is nowhere near the level of film projected onto a cinema screen. A lot of time had passed between when the film was screened in theatres and when it came out on VHS, so most people watching it from the comfort of their own armchairs had never seen it on the big screen. If they'd been able to, they would have realised that the dark figure in the background was quite obviously not a dangling human, and was most likely a crane. The additional fact that the Munchkin actors didn't arrive on set until after the Tin Woodsman sequence had been filmed should be enough to put this myth to bed once and for all. Still, even though we can add this entry to our ever-growing pile of hoaxes, there are still plenty of true horror stories attached to the Wizard of Oz's production. What with the terrible treatment of Judy Garland, the aluminium paint poisoning of Buddy Ebsen, and the third-degree burning of Wicked Witch Margaret Hamilton and her stunt double Betty Danko. Seriously, some of the on-set stories from this film are messed up. Well, to hell. This is an urban legend about a group of Siberian engineers who drilled a hole so deep they reached hell. After drilling to a depth of 14.4 kilometers, they allegedly broke through a cavity. A thermal sensor was lowered into the well, along with a microphone. The thermal sensor took a reading of 1000 degrees Celsius. More disturbing than that were the sounds picked up by the mic, which were now emanating through the speakers. The engineers clamped their hands over their ears to try and block out what they were hearing. The agonizing screams of the damned. There was no doubt in any of their minds that these were the sounds of hell. This story was first reported in a religious newspaper called Jewels of Jericho, before being picked up by other Christian publications, who either sincerely thought this story was true, or were just trying to convince their readers that there really is a realm of fire below us. Dead Fairy. In 2007, a man named Dan Baines posted some unusual photos on his website. Photos like this. He claimed that a dog walker had found the remains of a strange creature around Barstone Hill in Duffield, Derbyshire. Baines himself said that it was the mummified carcass of a dead fairy, and pointed out the intact ears, wings, hair, skin and teeth. According to Baines, the fairy corpse had been examined by anthropologists and forensic experts, who confirmed that the body was genuine. X-rays had apparently shown that the creature had the same internal makeup as that of a small child, except for the fact that its bones were hollow, like a bird's, making it light enough to fly. Word about this discovery on Baines' website started receiving 20,000 hits a day, with hundreds of fairy believers sending him emails about how they had found something similar too. Here's the thing though. Dan Baines himself was a sculptor and an illusion designer in London. He'd uploaded the images a few days before April Fool's Day and intended the whole thing to be a prank. He had no idea so many people would genuinely believe his sculpture was an authentic fairy body. On April 1st, he left a comment on his website declaring the whole thing had been a joke. He wrote, "Even if you believe in fairies, as I personally do, there will always be an element of doubt in your mind that would suggest the remains are a hoax. However, the magic created by the possibility of the fairy being real is something you'll remember for the rest of your life." Some believers refused to accept that fairies weren't real, and said that Baines was just trying to cover up the truth about their existence by releasing false information, thus harming the credibility of fairyists. Baines continued to receive a large volume of emails in the weeks and months following his confession, and said it took him up to 4 hours a day to reply to all of them. In the end, he listed his fairy sculpture on eBay. It sold for £280. CERN Ritual Hoax. CERN is the European Organization for Nuclear Research. They operate the largest particle physics laboratory in the world, home to the Large Hadron Collider and other technical marvels. The organization's main focus is to provide the particle accelerators needed for high-energy physics research, and as such, scientists from all across the world make use of their facilities. Seeing how CERN are at the forefront of cutting-edge technology and research, there have, of course, been countless theories about what's actually going on there. Some think that CERN are experimenting with time travel. Others blame them for causing earthquakes. Some even believe that the scientists there are opening portals into hell and other dimensions. All of these theories were of course baseless. That is, until 2016, when this found footage video leaked online. The video depicts an occult ritual being performed by CERN employees at the Geneva facility, all of them dressed in black cloaks, gathered around a statue of Shiva. The footage appears to have been captured from a high vantage point by somebody outside the complex. The ominous clip ends with a woman being sacrificed, and a clearly terrified cameraman running from the scene. Theorists had a field day with this one. Rumours already existed about strange activities going on at CERN, and this clip seemed to prove it. So, were the world's greatest minds using the Hadron Collider to summon the Antichrist, or to open up a gateway into another realm? Well, something weird was definitely going on there, because, believe it or not, this video genuinely had been filmed at the CERN facility in Geneva, in the site's main square in fact, where a statue of Shiva stands as a permanent display. Whoever the people involved were, they must have had access passes. This gave more weight to the clip's authenticity. But even though the footage had been recorded at CERN by people who must have worked there, the organisation itself said that the video was pure fiction, made by prankster scientists. A CERN spokeswoman came forward and announced that, quote, "These scenes were filmed on our premises, but without official permission or knowledge. CERN does not condone this type of spoof.
Let me get this out of the
which
way
can
for
give
you.
rise to misunderstandings about the scientific nature of our work. Every year, CERN welcomes thousands of scientific users from all over the world, and sometimes some of them let their
That way
humor
you can
go
get
too
in there.
far. This is what happened on this occasion." She concluded by saying an
Thanks.
internal
Go
investigation
ahead.
was taking place to figure out which individuals were behind the fake footage. Despite the video being a hoax, a fairly large
Get
number
into
of
the
people
gun.
still
We need to
believe
turn it.
something sinister is going on at CERN, and that it somehow involves the occult. Just type in CERN ritual onto YouTube and take a look at the comment section of any video. You're bound to find some interesting.
What was the estimate?
At 1
Hi,
degree,
Walter.
bro.
I got a new GF today. Now we're getting to the dark stuff. Hi, Walter. I got a new girlfriend today. Is referring
Number
to a
2
video on
rifles, got
YouTube,
it.
originally uploaded in 2009
59.
by 215
159 azimuth, buddy.
The re-upload is currently
What?
sitting at
159.
1.5 million
159.
views. The video starts out normal
159,
enough, with
buddy.
a young man sitting alone in a room, talking to the camera. But he's
It
not
says
addressing his entire
160.
audience. He's
That's good.
specifically
Thank
talking
you.
to someone
Yeah,
called
thank you.
Walter.
And
This
the
video was
distance?
uploaded just for him. The man explains how he had just met the most amazing girl at the mall that day, and describes how he went shopping with her at JCPenney's and a jewelry shop. With a voice that's struggling to hold back excitement, the man says that he brought this girl back to his place. "I know she hates cameras, Walter, but I'm gonna show you her anyways. You ready?" The video suddenly cuts to a different area of the house. We're now in some dingy basement. The man opens a door to reveal a tied-up woman cowering in the corner of a small
Thank
bathroom, crying and desperately begging for help. The man enters the room and slams the door behind him. The woman screams, and the video ends abruptly. This upload got a lot of people talking. A young woman named Kayla Berg had gone missing at the time the video went live, and some viewers noticed that the girl in the bathroom looked a lot like her. Fearing that this was more than just a joke, several viewers actually contacted the police about the video, and the owners of the YouTube channel were investigated.
My bad.
Kayla's own mother even watched the video, and said, quote, "It sounded like..."
I need ammo, master.
It gave me chills. It appeared as if there had just been a massive development in the case. The video started being reported on by the media, and the comment section of the video was now filled with outrage. This prompted the owners of the channel to leave this comment on one of their other videos. "We apologize for any emotional harm caused by Hi Walter, I Got a New Girlfriend Today, produced back in 2009. There was no intention of it resembling any real person or event. The actors involved wish to extend their sympathies to the mother of Kayla Berg, and sincere apologies for the emotional turmoil it caused." so as it turns out, this whole video was just an art piece designed to drum up interest in their YouTube channel. It had nothing to do with Kayla Berg, and it was just a coincidence that the actress resembled her. But imagine seeing this before it was confirmed to be a hoax. I mean, the guy's actually a pretty good actor. He sells the part, and makes you believe that he really is some unhinged, nerdy guy who just snapped one day. The fact that he's addressing some guy called Walter makes the video appear more personal as well, like this was some sort of revenge video. But although this video did turn out to be fake, and the creators obviously didn't intend to cause any harm, a lot of people really thought this was real back in the day, and it's extremely unfortunate that Kayla Berg's mother was amongst them. Disturbing movie iceberg rumors. The horror cinema iceberg, aka the disturbing movie iceberg, has to be one of the most popular charts covered on YouTube. Wendigo made a very well received video dissecting each of its layers, and I highly recommend you check it out if you haven't already. The iceberg's exactly what it sounds like, a list of horror movies, ranging from the entertaining to the downright outlawed. The upper ones are filled with the standard horror flicks we all know and love. Saw, Midsummer, that kind of thing, with more obscure and obscene entries in the mid-tiers. But it's the bottom few layers we're concerned with in this one. Some of these titles supposedly contain real-life snuff, and, as Wendigo himself refers to it, cheese pizza. Several of the Berg's inclusions most certainly do show real death. That much is true. Those, however, are all mixtapes, basically compilations of horrific footage already available on the clear. But a snuff movie isn't just any film with a body in it.
Alright.
They have to include footage of a real-life murder taking place on screen. The entries on this iceberg that are said to contain real snuff and cheese pizza are, as far as I can tell, only rumoured to exist. They're apparently only available on the dark web. But although you'll find people discussing their existence on forums, a lot of them just seem to be internet urban legends. Don't get me wrong, real horrible stuff is out there, and some of the movies on this iceberg are very real and very horrible. But the rumours that any of them contain anything illegal appear to be baseless. MalePregnancy.com. This is a vaguely creepy website that's been online since 1999. It details the pregnancy of a Mr. Lee Wei, the first human male to be with child. The site contains a variety of documentary evidence, news reports, pictures, video clips, EKGs, ultrasound images and the like. Even though it presented itself as real, the site was simply an art project created by a guy named Virgil Wong. Despite obviously being a hoax, Wong said he received thousands of emails from men all around the world who wanted to become male mothers. Chinese baby eating hoax. Last year, a number of photos began making the rounds on social media sites. Photos like these. They were attached to news articles that claimed, in China, people eat fetuses to improve their health and boost their performance in the bedroom. The photos depicted a man seated at a restaurant table, eating human baby soup, a rare delicacy that apparently costs $4,000 US. In one of the images, he's taking a big bite straight out of the torso. These images sparked outrage online. Chinese users stepped forward to say that the photos were fake, only for them to be lambasted by other users who took the images at face value. In reality, the claim that people in China eat herbal baby soup is nothing but codswallop. And as for the photos, they were actually taken from a performance art exhibition in Shanghai that took place in the year 2000. The artist, Zhu Yu, titled this performance Eating People, and intended for it to be a commentary on human nature and our relationship with the law. The supposed baby was nothing more than a prop, and the rumours about there being rampant and socially acceptable cannibalism going on in China were of course nonsense. Unfortunately, these images were intentionally taken out of context by lowbrow news publications for the sole purpose of causing outrage and increasing traffic to their sites. Even more unfortunately, A lot of people blindly accepted these unverified reports and directed a lot of anger at a lot of innocent people. The Great Donor Show. De Groot Dondershow was a reality TV special that aired on Dutch TV back in 2007. The whole program was like a one-off live game show. It revolved around a terminally ill 37-year-old woman asking questions to 25 contestants. All of these contestants were in desperate need of a life-saving kidney transplant. You can see where I'm going with this. The woman whittled down the contestants until only 3 of them remained. It was then her job to pick a winner. The prize? Her kidneys after she died. During the completely live broadcast, viewers could text in with advice about who the woman should pick as the winner, with all of the proceeds going to the Dutch Kidney Foundation. As you can imagine, there was outrage before the show even aired, and the network received a plethora of complaints during its live broadcast. People were incensed at the idea of a show that was literally a game of life and death. At the end of the show, the presenter revealed that the dying woman was actually an actress, that the whole thing had been staged, but that the contestants really were in desperate need of kidney transplants. The show was made to raise awareness about the low number of organ donors in the Netherlands. Anger quickly turned to understanding, and the day after the special aired, 30,000 donor forms were requested by people throughout Holland. 2 days later, that number was up to 50,000. In the run-up to the show's broadcast, everyone involved had maintained that the show was genuine. Lawrence Drillick, the chairman of the television network that aired the show, later said, "It was very hard to keep this a secret and to tell this lie time after time, but I did it because of the good cause." Of all of the hoaxes on this iceberg, this one undoubtedly made the biggest positive impact. 2016 clown sightings. I'm sure we all remember the 2016 clown takeover. This was a phenomenon that lasted for a few months, where there were numerous sightings of people dressed as evil clowns in incongruous places. We're not talking Bobo and Krusty, we're talking Pennywise and Twisty. Most reported sightings were in the USA and UK, though other countries like Canada and Australia were also said to be heavily affected. Basically, you might be on your way home one day, minding your own business, when you'd see a group of killer clowns watching you from a tree line or a school playground. That's creepy enough in itself, but in some of these reported sightings, the clowns actually tormented, chased, or even attacked innocent bystanders. Panic gripped the Western world. People were terrified they might encounter these evil circus performers. Even staying at home didn't feel like a safe option, with reports of clowns randomly going up to houses and tormenting the families inside. A large number of people already had a phobia of clowns to begin with, but that fear had now spread to the formerly unafraid. Embassies started issuing warnings about the clown scare. Clown costumes were being banned left, right and centre. Even Ronald McDonald was forced to keep a lower profile. And this was a bad time to be a professional clown. Newspapers began stating that the clowns were planning some type of purge event for Halloween. No such purge actually occurred on the 31st, but a family in Florida were attacked by a group of 20 men wearing clown masks. After months of mass clown sightings, the general public had had enough. They took to the streets with baseball bats and other implements, and began actively hunting the clowns down. Not long after that, things seemed to quieten down, and as quickly as the phenomenon started, it had now disappeared. Thus ended the Great Clown Panic of 2016. So despite some people believing that these clowns were really nefarious and trying to lure kids into the woods or what have you, in actuality, it was just a bunch of youngsters dressing up and trying to scare people. I think that much most of us already knew. The reason this entry's even on the list, and so far down for that matter, is because of how few people realize that this was never a widespread occurrence at all. Because of all the reports we heard in the media about clown sightings, we all naturally assumed there must have been hundreds of incidences. The truth is, very, very few of those reports were ever verified. The majority that were investigated turned up no evidence of there ever being any clowns at the supposed location. Many sightings were proven to be outright fakes, and several people were even arrested for falsifying reports. Websites were simply reporting on fake sightings and fake videos for clicks. Newspapers and TV stations picked up on those reports and began perpetuating the narrative. Scaremongering's a great business tactic. Now, don't get me wrong, there were definitely some isolated cases of people dressing up as these killer clowns, but the vast majority began after the media picked up on a non-existent problem, and were nowhere near as prevalent as the news would have had us believe. So there were clowns roaming around in 2016. That much is true. But this wasn't some organized effort, and it didn't happen to the extent that the news had us believe. Polybius. Polybius was allegedly an old arcade game that came out in 1981 and only existed for about a month. It appeared in several arcades, exclusively across Portland, Oregon. But despite the title never receiving any marketing, it proved to be an instant hit with the local gamers. Those who played it seemed to immediately become addicted. Lines formed around the other machines, with people getting into fights about whose turn was next. But those who reached the front of the queue unscathed and actually got to play Polybius experienced some unexpected side effects. Seizures, bits of amnesia, insomnia, night terrors and hallucinations, just to name a few. Despite making their lives a living hell, the gamers couldn't stop themselves from playing Polybius. They became almost obsessed with it. Every so often, men dressed in black suits would appear at the arcades and inspect each Polybius machine, and, according to some, they were even seen collecting some unknown data from the cabinets. Not money, data. These men in black were actually CIA operatives tasked with analyzing Polybius's psychoactive effects on its players. You see, Polybius was part of MK Ultra, a real-world US government program that experimented on unaware and unwilling members of the public in order to develop mind control techniques. In 1976, the program was exposed and was subsequently shut down, but Polybius was said to be evidence of the program's continuation, proof that they were experimenting on players and sending them subliminal messages. People caught wind of this and wanted to expose what was happening, but just as quickly as the game arrived, it disappeared completely. Overnight, every Polybius arcade machine was gone, never to reappear. In one sense though, Polybius is alive and well today. It's been included as an Easter egg on The Simpsons, and popular content creators like the Angry Video Game have done deep dives on it. This Polybius video by Ahoy has reached over 6 million views, so there's clearly still a lot of interest in exploring this legend. But that's all Polybius ever was. A legend. The history of arcade machines has been extensively documented since their inception. There's not a single mention of Polybius in any trade or consumer magazine. The legend itself is believed to have originated in the year 2000 and was probably dreamt up by a guy named Kurt Koller to drive traffic to his website. MK Ultra? Real. Polybius? Not so much. That being said, fans of the Polybius legend have developed a hypnotic video game inspired by the myth, designed so that players can experience the old 80s brainwashing game that never really existed.
We're going to the other...
Already, yeah, mate.
Apollo 20. Apollo 20 refers to a set of internet videos that supposedly show a hibernating, female extraterrestrial.
Now's a good time to grab your nades, though.
The alien in the footage has
Get
since
a
come to be known
gas.
as Mona Lisa, and is said to have been recovered during the classic Apollo 20 mission of 1976. The videos appeared online in 2007, a full 31 years after the clandestine mission had actually taken place. Retired American astronaut William Rutledge was the man behind the upload, and claimed that he had been the commander of the Apollo 20
there's
mission.
200 shells to the west.
According to Rutledge, the top-secret mission had been conducted jointly by the US and the Soviets, and his crewmates were astronaut Leona Snyder and cosmonaut Alexei Leonov. While on their mission, they encountered a disabled spacecraft, which they intercepted and boarded. Inside, they found a female humanoid in stasis. The alien life form, Mona Lisa. In the footage, the crew can be seen examining the extraterrestrial and even removing her strange facial covering. Rutledge said that the crew took her back to Earth to study, along with some other artifacts they found. Rutledge, who had personally taken the videos and was still in possession of the tapes, believed it was time to get the word out. The videos certainly have a realistic quality about them, and Mona Lisa herself certainly appears lifelike. But the thing is, the Apollo 20 mission never actually happened. It was scrapped after Congress voted to cut NASA's budget along with Apollo missions.
I need infantry with me. Grab a gun, grab a gas mask, and gas grenade.
Yeah, sorry, I'm a little.
They'll just say,
slow on the
well,
uptake
duh.
right now.
The mission was classified.
Thanks,
Of
Pigeon.
course they're gonna
We
say it didn't
appreciate you,
happen.
brother.
Alright, all good.
Yeah, fair enough. But the fact is that this footage has already been thoroughly debunked.
I need
by
infantry.
amateurs and experts alike.
Gas mask, gas grenade,
The videos
and
make
an
use of
Ooga
footage
Booga
from
stick.
previous NASA
Yeah, we're already
missions,
doing it. We're already
spliced
doing it.
together with new footage that, although appearing
fucking 'em up.
realistic, has been confirmed to be fake. The
Gas
final
grenade, gas
in the
mask,
Apollo
gun.
mission is
These,
the
I got
fact
the last
that it was originally uploaded to YouTube on April 1st.
What's the
It was all just an elaborate, well-executed
This,
hoax.
no, hold on. This is the Ooga Booga
Even so,
stick.
Ooh,
if you go
yeah,
to the
yeah,
comment
sit
section
back.
of any Apollo 20 video on YouTube, you'll still find loads of people who genuinely believe the footage is real. SpongeBob,
Alright, Pigeon, we
Brazilian
will, buddy.
deprecation broadcast. So this strange entry purports
Appreciate
that
you,
there was a
Pigeon.
lost episode of SpongeBob SquarePants that only ever aired once on TV. That one screening was in Brazil in 2016, just before the Olympics in Rio.
4 more shells.
What was
Yeah, I'm
strange
making
about this
two, now
episode
it's out.
was that
Wait a
during
minute,
one scene,
wait a minute, wait a
Squidward
minute.
was playing his clarinet when he accidentally hits the brown note.
Thank
For
you
those who
so
don't
much.
know, the brown note is an infrasonic frequency that, when heard, forces the listener to take a trip to Brown Town. Apparently this episode actually used that specific frequency, and hundreds of people across Brazil lost control of their bowels at the exact same moment while watching the show. Many of them were so heavily affected that they had to be rushed to hospital. This had some people speculating that the episode had been intentionally weaponized and was being used to intentionally target Brazilians. Understandably, the episode was immediately pulled from the air and never screened again. The reason most people never heard about this incident was because it was quickly covered up by the opening ceremony of the Olympics.
Hey Denzel, we need 120s, buddy,
Brazilian
not
government,
150s,
nor
but we
the SpongeBob
appreciate your
team
help a
wanted
lot,
anyone
man.
to hear about what had happened. So they quietly swept it under the rug, or perhaps more fittingly, flushed all the evidence away. Wait a second. What's that sound? Oh, batten down the hatches, everyone, because what you're hearing is the brown note. Apologies if you just lost control of your battery.
Union, if you unload your stuff, you can walk quicker while you carry
It might
around.
be worth getting a check. That's because the so-called brown note is only hypothetical, and all attempts to demonstrate its existence using sound waves have failed. That's how we know this SpongeBob broadcast never actually happened. It was all a hoax, one that seems to have originated on 4chan. Still, this entry was too funny not to include. Speaking of which, the peanut butter and mayonnaise panic. When you think about foods that pair well with peanut butter, what sort of things spring to mind? Chocolate? Sure. Jam? Definitely. Mayonnaise? Maybe if you're a psycho. But the peanut butter and mayonnaise panic of 1969 doesn't revolve around people eating either of the foodstuff at all. Due to a huge misunderstanding in the late 60s, big newspapers were all of a sudden reporting that teenagers were injecting themselves with peanut butter
Let's go
and
speed up this
mayonnaise.
process.
Apparently, by combining those two ingredients, some sort of chemical
I
reaction
can't. Should say when you have her over,
produced
dude.
psychedelic effects when inserted straight into the bloodstream. According to some news outlets at the time, it had something to do with the fat globules. Headlines were being printed in papers across the entire USA, and people genuinely started to believe that the youth of America were not only being corrupted by the mind-altering substances of PBMA, but dying from this concoction.
Yeah, whoever else, I don't even see an outlaw, dude. I don't know what you're talking about.
And reached the highest echelons of government, with references to the fact being present in a 1969 Senate committee.
Isn't that the flame tank?
As well as in Richard
Or am I
Nixon's
crazy?
presidential meetings. Yeah, This panic really was a big deal. Now obviously, the only trick you're likely to take if you inject peanut butter and mayonnaise is a trip to the afterlife.
Hold
And
fire.
there weren't any medical records of anyone injecting themselves with PB and mayo. So why were the papers reporting that this was such a widespread problem? Well, it all started when two government officials caught wind that students were sharing around a secret underground recipe book.
Okay, can we go to
This book
159?
apparently described various culinary
244
escapes from
distance.
reality.
Alright, firing.
One of the recipes was the PB and mayo formula. The media quickly picked up on their claims, and the misinformation spread like wildfire. But it was all just hysteria. Peanut butter and mayo were both slang terms for other substances at the time. And maybe the government officials took that too literally. But where this idea of an underground
I do it.
is anyone's guess.
Yeah, I do it with middle mouse
Slash after school special. We've already touched on the concept of snuff films, but just to recap, they're movies in which a person is genuinely murdered on camera. Though most films purported to be snuff actually turn out to be fakes, there are real, authentic movies that show people being killed. These films are then sold on the black market, usually for large sums of money. They're quite hard to find, because for obvious reasons, their creators are only selling to a very specific clientele on very specific, hidden platforms. But some of them have been leaked and shared around in the past.
Shit ton of
Last year,
heavy needs
a
here,
rumour
super heavy
started
needs there.
spreading about a new snuff film that had found its way onto the ClearNet. The original upload on Bescore had been titled After School Special, but people were now referring to it as Dig Your Roots.
A pistol your shot once.
Here's how one viewer described it.
Grenade.
Two adults viciously stabbed two kids to death in a bedroom. The third person films the whole thing. The victims look to be about 10 or so. I think they're inside one of the boys' bedrooms, because it looks like a kid's bedroom. There's a black and white poster on the wall for some country band that features a couple of toddlers and says, "Dig your roots." That's how the video got its name. Dig Your Roots is the third studio album.
Enemy infantry east, enemy infantry east, east. That's way, Bob.
Forum conversations about dark
Yep, good shit, give him.
The Dig Your Roots video
Hit him, boy.
started being mentioned from time to time. Most people didn't claim to have actually seen it, but had heard this description from other users. And because it kept getting brought up, everyone thought that it really did exist. I mean, it was certainly conceivable. From 3 Guys, 1 Hammer to the infamous Funky Town video, snuff does occasionally pop up on certain dark websites. Dig Your Roots, however, doesn't exist. It was all a hoax, perpetrated again by 4chan. There was a small thread where people were proposing titles for fake lost movies, then asking others to come up with concepts based on them. They'd then try and trick non-4chan users into believing that these fake videos were actually real, basically spreading believable lies and rumors to see what would stick. From there, gullible people would spread the rumors around for them. For example, one of the titles the OP proposed was Channing Tatum death footage. Another user chimed in with his idea about what to spread. Channing Tatum death footage. Aftermath war footage of some dude that kind of looks like Channing Tatum. His head is tiny, so it's not like you can tell he really looks like him. Another thread said that this spreading of
Nothing
fake
brings me
info
more
really
joy
does
than
work,
Collie's
and
tears.
claimed to have been the person who came up with the display, a concept that's been covered by loads of YouTubers at this point. In amongst all these replies was the idea for digyoursroots.mo. So yeah, thankfully this video doesn't exist. If this
By the
was
way,
real,
who the fuck built all the fucking pillboxes? What the hell?
strangers online. Hundreds of people may tell you something.
We got tank trashed.
And they may genuinely believe what they're telling you.
Yeah, but
But if they have bad,
there's so many.
zero evidence to back up their claims, they're most likely just a bit of disinformation themselves. Ask questions, demand verifiable proof, and don't be like
Alright,
them.
hey, I need a cutler squad. Cutler squad.
3
Grab a
orangutans,
cutler, 2
1
RPGs. Cutler, 2 RPGs. Come on,
3
cutler squad.
orangutans, 1 blender refers to a rare online video that few people have ever seen, but those who have watched it say it's one of the most disturbing clips in existence. Rumours about 3 orangutans started spreading all the way back in 2008, when YouTuber Damanico uploaded the first ever reaction video to it. In the years that followed,
Do I have a cutler squad?
many more reactions to 3 orangutans were uploaded to YouTube. In all of them, the
Anyone
reactor
planning
is
for anything, or
disgusted
just
by what
go?
they're seeing. The same hip-hop music.
If you have a
can be
cutler,
heard in the
come with me.
background of each reaction, along with the same screaming ape noises, suggesting.
If you
Hey,
have what?
grab a cutler, come on!
watching
A
the
cutler.
same video.
Yeah, but isn't that just...
As for what the footage is actually of, the most famous account comes from a guy called Roberto Martinez. He made an extremely long post about the contents of the video, so I'll just give the SparkNotes version here. 3 Orangutans, 1 Blender is a real video that can now be found on the dark web. It was published during 2006, but wasn't found until later. Here's what it is. So the music makes it sound like it's okay, but the video is horrifying. In the video, there are these Indian or Brazilian army men wearing yellowish, greenish camouflage. They walk into a building and take beaten, damaged, caged orangutans and brutally cut them up with machetes. Then begin pouring bleach and what looks like lemon juice all over them before shoving them into this weird machine that is definitely not a blender. It's this big machine that has blades that spin like a blender, but it's not. The machine is no more, but it has a balcony with rails that circle around the top and 2 steel platforms on both sides above the machine, going across to the other side like a bridge. Whatever it is, it brutally slices some of the orangutans into a bloodbath of pieces, while leaving some still alive, screaming in agony and pain, while some of the men are laughing. Then, this fat guy in a
Push the left
camouflage
flank
scheme
of the
comes
tanks
outside
and we can hit in from the side.
6 of them. They take the last 3 male orangutans and walk them into a cabin-like shelter where there are 3 tigers
Go
waiting.
south, clear the field.
They have the
and-
tigers
Let's go, guys.
slowly eat and rip off the private parts of these orangutans. They throw the orangutans on the ground, taking turns pouring some lemon juice on them, before brutally butchering them while laughing, and throwing the pieces of their carcasses back into the machine and slicing it all up. The video ends there. I think the only reason it's called 3 Orangutans, 1 Blender is because only 3 of them last to the end.
Spread out, spread out.
The video was so gruesome that it became harder to find on the ClearNet. You can also see that there are human remains inside the machine with the orangutans. There are 97 men and 19 orangutans counted in the video.
Enemy machine gun nest in front.
Showing off their tattoos. It's so messed up, you'll wish those guys were dead. Also, all of the men have a strange symbol on their hats or shoulders. The video appears to take place at a camp in the middle of the jungle during the afternoon, with trucks,
there's a bunker
sheds,
here.
and cabins in the background. The original video was 3 hours long.
Fats, I'm gonna leave these guys with you, because, you know, they don't really need 2 medics. There's like
50
4 of them.
and has a weird hip-hop beat that covers everything, except for the screams of the orangutan.
Collie, on the wall, Collie, on the wall.
Even though the video was posted in 2006, it has a 70s, 80s or 90s quality.
Any more
I'm guessing the
explosive
real
for this
took place
bunker
decades
thing?
ago.
I've got none
Anyways,
left, and I need
you're
1 more, I
welcome.
think.
But seriously, don't watch it.
Garrison building, garrison
out.
building.
So that's some extremely disturbing imagery. But you'll be happy to hear that no matter how hard you try, you'll never actually be able to track this video down. That's because 3 Orangutans, 1 Blender is a myth, just like the Baby Burger video it's based off. No such clip exists. All of the reaction videos to it simply made use of the same beat.
Collie on the
giving the
inside.
illusion that the clip actually exists.
Oh, dude, you shot in the face.
Roberto's account of the video was just him playing along with the others too.
Thanks, mate.
In fact, there are plenty of accounts about what this video actually contains, and they all say something different. As dark as some of those fake stories are, my personal favorite is that it's just a video of someone preparing a smoothie for 3 excited orangutans.
Good shit.
Andreas
Gun.
Balminas, Snuff Film. This last stop
Yeah,
on the
that-
war takes us back to February of 2013. Andreas Balminas was a Latvian man living in the UK. Police in Lancashire received a tip from the Russian Interior Ministry that Balminas was in possession of illegal video material. This tip turned out to be legit. They raided his apartment and found countless messed up videos from Japan, Russia, and various other countries. But one of them stood out in particular. A 20-minute home movie featuring a blonde girl about 14 years of age. This footage disturbed even the most seasoned of officers. In the video, the girl begged a man, who wasn't Balminas, for her life. The unknown man ignored her pleas and strangled her with a wire, causing her to foam at the mouth and her eyes to roll back into her head.
Help, 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 help,
It's
help,
the
help.
worst thing I've seen by a country mile, said Detective Constable Edward Wenham. In the footage, a man in his 40s was decorating.
Got him.
He had a goatee beard, and you
I'm
could see
bleeding
his
out.
face
Nice job,
quite
nice job.
clearly. The young girl came into the room and asked him for some money. It was apparent that the man was either her father or stepfather. The man began to shout obscenities. Then, he strangled her. After that, he laid out a clear plastic sheet and laid the body in it, then wrapped it tightly around her.
Thanks.
It took about 3 minutes for this. My firm belief is that she was definitely killed. The judge who sentenced Balminas agreed that while it was difficult to be certain that the girl had perished on camera, she most likely had. Still, there was no evidence that Balminas was involved in the making of the video, so he only received 8 months behind bars for possessing it, as well as for possessing numerous other sick material. Investigators didn't look at any clues to the girl's identity. Judging by her accent, she was American, but that's about the only thing they had to go on, other than her face, and the face of the man who had killed her. They'd hit a wall. For 15 months, they took no further action. They didn't even send the video to the CEOP or to any US agencies to run through their powerful facial recognition software. When UK government ministers heard about that, they said there had been a massive failure in policing.
Yeah, we need some infantry cover on the left side so we can flank the tanks.
Police in this case is true, then Britain's police have sat on evidence.
But we can't go there, there's too many infantry.
It's an inspection. Okay, so this is the part of the breakdown where I confirm the girl and the man were just actors, right? Well, here's why I've saved this entry for last. I've looked all over, but I can't find any definitive proof online that this was a hoax. All of the write-ups and articles I've read about this case end there, with the video being passed along to more specialized authorities, but there's no mention of the film being confirmed fake. If it was real, it seems weird that the killer would happily appear on screen without a mask. That's a big risk. Then again, in other confirmed snuff films that have come to light, there have been killers who have shown their face. Not to mention, every officer who viewed the footage said it was extremely realistic and made them sick to their stomachs. I was convinced that this was not acting and that the girl was dead, reiterated DC Wenham. If she had been play acting, when the plastic was wrapped around her face, she wouldn't have been able to keep so still. If it was acting, it was better than an Oscar-winning performance.
That's very good.
Her eyes didn't blink or move at all.
Yes, yes.
So this hoax's iceberg actually ends on a potentially dark note. Maybe this was an authentic snuff film after all. If so, both the girl and the perp remain unidentified, and the film that features the final starring role has yet to be leaked.
Oh yeah.
Have literally
Sadly,
5 seconds.
guys like
Yeah,
that,
5
You'll be
seconds.
able to do it.
they'll
5
always be a
seconds.
mark.
Go for
It's
it.
your hardest task ever.
I know we've talked a lot about hoaxes today, but that's the reality. We all.
Nice.
Like a
1 second
magician.
left. Nice.
Whew, and that's it. The end of this abridged hoaxes iceberg. I hope you enjoyed this special episode, and I'd personally like to wish you all a very happy Halloween. Before the video ends, I'd also like to thank all of my supporters here on YouTube and over on Patreon.
Here's a
Especially
gun and
my
grenade
biggest
for someone.
supporters. The Nuon Goem, 24, Lydia Glassley, Mr. Hanson, Alex Greenswell, Azriel Warakai, Charlie Lackey, Connor Lofton, Crawford K. McDonald, Event Horizon Records, Gina Valera, Grace Archie, Infamous Sempapi, Leonardo Martinez, Mackenzie Griffin, Maria Mendez, Myra Lancaster, Monica Mendoza.
Hey, Booty, hello. I didn't realize you did.
Reloading.
Procupidine Meta. Ronnie Franklin.
Dismount.
Sarah
I thought we
Ramirez.
were gonna move out.
Silas Geist. Pedro Monica Drummond. Leonie Dorita. Zane.
What the fuck? That was goofy.
Miss Crypt. David Andrea. The deck of cards.
Hit driver, hit driver.
Thank you guys so much. Get rid of the channel. Remember to smash that like button or I'll smash you. And you'll be hearing from me again.
Prepare me.
You all stay spooky. And remember, the best things happen in the dark.
In life, anything is possible. Because we can never fully understand how the world works, and the laws of physics prevent us from being able to tell the future, everything we predict is a probability. Some are a lot more probable, others are less probable, while some have astronomically low chances of ever happening. The probability is vanishingly small, but it remains non-zero. Would you get hit by a car, will you get struck by lightning, or will you ever choose world peace? If there is a chance that anything can happen, what are the odds? I was scrolling through the deepest parts of the internet one day when I came across this man, Roy Cleveland Sullivan, the man who has been hit by lightning 7 times in his lifetime. The odds of getting struck by lightning once isn't that low. It's just about 1 in 15,000. Even if you live in a small town,
Oh shit, MG.
chances are that somebody in that town has been struck by lightning at least once. The odds of being struck 7 times in a period of 80 years? That's a 1 in 10 to the 28 chance. This seems like such incredible and unfortunate odds, until you consider the fact that you're more likely to get struck by lightning 7 times than you are to shuffle a deck of cards into perfect numerical order. Those odds? 1 in 10 to the 68. Probability is something that we can't really comprehend as humans. If we did, we'd stop worrying about a lot of things and stop taking granted for most of the things we should be worried about. Like sharks. No thanks to the movie Jaws, humans now have an immense fear of sharks. But the reality is, you're more likely to get killed by a vending machine than you are to get killed by a shark. The odds of getting killed by a vending machine are 1 in 112 million, while the odds of getting killed by a shark are a staggering 1 in 250 million. Now, the odds that
Hey
you'll get
guys,
attacked by a
if
shark
someone
are
needs
much
some
lower,
grenades,
1 in
I have a lot of
3.7
them, so
million.
like, take
But
it.
even that is still too
I
high
took it
for the
from
monsters
Cole's.
we've branded sharks to be. For context, you're more likely to get killed by a dog at a 1 in 112,400 chance than you are to get killed by a shark. But we still
Guys, wait a second.
9 rounds.
You're more likely to get
You'll
killed
like
by
need an
hornets
RPG shot for you guys.
at 1 in 63,225
Can I eat him?
than you are to get killed by a shark. In fact, you're more likely going to get killed by the government for committing murder at 1 in 119,000 than you are of getting killed by a shark. When you put a little thought into it, you realize that most of the time, our fears are sensational.
RPG on the road. RPG on the road.
When something tragic happens and it garners a lot of public attention, we're more likely to be afraid of that thing, even if it is much less common than the less notorious things.
Oh shit, to the left, to the left. Oh my god, east, east, east. 4 or 5 collies. RPGs.
It is street trash, it is tragic. But because they cause such a big spectacle and have lots of media coverage, I feel that it is still by far the safest way to travel. Passenger airplane incidents are very rare, and the odds of dying in a plane crash are less than 1 in 205,000. That's incredibly low compared to the odds of dying in a car accident, which is just 1 in 107. For motorcycle riders, it's 1 in 890, and even pedestrians aren't safe at 1 in 541. But wait. Maybe the reason the airplane deaths are so low has to do something with our fear. Before people go on an airplane, they usually prepare well in advance. No harmful objects are allowed on board, and there's always usually more than one designated pilot who has trained for years on safety practices before they were ever allowed to fly a plane. Compare that to road travel, where we don't really think that much about it, and you can maybe see why things are the way they are. And with the odds that you'll be involved in a drunk driving accident in your lifetime being incredibly high at 2 in 3, you can see what I mean. We barely give it any thought. Hopefully, we can all do better. Try to reduce the risk by simply designating a driver beforehand or taking an Uber when you go out for fun. Another thing we should be worried about is right-handed appliances. Yes, it's true that most of the world is right-handed, for some reason. But if we're learning anything as a species, it's inclusiveness. We must do the same with dominant hands.
Do you need someone in a gun?
The odds of a left-handed person
Oh,
dying
no?
simply
Okay,
because they used a right-handed appliance wrong is 1 in 7 million. And while the chances look ridiculously slim, it has to happen to somebody. If you don't die, hey, you'll get a lot of free money from that lawsuit. The ambidextrous people among us can help us decide what appliances are better suited for what dominant hand. And we have a surprising amount of them. 1 in 100 to be exact. Dominant hand or out of curiosity. It's just people who are born with an amazing control of both of their hands. Art is very subjective. What some people might find beautiful, others will find ugly. What one might consider great acting, others might see it as over the top and annoying. You see, much unlike science, art doesn't have a definitive set of rules, and so they don't have a strict guideline for judgment either. And while this allows for creativity, it also makes it very difficult to find success in the world of the arts. If you want to be a surgeon, for instance, you know that if you pass the med school exams, in turn go through residency, and so forth, you'll make it. You have a set path to follow.
This bunker is full.
But if you want to be a supermodel, or a rock star, or a YouTuber, it's not that straightforward. You have to work hard at it, every single day. And even then, your odds are very slim. You can be a theater kid all your life, go to film school, practice as much as possible. But in the end, the odds that you'll become a movie star aren't very encouraging. At just 1 in 1.1
Maybe we will help that tank on
it's
the
amazing
left to
so
see.
that even with the odds of
He
slim
does some
success,
useless stuff,
every
but
year,
anyways.
thousands of people will travel from all parts of the world to
Yeah, you
Asia,
can also play it.
even
It's
if it's
exploded
only
in
being
there.
on the big screen. When
And
interested,
I have the
you
perfect
have a much
aim
better
now.
chance of winning an Oscar at just 1 in
Get me up, get me up.
1,500
Don't get him up.
than
Fuck.
a movie star. But of course, this Oscar
Sorry,
includes all the
guys.
technical
Fuck.
awards that are given when everyone is taking a bathroom break. And most people would much rather take a 1 in 1.
Flame in the trench? There's a flame in the trench?
An award when no one's watching.
Flamethrower.
If you're a writer, however, the odds are slightly in your
And we got nades.
There's a 1 in 220 chance that you'll write a New York Times bestseller.
Oh, there's a full medic
If you put in the
kit here.
time and the effort necessary, these odds are definitely going to go up, bringing you that much closer to making your dream a reality.
Oh, that's a lot of 120.
Sports are closer to
Probably worth
religion
hauling back.
than arts, because most of the time,
Yeah, hold
if you
that
work
back.
at it
There's a lot of.
enough,
That's a holy
you'll
shit. That's a
achieve
lot.
some kind of success.
Yeah, someone take it with me.
How hard can you work when there's only so many medals to go around?
I'm picking up one. I'm gonna go back
Oh,
with you.
please stop fucking feeding them so many
Yeah,
calories.
only 1 in
What the fuck, guys?
662,000 will ever win a medal. And that's the thing about scarcity. When there's such limited space, the odds of ever being able to do or acquire something gets increasingly thin. Think about the number of children who have worn a spacesuit and come to career day in school and told everybody that they want to be astronauts. Now think about the fact that the odds of becoming an astronaut are 1 in 12.1 million, and you get sad for those little kids whose dreams will one day have to be crushed. What if they wanted to be president? Well, the chance of
Watch
becoming
out to the east, southeast, southeast.
10 million. Unless you're a religious 6-foot-tall Harvard Law graduate and military veteran. Then your odds go up astronomically, especially if you're a Harvard alumni. Because as surprising as it might sound, the odds that the President of America has attended Harvard is 1 in 3.58. So if you want to have the best chance at becoming president, you know what school to apply for. However, getting into Harvard is almost as difficult as becoming president when you're done. With a chance of just 4.6% of getting in, you might want to apply to some backup schools as well. At the end of the day, we all just want to be successful. Whether it's in the arts, or going through the so-called traditional route of finishing college and getting a good
Just let me know.
Thanks, Pigeon. We'll go down 2, so 157 as perfect, perfect.
In the late 19th century, the city of London was the largest in the world, a sprawling metropolis and a melting pot for trade, finance, and people. But in the autumn of 1888, an horrific story emerged from the
Hey, if that dude's loud, just voice mute him.
Of the East End. And a few close calls. The Ripper. Instead, the murders came to an abrupt end and left behind one of the greatest mysteries in the annals of crime.
Alright, which azimuth?
Azimuth 157. Distance 244.
In the East End of London, there's a district known as Whitechapel. In the late 19th century, Whitechapel was known for its overcrowded slums, where many of the capital's poor and unemployed had taken refuge. Day and night, an army of policemen would constantly patrol this labyrinthine network of dim-lit streets,
Distance 244.
One such place is a narrow passage known as George Yard.
Alright, fire. When you're ready.
The north entrance of this passage was a residential complex known as George Yard Building. It was the morning of August the 7th, 1888, when an upstairs tenant named John Reeves headed out to work. Upon reaching the first floor landing, Reeves encountered the body of a woman lying upon her back in a pool of blood. Horrified by the sight, he stumbled down to the street below in search for help.
You here?
Constable Thomas Barrett was the first officer on the scene.
Tav,
He
if
was
you can
soon
use
joined
the
by
other
Dr.
one because
Timothy
that is
Collini,
on.
who conducted
So
a brief
quicker.
examination.
Thank you.
The woman had been stabbed 39 times, primarily in the chest and abdomen. Dr. Collini estimated that she had been dead for, quote, about 3 hours, thus placing the time of death at approximately 2:30 in the morning. The woman had likely been attacked where she was found, as no blood was found beyond the staircase landing. A single cry for help or a disturbance of any kind. One exception was Amy Hewitt, a tenant who claimed to have heard a lone cry of murder. But this was early in the evening of August the 6th, and the scream had emanated from outside the complex. Hewitt further explained, "The district round here is rather rough, and cries of murder are a frequent, if not nightly occurrence." The victim was eventually identified as 39-year-old Tabram. Tabram was a mother of two
hello,
and
Saint.
separated from her husband many years prior. Her last known address was 9
Thanks again, bro.
Street, a common lodging house less than 100 meters. Tabram had made a prostitution, and one of the associates was a woman named Mary Connolly. Connolly testified that on the evening of August the 6th, she and Tabram had been out drinking with 2 soldiers. Then, shortly before midnight, the party of 4 had separated. Connolly took her client into Angel Alley, while Tabram guided hers into neighboring George Yard. It was the last time she saw Tabram alive. Barely 2 years later, Constable Barrett had spoken to a soldier loitering near
There's only 4 tanks.
The soldier told Barrett that he was, quote, waiting for his mate who had gone away with a girl.
Tank
Half an hour
left.
later,
Tank left.
Tabram is presumed to have died. Both Connolly and Barrett were called upon to identify the soldiers, but all those accused were unknown. One had been at home with his wife, another at the army base, and yet another in a completely different part of the city. It was when Inspector
Lex, follow me, Lex.
Investigator on the case to abandon this line of inquiry. Connolly and Barrett
We have a
had
tank
picked up
left in the
wrong man.
east.
They could not be trusted again, as no evidence would be worthless. Even if a soldier had been responsible, no one could have the motive. The people of Whitechapel might have been accustomed to crime and violence, but the sheer brutality of this attack was as frightening as it was confounding. The crime is one of the most brutal that have occurred for some years. For a poor, defenseless woman to be outraged and stabbed in such a manner. Only a week later, things would go from bad to worse. On the morning of August the 31st, a man named Robert Paul left his home on Foster Street and headed for work. After making a right turn into Bucks Row, he spotted a man standing in the road.
Oh my god, dude.
The man turned around to face him and said, "Come and look over here. There's a woman." The stranger was named Charles Cross, and he too had been on his way to work when he first caught sight of the woman. The two men now cautiously approached. The woman's hands were cold to the touch, and Cross believed she was dead. Paul, however, thought he could sense faint breathing. But instead of seeking immediate help, Cross and Paul were more concerned.
Watch out, Mammons! Pull back, pull back, pull back!
Soon their morning commute.
Check the tank.
The trenches. Shoot the trench. Destroy the trench.
Neil was equipped with a lantern and found the woman lying on her back with a deep cut against her right. The wound was still bleeding and parts of her body were still warm. He was soon joined by Constable John Thane, who was sent at once to fetch a nearby doctor. Upon his arrival, shortly after 4 o'clock, Dr. Reese Llewellyn estimated that, quote, she had not been dead more than half an hour. In other words, Cross and Paul had likely found the woman mere minutes after she was killed. Furthermore, 3 officers had patrolled the vicinity just a few minutes prior. Constable Neil had last inspected Bucks Row at approximately 3:15. So too had Sergeant Henry Kirby, whereas Constable Thane had merely passed the end of the street, none of whom had seen nor heard anything amiss. Upon the body's removal to the mortuary, a shocking discovery was made. Apart from 2 incisions in the throat, the woman had also been, quote, disemboweled. No organs had been removed, but Dr. Llewellyn found, quote, several incisions running across the abdomen. He also believed that the killer possessed, quote, some rough anatomical knowledge, for he seemed to have attacked all the vital parts. The victim was quickly identified. Her name was Mary Ann Nichols, and she had turned 43 just 5 days before the murder. Nichols had at least 6 children, and her last known address was a common lodging house at 56 Flower and Dean Street.
It's like it.
On the night of her death, Nichols had been turned away from a lodging house on Thrall Street as she lacked the funds to pay for a bed.
In the trench again, in the trench,
to raise the money through prostitution, Nichols would then venture down Osborne Street before meeting her friend, Ellen Holland. The two of them shared a brief exchange, but Nichols was visibly drunk. When they parted ways around 2:30, Holland saw Nichols staggering eastward along Whitechapel Road. Barely an hour later, she was found dead. Apart from the body itself, the killer had left nothing in their wake. No blood trail, no murder weapon, no witnesses. Inspector Joseph Helson, the lead investigator on the case, stated that, quote, not an atom of evidence can be obtained to connect any person with the crime. While the Nichols case ground to a screeching halt, its similarities with the Martha Tabram case had not gone unnoticed. In both cases, the attack had been needlessly ferocious, and there was no discernible motive. Both victims were prostitutes of roughly the same age and moved in the same circles. The only meaningful difference was their injuries. Tabram had been repeatedly stabbed, whereas Nichols had suffered multiple slash wounds.
We were like 3 guys.
Differences aside, the prevailing assumption was that the same deranged individual had committed both murders, a conviction that would only grow stronger in the days that followed. As the sun was rising on September the 8th, a man named John Richardson was on his way to work. At 4:45, he made a quick stop at 29 Hanbury Street. He went through the entrance and out the back door by way of a cramped hallway. Richardson then sat down on the backyard steps before grabbing a knife to trim a vexing piece of leather from his boot. Once satisfied, he left the building and shut the front door behind him. About an hour later, a third-floor tenant of the same address, John Davis, plodded downstairs and into the hallway. The front door was now wide open, but the one in the back was closed. When Davis went to open it, he found the bloodied remains of a woman lying on her back just below the steps. Inspector Joseph Chandler was the first officer on the scene. After a brief inspection, he sent at once for a medic.
Thanks a lot.
Dr. George Phillips arrived at 6:30 and found the woman, quote, terribly mutilated. The throat had been, quote, dissevered deeply, whereas the abdomen had been, quote, entirely laid open. The intestines had been, quote, lifted out of the body and placed by the shoulder of the corpse. The body was then conveyed to the mortuary, while Inspector Chandler and Dr. Phillips conducted a sweep of the backyard. Most of what we found belonged to the tenants of the building, but just below the resting place of the woman's feet, we found a small piece of cloth and 2 combs. The items had likely belonged to the victim, but it seemed to Dr. Phillips that they had been deliberately positioned and arranged by the killer. The post-mortem revealed that 2 glass rings had been forcibly removed from the victim's left hand. These rings were nowhere to be found. Portions of the victim's abdomen had also gone missing, including the womb. Dr. Phillips believed that, quote, the mode in which these portions were extracted showed some anatomical knowledge. This point was greatly expanded upon at a subsequent inquest. The injuries had been made by someone who had considerable anatomical skill and knowledge. There were no meaningless cuts. For instance, no mere slaughterer of animals could have carried out these operations. It must have been someone accustomed to the post-mortem room. The victim was quickly identified as Annie Chapman. Chapman's date of birth is a bit uncertain, but she was roughly 47 at the time of her death. She had at least 7 children, but was tragically only survived by 2. Her last known address was a common lodging house on 35 Dorset Street.
We have 4 rounds left.
On the night of her death, Chapman had been denied accommodations as she lacked the funds to pay for a bed. She was escorted off the premises by the night watchman, who then saw her vanish into a nearby alleyway. What happened to Chapman over the next few hours, nobody knows. Her whereabouts during this time is a complete mystery. But unlike the 2 previous cases, a witness in the Chapman case might have caught a glimpse of the killer. At 5:30 on the morning of September 8th, a woman named Elizabeth Long spotted a man and a woman conversing outside 29 Hanbury Street. Long was positive that the woman she'd seen was Annie Chapman, but the man had stood with his back towards Long, so she never saw his face. Long did, however, manage to overhear a fragment of their conversation. The man had posed the question, "Will you?" To which the woman responded, "Yes." Now, a lasting point of contention in the Chapman case is the time of death. According to Dr. Phillips, when he arrived at 6:30, Chapman had been dead for, quote, at least 2 hours. That would place her death at around 4:30. But according to Long, she saw Chapman alive a full hour later. Then there's the testimony of John Richardson. Richardson was the son of one of the tenants in the building. At 4:45, he made a routine checkup on the door to the basement, which had previously suffered a break-in. When he found it secure, he sat down on the backyard steps to trim a piece of leather from his boot. Even though he sat mere centimeters from the murder site, Richardson did not see a body. He was adamant on this point. "I could not have failed to notice the deceased if she had been there." To muddle the timeline even further, there's the testimony of Albert Kadosh. About 20 minutes past 5, Kadosh had gone through the backyard of 27 Hanbury Street when he heard voices coming from nearby. They were barely audible, however, and Kadosh had only made out the word "no." A few minutes later, he heard something falling against the wooden fence dividing the 2 yards. There's no one way to untangle this web of contradictions, but Dr. Phillips did concede the possibility that he'd miscalculated. that, quote, the coldness of the morning and the great loss of blood had skewed his opinion, which was largely based on the warmth of the body.
Pick him up. Bring him back here.
So, presuming that Dr. Phillips did miscalculate, and the recollections of Long and Kaddish were off by a few minutes, that would place Chapman's death at around 5:30 in the morning. By this point, the dim light of dawn would have provided the tenants of 29 Hanbury Street an unobstructed view of the murder site, some of whom had even slept with their windows open. In spite of this, the killer managed to evade detection and even made time to arrange the victim's possessions.
Oh, Saints, crazy.
As the tally of victims gradually mounted, the public grew increasingly anxious. They were not only frightened by the murders, but frustrated with the police and their perceived incompetence. Even across the pond were the efforts of the police fiercely criticized.
The London police and detective force is probably the stupidest in the world.
What these mocking quotes and illustrations failed to capture were the overwhelming odds stacked in favor of the perpetrator. The police were up against someone who seemingly struck without motive, someone who left no murder weapon and few witnesses. On top of that, the East End was severely overcrowded, while the police were understaffed. As one newspaper put it,
a man in the East End of London is a grain of sand, as invisible and almost as much beyond identification amid the masses.
Anybody got my bino?
At no point would this become more apparent
I need my
than during
bino.
the events of September the 30th.
Bunch of bandages here.
Need the binocular, please. Can't do shit without it.
Here, Mark. Here. Leave it
On
out here so
September
it's one
29th,
shit show of
a
bags.
routine Saturday meeting was held at the Socialist Club on Berners Street. When the
thank you,
meeting
Bill.
came to a close around midnight,
Appreciate it.
all but a few members returned home. Those who remained proceeded to drink and socialize.
And lots of meds back there.
Half an hour
Bandages
on
here.
September the 30th, Joseph Lave stepped outside to get some fresh air. Lave used the side entrance leading into Dutville's yard and lingered for about 10 minutes. Moments after Lave had gone back inside, Morris Eagle accessed the building via the same entrance. He too was a member of the club and had just returned after escorting a woman home. Neither of them noticed anything unusual. 20 minutes later, the sound of a horse and carriage could be heard trotting down Berners Street. The driver was Louis Diemschutz, the steward of the clubhouse. When Diemschutz drove into Dutville's yard, his pony abruptly veered to the left. When he looked down to his right, he thought he could discern something in the darkness. Diemschutz stepped down from his barrow, and after lighting a match, could see a woman lying on her side against the wall. Without even knowing if she was, quote, drunk or dead, Diemschutz rushed inside the club to check on his wife. When he found her safe and sound, he alerted the other members, and a small crowd soon gathered outside. They could now see that the woman's throat had been, quote, fearfully cut, and that, quote, a stream of blood was trickling down the yard. Eagle, Diemschutz, and a few others promptly dispersed to find a policeman. While a growing crowd of bystanders waited for
Radio back here
authorities to
for radio.
arrive, there was no sign of the perpetrator. But across the city, less than a kilometer to the west, an even more ghoulish discovery was about to be made.
Plasma here, plasma
At
over.
1:30 of the same morning, Constable Edward Watkins patrolled an open space known as Mitre Square.
My nose.
Watkins' beat would take him through the square about once every 13 minutes, and on this occasion,
Some more
it was
plasma coming
deserted.
back in this crate.
But in the time it took Watkins to complete another rotation, Mitre Square was turned into a crime scene.
I next came in at 1:44. I turned to the right. I saw the body of a woman lying there on her back. I saw her throat was cut and her bowels protruding. The stomach was ripped up. She was lying in a pool of blood.
Serpentine. Serpentine.
Dr. George Cicada and Dr. Frederick Brown soon converged upon the scene. They found terrible injuries inflicted upon the woman's face, throat, and abdomen. The intestines had been,
Watch
quote,
southeast,
Drawn out to a large extent
tanks.
and placed over the right
Tank
shoulder.
jets.
Among the many lacerations to the face, Dr. Brown noted that, quote,
the lobe and auricle of the right ear was cut obliquely through.
Based on their expert opinions, coupled
Guys,
with the
I need
testimony
pistol
of
ammo.
Watkins, the woman had died within minutes of her body being found.
Anyone got a rocket launcher?
Back in Burner Street, Dr. Frederick Blackwell and Dr. George Phillips had reached the same conclusion. The woman in Dutville's yard had died within minutes of her body being found. But unlike previous victims, she had only suffered injuries to the throat. There were no abdominal mutilations or anything else by which to connect the attack to the others. But the murder in Dutville's yard and the one in Mitre Square were separated by less than 1 kilometer and some 45 minutes.
On the left there.
This allowed for a chilling possibility. It was suspected then, as it continues to be today, that when Diemschutz came clattering through the gateway, he unwittingly interrupted the murder. The killer may even have become trapped inside Dutville's yard because the gate on Burner Street was the only point of entry.
Yes, the
Perhaps
one on the
they
right is
saw an
60,
opportunity to escape when
hatching.
Diemschutz then rushed inside the club. From there,
It's
it
the
would have
one with
taken
the
them
airship?
less than
That's the
15 minutes to reach Mitre Square. Plenty of time to hunt for another victim. But it must be emphasized that this is pure speculation. There is no evidence to suggest the two murders were even connected. The woman in Dutville's yard was identified as 44-year-old Elizabeth Stride. Stride was a Swedish immigrant who'd lived in London for over 2 decades. Following the death of her husband, she had made a living through prostitution. Her last known address was a common lodging house at 32 Flower and D Street. On the night of her death, Stride had been seen by quite an abundance of witnesses. First, she was seen in the company of a, quote,
respectably dressed man
around 11 o'clock. About a quarter to midnight, Stride was seen talking to a man who was, quote,
decently dressed
and had the appearance of a clerk. Then, only a few minutes before the murder, Stride was seen in the company of a man by Constable William Smith. The man was carrying a small parcel wrapped in newspaper and was of, quote, respectable appearance. It's unclear whether these descriptions are of the same person or if Stride accosted multiple clients as the night progressed. There were other witnesses, some less credible than others, but the one that really stood out from the rest was Israel Schwartz. About 1:45, Schwartz had been walking down Burner Street. As he came up on Dutville's yard, he witnessed a man throwing a woman to the ground in front of the entrance. The woman had, quote,
screamed 3 times, but not very loudly.
Schwartz would later identify this woman as Elizabeth Stride. Schwartz did not try to intervene, but opted instead to simply cross the street. That's when he spied a second man on the opposite side who was lighting a pipe. The man who attacked the woman then appeared to address the second man by shouting the name Lipsky. The pipe smoker then proceeded to follow Schwartz before eventually breaking away. When taken at face value, this story appears to suggest that the killer had an accomplice by the name of Lipsky. This was indeed the interpretation of some government officials. But Inspector Frederick Abeline, one of the lead investigators in the case, had a very different interpretation. You see, the name Lipsky had gained notoriety in 1887 when a Jewish man by the name of Israel Lipsky was convicted of murder. Owing to the publicity of that case, the surname Lipsky had become an anti-Semitic slur. Abeline therefore deduced that the man who shouted Lipsky was directing an insult at Schwartz, who was described as having a, quote,
strong Jewish appearance.
The man with the pipe, meanwhile, may have been an innocent passerby who became frightened along with Schwartz. Whether Abeline's interpretation is correct, it's doubtful we'll ever truly know. Nevertheless, Schwartz's account is compelling, as he conceivably witnessed the moment when Elizabeth Stride was attacked. Back in Mitre Square, a large crowd of spectators had assembled upon the scene, all driven by their morbid curiosity to get a glimpse of the body. The post-mortem revealed that the killer had extracted a few organs, including the womb and left kidney. According to Dr. Brown, this extraction required, quote,
a good deal of knowledge.
which he likened to that of a butcher. By contrast, Dr. Cicada did not find any signs of, quote,
great anatomical skill.
So they're gonna try to go.
The woman in Mitre Square was identified as 46-year-old Catherine Eddowes. Eddowes had at least 5 children, but after escaping her abusive husband, she had become estranged from her family. Her last known address was a common lodging house at 55 Flower and Dean Street. On the night of her death, Eddowes had been out drinking. She got so drunk that around 8:30, she was found lying on the sidewalk in Aldgate High Street, surrounded by a crowd. The commotion attracted a few officers, who then escorted Eddowes to a nearby police station. There, she remained locked in a cell until 1 o'clock in the morning. After being released from jail, Eddowes was likely spotted in the company of a man in the vicinity of Mitre Square. Only one of the 3 witnesses, Joseph Lavender, had paid close attention to the couple. The man had the appearance of a sailor and wore a, quote, reddish handkerchief around his neck. While Lavender did identify the woman as Catherine Eddowes, he never saw her face. Nevertheless, this sighting was only made some 10 minutes before Eddowes' body was discovered by Constable White. What's so incredibly tragic about the Eddowes case is how narrowly the killer escaped justice. First of all, the only private residence in Mitre Square was occupied by a policeman and his family. They had slept right next to an upper floor window overlooking the murder site. Second of all, a night watchman and retired policeman had been cleaning a warehouse within earshot of the murder site. He would routinely hear the footsteps of patrolling officers, yet heard nothing at the time of the murder. Finally, Constable James Harvey had glanced into Mitre Square at roughly 20 minutes to 2. That's right in between the sighting by Lavender and the body's discovery. Harvey should have had an unobstructed view of the murder site, yet he failed to notice anything suspicious. Was it too dark? Was the killer standing just a few meters away?
Falcon, how are you not promoted yet? What the fuck?
Did one or more witnesses get the time wrong? While the killer did ultimately escape, they did not do so without leaving a trace. Shortly before 3 o'clock, a blood-stained piece of cloth was found near the entrance to a building a few blocks to the northeast. It proved to be a ripped portion of the apron worn by Eddowes. The patch had evidently been torn off and then discarded by the killer upon their escape. Now, on the wall above this patch of apron, someone had written a message.
The Jews are the men that will not be blamed for nothing.
To this day, both the meaning and the author of this message remain in doubt. Was it written by the killer? Was it an attempt to cast suspicion upon or even away from the Jewish community? Was it completely unrelated to the murder? Similar questions would soon be raised by a few letters. Letters which had supposedly been written and posted by the killer. Three days before the murder of Elizabeth Stride and Catherine Eddowes, the Central News Agency of London received a letter.
Okay, so I got a hot one for you.
The author of which claimed responsibility for the recent murders and to be planning for the, quote, next job.
Oh, can you give your one?
Then, in the aftermath of the 2 killings, the same agency received a blood-smeared postcard. It contained details about the atrocities, which the author described as a, quote, double event.
Wait, here, I'll
On the off chance that the letters were genuine, the police decided to make them public. The hope was that someone would recognize the handwriting. Unfortunately, no one ever did. Instead, it merely served to advertise the name with which the letters had been signed. Opinions on the letter's authenticity were divided back then and continue to be today. Most notably, the Dear Boss letter had promised to, quote, clip the lady's ears off and send them to the police. The police never received such a package, and neither of the 2 victims had had their ears removed. But you may recall that the right earlobe of Edos had been, quote,
cut obliquely through.
Was this a botched attempt by the killer to
inside the
keep their
building.
promise? Or was it merely
There's a long
one of
rifle to the
numerous
west over here for me.
lacerations with no connection to the
Oh,
letter?
I see him second story.
Everybody
The
get
contents of
inside
the
the
letters
building.
notwithstanding, modern linguistic analysis does suggest that they were penned by the same hand. So, hoaxes or not, the authors were likely one and the same.
Thanks.
However, the handwriting bore, quote,
no resemblance at all
to the message written above the torn patch of apron. Now, the publication of the letters inspired an onslaught of copycats. Agencies all over London were soon inundated with correspondence imitating the other two. But at least one of them might have been genuine, not because of the contents of the letter, but rather the contents of a box with which it was delivered. On October the 16th, a man named George Lusk received a small package in the post. Lusk was the chairman of the Whitechapel Vigilance Committee, a small group of local tradesmen who sought to identify the killer. The package consisted of a letter and a cardboard box containing half a kidney. The doctors who examined the kidney all agreed that it was human, but whether it was the same left kidney removed from the body of Edos could not be determined. It could, for instance, have been an elaborate hoax by a medical student or someone with access to human organs. The author of the accompanying letter, meanwhile, insisted that the kidney did belong to the victim and that they had fried and eaten the other half. A popular theory at the time, and one that still is today, was that some of the letters had been fabricated by the press. According to Chief Inspector John Littlechild, the letters were, quote,
a smart piece of journalistic work.
Assistant Commissioner Robert Anderson dismissed the letters as, quote,
the creation of an enterprising London journalist.
Meanwhile, Chief Constable Melville McNaughton thought he could discern the, quote,
stained forefinger of the journalist.
There are a few candidates for who this journalist might have been, but there is no solid evidence against any one of them. Whether it was a hoax by an enterprising journalist or the genuine prose of the Ripper, the letters did nonetheless receive widespread attention. They commanded space in virtually every
Holy shit, that guy just rushed
and
into
dominated much of the public discourse throughout October. A month which passed without a single atrocity bearing the signature marks of Jack the Ripper. Perhaps it was finally over.
It is pretty certain that the master has become frightened and has suspended his horrible work for the present, if not for good.
On the morning of November the 9th, a merchant and property owner named John McCarthy was going through his bookkeeping. McCarthy was the landlord of Miller's Court, and the tenants of room 13 had fallen behind on their rent. McCarthy sent at once for his assistant, Thomas Boyer, to collect the money at 11:15.
That was a good one.
After knocking twice without response, Boyer went around the corner to peer through a window. But his view was obstructed by a coat or curtain, so Boyer had to reach through a broken window pane to pull it aside. That's when he saw the severely mutilated body of a woman lying upon a bed in the corner of the room.
150.
Miller's Court was soon crawling with police, but the door to room 13 was locked and had to be forced open with a pickaxe. What they found inside was truly the stuff of nightmares.
The sight we saw, I cannot drive away from my mind. It looked more like the work of a devil than of a man. The whole scene is more than I can describe. I hope I may never see such a sight again.
Dr. George Phillips described the body as, quote,
cut all to pieces.
Dr. Thomas Bond described the woman's face as, quote,
hacked beyond recognition.
The abdomen had been, quote,
emptied of its viscera,
while the throat had been, quote,
severed all round, down to the bone.
The body had been monstrously disfigured, with loose organs dispersed all around it. The room itself was sparsely furnished and offered little in the way of clues. 2 tables, 1 or 2 chairs, and a small cabinet. Amongst the ashes of a fireplace, the police found patches of burned clothing. Had the killer tried to dispose of evidence, or had it merely been used for warmth and light? The victim was identified almost immediately. Her name was Mary Jane Kelly, and she was the tenant of 13 Miller's Court. But nearly everything about Kelly's life is shrouded in mystery. She was presumably of Welsh or Irish descent and in her mid-20s, making her the youngest victim by far. But given that no matching records of a Mary Jane Kelly have been found, it's probable that she was using a fake identity. In any case, Kelly had not been living alone. Up until a few days before the murder, she had cohabited with a man named Joseph Barnett.
Hey guys, behind.
They had only separated on October the 30th because Barnett disapproved of Kelly's prostitution and the people with whom she associated. But they did see each other again. On the evening of November the 8th, Barnett paid Kelly a visit. Upon his arrival, he found Kelly in the company of a woman who was just about to leave. Unfortunately, there are conflicting accounts about who this woman was, when Barnett arrived, and how long he stayed. If we choose to believe Barnett, he arrived at some point between 7 and a quarter to 8 and left before 9 o'clock. Shortly before midnight, Kelly was spotted in the company of a man by her neighbor, Mary Ann Cox. When Cox passed the couple, they were about to enter Kelly's room. Cox bid Kelly goodnight, but she was, quote, very much intoxicated and barely able to respond. Once they had gone inside, Cox could hear Kelly singing. When Cox then left the court about an hour later, Kelly could still be heard singing. By 2 o'clock, Kelly had apparently ventured back outside, where she was spotted by a man named George Hutchinson. The two of them were supposedly well acquainted, and Kelly had asked if he could spare a few coins. But Hutchinson was broke, and Kelly was desperate for money, so they soon parted ways. Moments later, Hutchinson observed Kelly being accosted by a well-dressed man. The two of them had a seemingly jovial interaction and began walking north. Hutchinson found it suspicious that such a well-dressed man would seek the company of a woman like Kelly. As such, when the couple passed him by, he scrutinized the man's appearance. He was, for instance, carrying a pair of gloves in his right hand and a small parcel in his left. Hutchinson decided to shadow the couple as they proceeded to Miller's Court. Before they vanished up the court, the man handed Kelly a red handkerchief, and she had supposedly told him, "All right, my dear, come along. You will be comfortable."
Wounded.
Hutchinson remained in the vicinity until 3 o'clock, but neither Kelly nor the man reappeared.
Thank you, medic.
At roughly the same time, Cox returned home. In stark contrast to the loud singing upon her last departure, Cox was now struck by the complete absence of sound and light from Kelly's room. Finally, at approximately 4 o'clock, a tenant above and a woman across from Kelly's room heard cries of murder. The voice was that of a woman, and it appeared to emanate from nearby. Meanwhile, other denizens of the court heard no screams at all.
Can you move, please?
According to Dr. Bond, Kelly died between 1 and 2 o'clock in the morning. Dr. Phillips placed the time of death a few hours later.
Thank you.
But some witnesses were quite adamant that they had seen or even spoken to Kelly as late as 8 or 10 o'clock in the morning. Keep in mind that her body was discovered at a quarter to 11. These contradictions are difficult to reconcile, and the precise time of death eludes us to this day. Mary Jane Kelly is typically regarded as the Ripper's final victim. Along with Mary Ann Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, and Catherine Eddowes, she is part of the canonical 5, the 5 victims most likely to have been slain by the same hand. Martha Tabram might have been a victim of Jack the Ripper, but opinions are divided. The same is true of at least a handful of other cases. Even the canonical 5 are not without controversy, so the total number of victims is a matter of debate. Presuming that Kelly was indeed the final victim, one has to wonder why. Why did the murders come to such a sudden end? Did a Ripper give in to fears of being caught? Were they imprisoned for a different crime? Perhaps they succumbed to an illness or committed suicide. Could they have migrated to another country? Perhaps they deliberately changed their modus operandi to confuse the police. The possibilities are virtually endless, which means there is no shortage of suspects. Following the murder of Marianne Nichols, a rumor began to circulate that someone called Leather Apron was in the habit of abusing prostitutes. The name quickly made its way into the press, and soon enough it became synonymous with a killer. In fact, Leather Apron was the predominant pseudonym before Jack the Ripper. But the man identified as Leather Apron was soon cleared of all suspicion. His real name was John Picer, and he was in a different part of London on the night when Nichols was attacked. This misguided manhunt is somewhat emblematic of the whole investigation. The police pursued even the most tenuous of leads due to a lack of evidence and mounting pressure from the public. They interviewed thousands, investigated hundreds, and developed numerous theories along the way. In the words of Inspector Frederick Abeline,
"Theories. We were lost almost in theories. There were so many of them."
In an effort to narrow down the search, the police used a primitive form of criminal profiling. The idea was to analyze the available evidence to try and gauge what sort of person had committed the crimes. This profile was prepared by Dr. Thomas Bond, and he described the Ripper as a strong, middle-aged man with an inoffensive appearance who dressed respectably. Bond's most controversial assessment was that the killer possessed, quote,
"no scientific nor anatomical knowledge."
This stood in direct opposition to the opinions of his peers, most of whom ascribed the Ripper with at least a basic understanding of anatomy. Based on the witness accounts, the Ripper was a man of average height with a medium to stout build
There's a
in
guy
his
right
late
there on the other
20s
side.
to mid-30s. He wore dark clothes, including a hat of some sort, and had a mustache. But this sort of aggregation or tabulation of accounts can be quite deceptive. Not only are many details inconsistent, but they could be describing entirely different people. For all we know, none of the witnesses ever laid eyes on Jack the Ripper. So much is up for debate that one can build a case against almost anything. Some have even entertained the possibility that the Ripper was a woman or possibly a man disguised as a woman. While Jill or Jackie the Ripper is an interesting theory, it has failed to achieve any widespread support. What is rarely in dispute is that the Ripper was either a resident of or otherwise familiar with the East End. After all, he managed to narrowly evade capture on multiple occasions, which implies intimate knowledge of byways and patrol routes. He likely had some form of employment, as the murders were committed around weekends and public holidays, and he may have had some degree of anatomical knowledge. With this unshakable profile in hand, let's take a closer look at a few suspects. The question is, where do we even begin? According to criminal profiler and FBI Special Agent John Douglas, the Ripper was not only a local, but was likely interviewed by the police. If Douglas is correct, the Ripper might be someone we've already met, either a witness or a person close to one of the victims. What about John Richardson, the witness in the Chapman case who sat down on the backyard steps to trim a piece of leather from his boot? Richardson was indeed suspected by the police, but they found, quote,
"not a shred of evidence"
against him. His mother also lived on the premises, so he had good reason to be there. What about George Hutchinson, the witness who followed Mary Jane Kelly after she was accosted by a well-dressed client? Hutchinson never clarified his motivation for shadowing the couple. He merely stated that he was surprised to see a man so well dressed in the company of a woman like Kelly. Was he surprised because he was concerned? Was he jealous? Was it about money? After all, Hutchinson was broke and the client appeared to be wealthy. Perhaps he waited outside the court with the intention of mugging this well-dressed client. There are many question marks surrounding Hutchinson. He has never been positively identified, so next to nothing is known about his life. This makes it very difficult to build a strong case against him. Hutchinson was interrogated by the police, but ultimately convinced Inspector Frederick Abeline that he was telling the truth. But not every witness attracted such attention from the police. Take for instance Charles Cross, the man who discovered the body of Marianne Nichols. On the morning of August the 31st, Charles Cross left his home on Doveton Street and headed for work. When he turned into Bucks Row, he happened upon the body of Marianne Nichols. Moments later, he was joined by Robert Paul, and events transpired as previously described. Despite his proximity to the crime, Cross appears to have escaped suspicion from both the press and the police. He was evidently seen as the innocent passerby that he appeared to be. But in recent years, that perception has been challenged. The argument is that Cross was in the act of committing the murder when he was interrupted by the approaching footsteps of Paul. Cross then concealed the murder weapon and portrayed himself as someone who just found the body. The injuries inflicted upon Nichols would be consistent with an interruption, as they were less severe than those of later victims. What's interesting about Cross is that he likely testified under a false name. He claimed to be employed as a carman, and his address was given as 22 Doveton Street. But surviving records show that in 1888, this address was occupied by a man named Charles Lechmere. Lechmere was also employed as a carman, and on at least one occasion went by the name Charles Cross, as it was the surname of his stepfather. It is now widely believed that Charles Lechmere was the man who appeared at the inquest, and that he assumed the name of his stepfather when he testified. His motivation for doing so has been the source of much speculation. Was he trying to conceal his identity, or was it merely a force of habit? After all, contemporary examples of people doing the exact same thing are not difficult to find. The most compelling evidence against Lechmere is that his morning commute between home and work roughly coincides with the time and place of the murders. Except for the murders of Elizabeth Stride and Catherine Eddowes, who were killed on a Sunday, the only day when Lechmere would have been free from work. Not only that, but all the murders were committed around weekends and public holidays. Why would a man who supposedly timed the murders with his morning commute gravitate towards days of rest? In any case, Lechmere's mother lived a few blocks south of Burner Street, the neighborhoods around which is also where Lechmere spent his childhood. As such, it's speculated that Stride and Eddowes were killed after Lechmere paid a late-night visit to his mother. While he claimed to be employed at a delivery firm known as Pickford's, there are no surviving records of his employment. If he did work for Pickford's, there is a fair chance that he delivered meat and would thus have been exposed to slaughter and blood on a daily basis. Lechmere remained in East London until his death in 1920 at the age of 71. While there is no evidence of Lechmere ever being suspected by the police, it is difficult to believe that he was completely overlooked. Many case files have not survived, so any doubts investigators might have had could have long since disappeared. Now, a witness who definitely attracted attention was Joseph Barnett. Joseph Barnett was the man who lived with Mary Jane Kelly up until a few days before the murder. He and Kelly had supposedly met around April of 1887, and they eventually moved to 13 Miller's Court. Barnett was employed as a fish porter, but for reasons unknown, he lost his job between July and August of 1888. From that point onwards, the couple struggled to pay rent, and Kelly resorted back to prostitution. Now, those who believe that Barnett was the Ripper view his loss of employment as a turning point. The argument is that Barnett was so overcome with guilt and anguish for driving Kelly back to prostitution that he went on a murder spree, murdering one local prostitute after another in a desperate attempt to frighten Kelly off the streets. While most of this is pure speculation, it is true that Barnett disapproved of Kelly's prostitution. You may recall that Barnett separated from Kelly on October the 30th because he disliked the prostitutes with whom she associated.
Kelly never went on the streets when she lived with me. She would never have gone wrong again, and I should never have left if it had not been for the prostitutes stopping by the house.
This might further explain why Kelly was the Ripper's final and most viciously mutilated victim, the implication being that Barnett felt rejected by Kelly and wanted revenge for the breakup. According to Barnett, he did pay Kelly a visit on the evening of November the 8th, but they had parted on quote,
friendly terms.
He then supposedly went home, played a card game until 12:30 before going to bed. Now, Kelly is presumed to have died in the early hours of November the 9th, so Barnett could have returned to Miller's Court sometime after midnight. While the police did subject him to 4 hours of interrogation, Barnett was ultimately released without charge. Then there's the matter of the locked door. When the police arrived at Miller's Court, they had to force the door open with a pickaxe. This raised an important question. How did the killer lock the door behind him? According to Barnett, the key to room 13 had been missing for some time. Because of this, he and Kelly would, quote,
open the door by reaching through the broken window.
The door was said to be equipped with a, quote,
catch lock,
and evidently locked itself upon being closed. If that's true, mystery solved. But even if the door was not self-locking, there's still an obvious solution. All the killer would have had to do is observe Kelly using the window trick and then employ that same technique to fasten the door upon leaving. But those who favor Barnett as the Ripper offer yet another solution. The key never went missing. Instead, Barnett is said to have stolen the key and then used it on the night of the murder. These solutions are all equally valid, and it's impossible to know which one is correct. There is a slight variation of this theory which states that Barnett did murder Kelly, but was not the Ripper. Instead, he merely emulated the Ripper to deflect attention away from himself. Once again, this is pure speculation, but the murder of Kelly did somewhat differ from the rest in that it was committed indoors. Barnett remained in the East End until his death in 1926 at the age of 68. While it's only natural for suspicion to fall upon witnesses and acquaintances, Victorian detectives did pursue other lines of inquiry. One prominent theory was that the Ripper suffered from insanity, and a prime suspect in that category is
Yeah.
Friendly in the trenches.
The Whitechapel murders investigation was overseen by numerous high-ranking officers within the Metropolitan Police. One of them was Assistant Commissioner Robert Anderson. Upon his retirement, Anderson repeatedly and unequivocally stated that Jack the Ripper had been identified.
There was no doubt whatever as to the identity of the criminal.
Without disclosing the name of the suspect, Anderson described him as a, quote,
low-class Polish Jew
who was, quote,
safely caged in an asylum.
He'd been identified by a witness who was described as, quote,
the only person who ever had a good view of the murderer.
This unnamed witness had supposedly refused to testify because the suspect was, quote,
a fellow Jew. I am almost tempted to disclose the identity of the murderer, but no public benefit would result from such a course.
While Anderson never revealed the name of the suspect, his colleagues were a bit more forthcoming. Chief Inspector Donald Swanson revealed that his surname was Kosminski. Yet another high-ranking officer, Melville McNaughton, described Kosminski as a homicidal and misogynistic resident of Whitechapel. Surviving records show that an Aaron Kosminski was admitted to a psychiatric hospital in 1891. Aaron was indeed from Poland, he was Jewish, and had lived in Whitechapel. He suffered from auditory hallucinations and a paranoid fear of being fed by others. He was trained as a barber, but had, quote,
not attempted any kind of work for years.
It's unclear when his mental health began to decline, but upon being institutionalized, Aaron was deemed to be harmless. He was, quote, quiet and well-behaved, and, quote, apathetic as a rule. Only on rare occasions would he get, quote, excited and violent. However, before his confinement, Aaron had once threatened his sister with a knife. The case against him largely hinges upon the claims made by Anderson, Swanson, and McNaughton, especially the claim that an unnamed witness identified a suspect named Kosminski. But the descriptions of that suspect are not entirely consistent with Aaron Kosminski. For instance, McNaughton stated that the suspect had been, quote, removed to a lunatic asylum about March 1889. Aaron was first confined in 1891. Swanson wrote that the suspect had been, quote, sent to the asylum and died shortly afterwards. Aaron was still alive at the time and spent nearly 3 decades in psychiatric care. As such, it is possible that the suspect Kosminski was someone other than Aaron Kosminski. It's also possible that these inconsistencies were mere lapses in memory. After all, these events were recounted years or even decades after the fact, and McNaughton even confessed to writing solely from memory. Regardless of the suspect's true identity, Anderson was the only one who seemed convinced of his guilt. McNaughton ultimately favored a different suspect and stated that, quote, many homicidal maniacs were suspected, but no shadow of proof could be thrown on any one. Inspector Edmund Reed was of the same opinion. Now we have Sir Robert Anderson saying that Jack the Ripper was a Jew. That I challenge him to prove. I challenge anyone to prove that there was a tittle of evidence against man, woman, or child. So when Anderson wrote that there was, quote, no doubt whatever as to the identity of the criminal, he merely expressed his personal opinion. There was in fact ample doubt and no consensus amongst the police. But in recent years, Aaron Kosminski has been resurrected as a prime suspect due to a controversial DNA analysis. Okay, so back in 1888, Acting Sergeant Amos Simpson is said to have stolen a blood-stained shawl from the crime scene of Catherine Eddowes. This shawl was then passed down from one generation to the next before being submitted for DNA testing in 2011. DNA samples were extracted from the shawl and then compared against maternal descendants of Eddowes and Kosminski. In both cases, it was a match. If the subsequent news coverage is to be believed, the mystery has now been, quote, definitively solved. Aaron Kosminski was Jack the Ripper. But as you can imagine, it's never quite that simple. First of all, the provenance or chain of custody of the shawl is severely lacking. There is no evidence of a shawl being found at the crime scene, nor is there any evidence of Simpson ever being at the crime scene. Furthermore, a destitute woman like Eddowes is unlikely to have owned such an expensive item. Second of all, the type of DNA used to identify Eddowes and Kosminski was mitochondrial DNA, the powerhouse of the cell. This type of DNA is passed down through the female line and is not unique to any one individual. Thousands can share the same mitochondrial DNA, which means it can't be used to pinpoint a specific person. In the words of a geneticist, based on mitochondrial DNA, one can only exclude a suspect. So to say that the mystery has been definitively solved is widely inaccurate. There's still plenty of room for doubt. So, to recap, a suspect named Kosminski was identified by an unknown witness. This was enough to convince at least one senior officer of his guilt. That suspect may have been Aaron Kosminski, a man who was largely non-violent but once threatened his sister with a knife. Aaron can neither be incriminated nor eliminated by the DNA evidence.
Getting flanked!
He spent the rest of his life in psychiatric care and died in 1919 at the age of 53. Kosminski was not the only suspect advanced by a high-ranking officer. A completely different suspect who still falls into the same category is Francis Tumblety. Two days before the murder of Mary Jane Kelly, an American physician named Francis Tumblety was arrested in London. As you can probably tell from this photograph, Tumblety was quite an eccentric character. He was born in Ireland around 1833, but was raised in the United States. From an early age, Tumblety gained a reputation for being a medicaster or quack doctor. He engaged in all sorts of medically dubious practices and advertised himself as the Indian herb doctor. He promised to cure anything from dyspepsia and scurvy to cancer and blindness using nothing but medicinal herbs. When he was not posing as a doctor, Tumblety was busy running from the law. He was either accused or convicted for crimes like theft and assault, attempt to induce a miscarriage, and manslaughter of a patient. He was even implicated in the assassination of US President Abraham Lincoln, but was ultimately cleared of suspicion. Now, in the early 1860s, Tumblety is alleged to have hosted a lavish dinner party in Washington. Only men were invited to this dinner, and Tumblety had supposedly expressed fierce hatred of women. Furthermore, he showcased a cabinet in his office in which he stored a vast collection of jars filled with anatomical specimens, some of which were said to contain the wombs of, quote, every class of woman. In 1869, Tumblety ventured across the Atlantic and visited England for the first time. By his own admission, he roamed the streets of London until he became familiar with every part of it. He advertised himself as the Great American Doctor and had a few skirmishes with the police. After a few more voyages between the old world and the new, Tumblety found himself in London in the autumn of 1888. The purpose of his visit and whereabouts at the time of the murders are completely unknown. Tumblety never stayed in one place for long and made frequent use of false names. There is a story of a mysterious lodger leaving behind a blood-stained shirt near the murder site of Elizabeth Stride. This supposedly happened on the night of the murder, and some believe that this lodger was Francis Tumblety. But there is no firm evidence of that, and the entire incident is fraught with uncertainty.
Bad boy!
What we do know is that Tumblety was arrested in London on November 7th. According to the press, as well as Tumblety himself, he was arrested on suspicion of being Jack the Ripper. 2 days later, Mary Jane Kelly was found brutally murdered, and it's unclear whether Tumblety was still in custody or had already been released on bail. Nevertheless, he was ultimately charged with 4 counts of gross indecency, which had nothing to do with the murders. But Tumblety had no intention of standing trial. Instead, he made his way across the English Channel, boarded a steamship under a false name, and fled back to America. He was pursued by detectives and kept under surveillance, but his offenses were, quote, not extraditable. As such, Tumblety remained in the United States and never returned to England. So to recap, Francis Tumblety was a misogynistic medicaster who was in London at the time of the murders. He even showcased a collection of wounds, and the Ripper did indeed extract the wound from 2 of his victims. I mean, he sounds like the perfect suspect. Perhaps a bit too perfect. There is no doubt that Tumblety was in London in 1888, but the claim that he was a misogynistic collector of human body parts is extremely dubious. It can be traced back to a single article from December of 1888, featuring an interview with a man named Charles Dunham. Dunham had a long history of spreading misinformation and has been described as a pathological liar, a forger, and a conman. He was even convicted of perjury. As such, there is every reason to believe that this story is a complete fabrication. Furthermore, Tumblety was both older and taller than the men described by most witnesses. Tumblety was said to be, quote, an enormous man who liked to dress in flamboyant and militaristic outfits. It's difficult to imagine a tall, pompous American sneaking around the streets of Whitechapel virtually undetected. On the other hand, it's unclear which, if any, of the witness accounts can be trusted. Then there's the matter of the rings. You may recall that 2 brass rings were stolen from the body of Annie Chapman.
Come on,
It's suspected that the rings were taken by the Ripper to be kept as trophies.
Just because you boys
now,
are lovely,
upon his death
we're
in
gonna drift it
1903,
in, alright?
Tumblety left behind a quite
I did a
impressive
good drift
estate.
just before.
But among his
So
many
we're gonna go
valuable
to high speed
possessions
and we're gonna
were a pair
drift
of
and you can
inexpensive
fucking- you can go
imitation
rockin',
rings.
alright?
Could they have been the same rings taken from the body
Are you
of
ready
Chapman?
for this? Watch.
It's possible. It's also impossible
Oh yeah.
to prove.
There you go, boys. Go.
See you later.
Chief Inspector John Littlechild regarded Tumblety as a quote, very likely suspect. And it's not difficult to see why. If the many rumors about him are to be believed, Tumblety had both opportunity and motive to commit the murders. But therein lies the problem. Much of what we know about Tumblety is founded upon unsubstantiated rumors. Tumblety himself was an attention-seeking charlatan with no qualms about lies and deception. With a suspect like that, one can never be certain where the lies end and the truth begins.
Cover the 250, boys.
You're bleeding out. Come on, get over here.
To theorize about the identity of Jack the Ripper is to navigate a minefield of hearsay, sophistry, and contradictions. Entire encyclopedias have been dedicated to the compilation of suspects, and with every passing year, they seem to grow ever more expansive. Even though there are hundreds of potential suspects, only a dozen or so are worth more than a brief consideration. Some of the more sensational contenders include famous authors and artists, as well as high-ranking officers and members of the royal family. But these grand conspiracies and elaborate deceptions seem hopelessly contrived against the sheer simplicity of a suspect like Charles Lechmere, an unassuming delivery man on his way to work. Personally, I remain unconvinced that Jack the Ripper has even been identified as a suspect. The few covered in this video are probable candidates, but it's still possible to make persuasive arguments against them. The same is true of all those left out by necessity. None of them can offer anything more than ambiguity and circumstance. With a suspect pool in the hundreds, that might seem improbable. But London was the largest city in the world, home to the largest port in the world. It was a city of millions, with a large population of poorly documented drifters. It's not difficult to imagine one lowly sailor, butcher, medic, soldier, barber, merchant, porter, blending into the slums of Whitechapel like a grain of sand.
Follow what they're putting up.
Jack over here.
Work, keep pushing. Kill that guy on his fucking bike.
Then fell.
Medic.
Go get Hannah too, cause he's fucked up.
Fuck, sorry man, I can arrest you.
Thank you, Alec.
That's right.
Need some bandages.
Infantry. Banda, hold on, wait. Let the tanks clear it. Hey, Cornet.
Conclusion that Oswald acted alone. The arguments for and against conspiracy take many shapes and forms. Far too many, in fact, to do them all justice in a single video. Instead, in this video, I want to zoom in and focus on a very narrow side in this case. Specifically, the events surrounding the Texas school book deposit.
There's a bunch in here.
What exactly happened inside this building, from where the shots that killed the president
Yes, mother.
are being
I would not stray away from the poop anymore.
It's struck.
In September of 1963, a young man named Wesley Frazier
I need
received a call
BMED,
from
sorry.
an employment agency. There was a potential job opening at the Texas School Book Depository. On September
Don't
13th,
put the
Frazier
40 in the truck.
flew from Irving, Texas,
Straight from
down to
2030 mil
Central
now.
Dallas.
Acid. You can also pull this truck.
He met with Roy Truly, the superintendent of the building, and was hired on the spot.
Yo, Denzel.
In Irving,
Oh yeah, baby.
Hello, my friend.
a few houses down the street, lived a woman named Ruth Payne.
Acid.
Anyone need a gunner? Does
On
anyone
October
need a
14th,
gunner? I have
both
it.
Randall and Payne had a cup of coffee at the house of a neighbor. Payne brought along
It's
a friend
to
and
get
Russian
the
immigrant
armor.
named Marina
Okay.
Oswald, the wife.
So we're gonna resupply, get armor.
Marina
and,
could barely speak English and had been staying with Payne for a few weeks, partly due to her husband's unemployment.
The subject of Lee looking for work and that he hadn't found work for a week came up while we were having coffee. And Mrs. Randall mentioned that her younger brother, Wesley Frazier, thought they needed another person at the Texas School Book Depository where Wesley worked.
Payne and Marina returned home, spoke with Roy Truly over the phone, and secured a job interview on behalf of Lee Oswald. The following morning, he went down to the book depository and began his first day of work on October the 16th. So, an acquaintance with whom Oswald's wife was currently staying had a casual conversation with a neighbor. That neighbor happened to have a brother who recently got employed at the book depository. This prompted his wife to ask the acquaintance to call the superintendent of the building to inquire about any vacancies.
I told Mrs. Payne that to send Oswald down, and I would talk to him, that I didn't have anything in mind for him of a permanent nature.
Armored
but
car.
he was
If you
suited,
don't
we
fucking
could possibly
move
use
right
him
now,
for a
I'm a
brief time.
crank
AC,
that.
we love you, but come on now.
Yeah, I
It
get
was
that,
the
but
end of
like
our
I was,
fall rush.
I
If it
I
hadn't
was surprised by how
existed a week
sensitive
or
this
2
thing
weeks
is.
longer, or if we had not been using some of our regular
Hey,
boys
kill the
put down
MGs,
this
allow
plywood
the infantry
floor,
to flank.
we would not have
Easier.
had any need for Lee Oswald at that time, which is a tragic thing for me to think about.
It gets even more tragic because Oswald was not the only one plucking for a job.
I might have sent Oswald to work in a warehouse 2 blocks away. Oswald and another fellow reported for work on the same day, and I needed one of them for the depository building. I picked Oswald.
This is
Oh, we're doing boys.
the way around.
Just go forward, man. Don't stay in the backs.
You didn't. Okay.
Got you.
What Denzel do? What's up, man?
An enemy vehicle.
Gonna take the machine gun.
Guys, there's one guy to our right. Just be
Hey,
careful.
Lucas, so much hard. Lucas, so much hard. That G house in front of you, kill it. The G house in front of you, kill it. Lucas. Lucas. G house in front of you, kill it. The one with the bars on the window. The one with the bars on the window. The building. Lucas, the building. Kill the building. Stop, hey, stop aiming at the infantry, Lucas. Stop aiming at the infantry. Shoot that building.
Put me
See
in,
that building I'm
Chief.
shooting at?
Put me in, Chief. I can speak English.
That building. Shoot it.
He said, "Could I run home with you this afternoon?" And I said,
Yes.
"You can go home with me anytime you want to. Like I say, anytime you want to go see your wife." Lee had never gone home in the middle of the week before, so I asked him why. He stated that he was going home to get some curtain rods for his apartment. I asked if he was going home on.
It is Friday.
Sounds like a bunch of angry bongos.
Yokkaichi is a small city, located in Mie Prefecture, just a stone's throw away from Nagoya.
We're gonna go engage the safe
On
house.
February 17, 2004, one of its residents, an unnamed 68-year-old man, whom we'll call Oji-san, was shopping in the city's Jusko.
Should the safe house be cancelled?
Jusko, or as they're now known, Aeon, are a chain of department stores popular throughout Japan. Places where you can buy anything from fruit and veg, to mattresses, to 15 minutes in a massage chair. They're large, accessible, and almost always very busy. For their shoppers' convenience, all of their department stores have an ATM corner. Oji-san had just spent the last of his money on groceries, and, with both of his hands clutching heavy shopping bags, he slowly approached the cash machines. Preoccupied with his shopping, he failed to notice the woman lingering around the ATMs. She blended in with the rest of the shoppers, with her hood up and an incoat strapped to her chest. She'd been standing there for the past 5 minutes,
I got one.
but in all that time hadn't taken out any money. Oji-san withdrew his yen and began heading towards the store's main exit. But just as he was about to leave, the woman quickly approached him and intentionally bumped into his shoulder. Feigning surprise, as if the whole thing had been an accident, she gently began running her hands over his pockets.
There's guys from the...
Oji-san quickly realized that she was trying to steal the money he had just
I will
withdrawn.
cover you guys from the south.
He may have been 68, but his hands moved quickly, and he grabbed his wallet at the exact same time she did.
in and put a fucking alligator
They grappled
charge
for a
in!
moment, the woman desperately trying to pry the wallet
A
from
silver
Oji-san's
tried to
grasp.
shoot inside.
Realizing she wouldn't be able to overpower him, she instead grabbed onto his arm and collar, and began screaming, "Dorobo!" meaning thief. Without hesitation, 3 nearby shoppers ran over. They saw how distressed the woman appeared, and the infant she had with her, and immediately assumed that the old man must be attacking her. They pinned Oji-san to the ground, restrained him, and tried to pry the wallet from his grip to give to the woman. But Oji-san refused to be robbed, and he held onto his wallet with such vigor that several of the bank cards inside it snapped. He pleaded with the shoppers holding him down, telling them that he was innocent, that she was the one trying to rob him. But the shoppers wouldn't listen. Instead, they called the authorities. 2 young, inexperienced officers just so happened to be nearby, and were the first ones to respond. Seeing just how frantic Oji-san was, they immediately put him in handcuffs and forced him to stay on the floor. They handled the situation so aggressively that they even broke a lens in his glasses. For the next 20 minutes, Oji-san was
Guys,
held down
infantry
with
calling
one
on
of
the
the
right
officers
side.
kneeling on top of him. The 68-year-old began groaning, throwing up, and even lost consciousness. The stress and brutality of the situation had spiked his blood pressure. Still, the officers refused to take off his handcuffs or call for medical assistance. Eventually, more experienced officers arrived and saw just how poorly these rookies were handling things. They asked where the supposed victim was, the woman, but the rookies had no clue. By that point, she was already long gone, having slipped away into the crowd without anyone noticing. Realizing Oji-san was in a bad way, these new officers took off his handcuffs and called for an ambulance. But the damage had already been done. Oji-san had gone into cardiac arrest. He died the following day. The police filed charges against him the day after he passed, despite there being no evidence he had committed a crime, and without even knowing who or where the woman was.
We gotta push up and engage.
Thankfully, there were some diligent officers who didn't like the way the case was being handled and took it upon themselves to investigate. After examining Jusko's CCTV footage, they quickly determined that Oji-san had been telling the truth. The unknown woman had indeed tried to steal his cars. He was completely innocent. And yet, he was dead. And this woman had escaped justice. The hunt for her began. But despite having touched Oji-san's wallet and bank cards, she hadn't actually left behind any fingerprints. So detectives were forced to track her down by other means. Due to strict privacy laws in Japan, the authorities have never released the CCTV footage of this incident to the public. The laws there surrounding privacy are so strict, in fact, that even stills from such footage are rarely ever distributed. In this case, however, they made an exception. Forensic artists took 2 still images of the woman captured on the surveillance cameras and enhanced them to give a clearer picture of what she looked like. In 2005, 1 year after the incident had taken place, they released them to the public. People immediately noted the strong, uncanny valley quality of this picture in particular, and soon, internet users began referring to the woman as the Jusko zombie.
Watch out, grenades! Watch out!
Completely inhuman. Dead. Synthetic even. As if it were made from plastic. According to eyewitnesses at the scene,
Brother, I need bandages,
the woman definitely wasn't wearing a mask.
Medic.
They were able
I
to
need
give
bandages,
a
guys. I don't
detailed
have
description
bandages.
of her to the authorities.
Shit.
She was between 25 and 30 years old, and was dressed in dark clothing. She was short, at around 5'2", had shoulder-length, brown hair, and, judging from her appearance and accent, was a Japanese native. They described her facial features as being very unusual. That much everyone agreed with. Much like the woman's face, the infant strapped to her was also real, and wasn't a realistic-looking doll, as some internet users suggested. Investigators theorized that the woman must have been local to the area, since she wasn't caught on any other cameras leaving the scene, and likely knew the best escape routes. Since these images were released 1 year after the incident had taken place, they didn't result in any new leads. To this day, nobody knows who this woman is, or whether she struck again. And since the statute of limitations has already passed in this case, nobody's actively looking for her. It wasn't until March 2011 that the authorities officially acknowledged Oji-san's innocence, meaning that for 7 long years, his reputation was left tarnished. In the end, Oji-san's family took the police to court. They denied being responsible for Oji-san's demise, and claimed to have handled the case professionally and competently. In May 2011, the police paid Oji-san's family an insulting $125 in compensation. Thankfully, the Nagoya High Court stepped in and ordered them to pay $350,000 instead. A definite improvement, though obviously no amount of money could bring their loved one back. Unfortunately, though these types of incidents are rare in Japan, they're far from unheard of. I've even seen something like this happen firsthand in Kobe. A woman was grappling with a man over a backpack, screaming that he was trying to steal it from her, and saying that he was hurting her. We kept a hand on the bag and called the police, and in the end, it turned out that the bag actually belonged to the man. The poor guy just kept stammering, "Why is this happening to me?"
Get on.
Luckily, he didn't suffer the consequences of her actions. Unlike poor old Oji-san.
no B-mats anyway.
Dead bodies. Tank bodies. Tank bodies.
There's something particularly chilling about unexpected
push them,
and
yeah,
unexplained
B-nets.
TV broadcasts, especially those from the pre-internet era. A time before 24/7 broadcasting, and a period many of us associate with our childhoods, with Saturday morning cartoons and carefree weekends in front of the tube. For a Selena Delgado or a Max Headroom to suddenly intrude that space and appear in our very living rooms, that would feel like a personal attack on the most fragile part of our psyche. The fact that both Selena and Max are being discussed today, decades after they aired, just goes to show how much a mysterious broadcast can stay lodged in our minds, even if we weren't there to witness them ourselves.
One more coming up.
Just like the Selena Delgado mystery, today's first entry revolves around a missing persons alert.
How many?
And
how
just
many
like the
shots
Max
do we have?
Headroom interview,
One shot.
it comes from the unofficial home of creepy and enigmatic broadcasting. Chicago. January 14th, 1989 was business as usual at Chicago's WMQ, a local TV station owned by NBC.
Good cook.
In the early hours, the channel ended their scheduled programming the same way they always did, by airing a selection of public service announcements, a sermon, and finally, the national anthem, played over the same old pre-recorded footage as always. As the camera zoomed in on the American flag, the few viewers still tuned in no doubt expected the station to cut to their usual sign-off screen. But that didn't happen. Instead, this did. With no pre-warning and no context, the station hard cut to a missing persons alert for a Joanna Lopez. This slide remained on screen for several hours until the morning. Most of the station's viewers were caught off guard for obvious reasons.
Don't forget you don't have to reload.
The photo of the missing girl was extremely grainy, as if it were a photocopy of an actual poster. It's hard to make out any facial details at all. And those large glasses give her a deeply uncanny, almost alien-like appearance. There was no voiceover to explain who this Joanna Lopez
you should never down me again,
buddy.
Last
Been seen,
I'm down with
or what may have happened to her.
If you down me next.
In fact, there was no sound whatsoever. For the people who happened to be tuned in, the only thing they would have heard was either ominous silence or the static buzz of their television sets. And just as there was a lack of sound, there was also a disturbing lack of information. Just a very low-quality photo of the girl who had disappeared, her name, and an unlabeled phone number to contact who exactly? Her parents? The local sheriff's department? To give you an idea of what a typical missing persons alert looked like, here's one from another NBC-affiliated channel around the same time period.
Missing Kevin Ayotte, now age 6, last seen Sugar Bush,
I just
Minnesota,
don't know where the
September
front
30th,
line is.
1982.
Oh, fuck it, we'll just have it
Call
here.
800-843-56.
Oh.
As you can see,
That was
there's
sick as
plenty of
fuck.
information,
Well done,
along
sir.
with a voiceover, a clear photo, and the name of the department you should contact. All things absent from the Joanna Lopez alert. It's easy to understand why so many people did, and to this day still do, find this image so disturbing. I mean, picture it. It's late at night, and you can't sleep, so you start watching WMAQ. The broadcasting's coming to an end, and you're probably expecting to see another commercial, or the sign-off screen. And then, this pops up out of the blue, with no sound and no explanation. But even more unnerving than the broadcast itself were the details of Joanna Lopez's actual case. By which I mean, there didn't seem to be any. For the past 33 years, people have dug through police files, newspaper records, and reports from other TV stations, and no one's found any mention of a Joanna Lopez disappearing in the Chicago area in the late 80s. To this day, there's still no information about her online, and as far as we can tell, this is the only known report of her vanishing that exists. Though, it's not the only time her face appeared on television. Whether intentionally or accidentally, Joanna Lopez made yet another appearance on WMAQ in 1991. That night, just after the national anthem came to an end and the station was about to sign off, the exact same person slide filled the screen. The only difference being that the image quality was slightly higher this time.
Jedi, go to us. We
But
have
unlike
medics.
the first broadcast in '89, the slide didn't remain on screen throughout the night. In fact, it only aired for 10 seconds before quickly cutting to the network's usual sign-off screen. Had this second broadcast been a mistake? One that was quickly caught by a technician? If so, how did the slide end up on that night's programming, 2 years after making its first and only other appearance? If it wasn't a mistake, why would they only screen the image for such a short time and still give out no further context or details about who Joanna Lopez was? Aside from a few people who had recorded one or both of the broadcasts, Joanna Lopez quickly faded from people's minds. That is, until the 1989 sign-off was uploaded to YouTube by the Museum of Classic Chicago Television. After that, small internet communities picked up on the mystery, which in turn caught the eyes of some popular YouTubers. Now, with the case fully revived, new generations of internet investigators have come up with a number of chilling theories about who Joanna was and about the nature of the broadcasts themselves. Here are the main ones. Theory 1. Joanna Lopez was a young girl who had been taken and perhaps murdered. Potentially, she was this still unidentified Jane Doe found murdered in a Chicago alleyway in 1994. The Doe does somewhat resemble the photo of Joanna and appears to be of a similar age, though obviously it's hard to tell. Theory 2. This poster was made by the person who had taken Joanna, her trafficker. They had anonymously contacted the TV station and paid for this screen to be displayed at night, only providing a photo of Joanna and her name. There's no other information because they weren't appealing for it. They just wanted her family to contact them so they could begin negotiations. They didn't know who Joanna's parents were, but this was their way of telling them, "We have your daughter. Call this number if you ever want to see her alive again." Theory 3. Joanna Lopez was a so-called frequent flyer, a youth who made a habit of running away from home. That would explain the half-hearted nature of the appeal in 1989. She then ran off again in 1991, and the network aired the same poster without any updates. In both cases, she returned home soon after the broadcasts, hence why there aren't any police records about her disappearance. Theory 4. Joanna Lopez never existed in the first place, and WMAQ was either playing a trick or conducting a test. For a photo from the late 80s, the image quality was like something from the 60s. The name Joanna Lopez was also extremely generic, like the Spanish version of Jane Doe. The general lack of information given about her also made this seem like a fake appeal, and since there's no records of any Joanna Lopez going missing in Chicago, maybe this really was just a sick joke. With all these new theories now floating around on the internet, the r/Joanna Lopez subreddit was set up to help investigate the mystery. In the 5 months since the group was established, its members have made some huge discoveries. Here's what we now know, thanks to them. Firstly, they figured out who the phone number was for. It had been used by various police departments throughout the 80s and 90s, but at the time of the broadcast, the number belonged to Joe Mayo, commander of the youth division of the Chicago Police Department. That seemed to confirm that the broadcast was legitimate, that Joanna Lopez was a real missing person, and, importantly, that she was under the age of 18 when she went missing. One of the Reddit users aiding the hunt was Chris Polygon. Chris submitted a Freedom of Information Act request for the name Joanna Lopez to get his hands on any information that may exist about her in the police's database. The authorities got back to him and confirmed that nobody with that name had gone missing in Chicago between 1988 and 1990. That was bizarre, but it certainly doesn't mean that Joanna Lopez wasn't real. As one of the sub's moderators wrote regarding the FOIA request, quote,
Don't move.
Illinois is a body-present state.
I need to see that thing
This
shoot
means
again.
that you cannot be declared dead unless your body has been found. the law states that they won't release any records that contain information on a currently living person. There are three possibilities in this situation. 1. We're requesting the wrong years, or the name's been misspelt. 2. The police can't release records because someone involved is still alive, or the body hasn't been located. 3. Joanna was never reported missing to begin with. As this mod went on to state, it's also possible that all the records for Joanna Lopez's case were either lost or kept in paper format and not digitized.
Use it the next operation.
But here's where things get really interesting. The group were able to confirm with WMAQ themselves that this was a real broadcast, and that an anonymous source had requested for the slate to be aired instead of the usual sign-off screen. This source was an individual, and not an institution like a foster home, as some have suggested. WMAQ also confirmed that the photo used for the appeal was indeed a photocopy. That explained why the image quality was so poor. That graininess, combined with Joanna's large glasses and heavy makeup, are what give the image its creepy aesthetic. Some members of the group were able to clean up the photo and improve the overall quality of it. And, using advanced digital editing, user, the Lava Hot Shit, was able to create this detailed enhancement of Joanna's face, giving us a much more accurate glimpse of what she probably looked like. 2 weeks after that recreation by Lava Hot was posted, another user, Binding Bloodline, made a notable discovery in a West Chicago Community High yearbook. A former student there, named Rachel Lopez, bore a striking resemblance to the photo from the sign-off. On top of that, the timelines added up. This Rachel Lopez would have been a freshman in 1988, and the first Joanna Lopez broadcast was in 1989. Members of the group started theorizing that Rachel was Joanna's real name, or that perhaps, shortly after her vanishing, she decided to go by Joanna for whatever reason. Well, the resemblance was certainly there, but unfortunately, the high school's website also had other yearbooks from the years 89 to 91, which also featured this Rachel Lopez. She'd been present for all 4 years of high school. That means, unless she'd gone missing on 2 separate occasions and had been quickly found both times, then in all likelihood, this wasn't her. With that realization, people were starting to lose hope that the Joanna Lopez mystery would ever be solved. But then, just last month, another, much more promising discovery was announced by one of the group moderators. User Bubblegum Trad just contacted me on Discord. They just got off the phone with a Joanna Lopez from Chicago who ran away from home in 1989.
Alright, we're gonna hit another drift, right, when we get out there. You know the score, you've seen it before.
Is it an unfortunate coincidence? Or is this our goal?
Well, that sounds a bit dangerous, that
Only time
shooting.
will tell. But 2 Joanna Lopez's going missing in 1989 in the same city would be ridiculous.
You wanna hop in, buddy? You wanna hop in? We're going down.
We won't be disclosing how we got the number out of the safety and protection of the people involved.
Lovely, alright, we're gonna hit another drift, guys.
They're being honest. Now we just need to see
At
if
this
Joanna will
crossroads,
come
okay,
through
that's where I'm
and
gonna
pull us
kick you
back.
out.
If she does, we may be at the end of the investigation.
Meow. Go,
If it
guys,
isn't
go,
her,
go, go.
We've got the world's worst coincidence
See you
on our
later,
hands.
buddy.
Stay tuned. Bubblegum Trad would go on to explain how when he called this Joanna Lopez, she'd reacted very authentically. However, she did tell them that she had only run off for a few days back in '89, and that her parents probably wouldn't have contacted any news stations about it. Still, this was a genuinely exciting moment for those following the mystery. Could this be it? Could the Joanna Lopez from the broadcast...
Where is it?
My old friend shot me.
Unfortunately, we still don't know. Despite emailing her a photo
Push
of
back,
the missing
bastard,
poster,
push back.
this Joanna Lopez still hasn't replied to Bubblegum to confirm that it was her.
Right here, right here.
So,
right here,
either this really was the Joanna from the broadcast, and she simply didn't want to discuss some bad memories from the past. Or this really was just a huge coincidence, and this unconnected woman was just freaked out by the whole situation. But what do you think? Could this really be the Joanna Lopez we've been searching for? If not, then is the real Joanna still out there somewhere, alive and well? This is now a confirmed missing persons broadcast, so why are there no police records of Joanna's case?
3%.
We don't have all the answers yet. But with each passing month, the Joanna Lopez saga seems to be getting closer and closer to resolving this mystery. I highly recommend you head over there and help join the hunt. Or at least, keep an eye on how things develop.
Someone's renting
Oh boys, will that repair? Us kid.
Nice.
Albuquerque, New Mexico. On the night of June 3rd, 1991, between the hours of 9:30 p.m. and 11 p.m., a local trucker named Eduardo Collin checked into a Super 8 motel. Despite seemingly having arrived by himself, he asked the clerk for a two-person room for one night and was given the keys to room 233. Eduardo paid in cash at the trucker's rate, and the clerk told him to check out by 11 a.m. the following morning. 2 days later, on June 5th, the hotel employees realized that Eduardo hadn't checked out the previous morning like he was supposed to. A security guard was sent to check up on him. The door to room 233 was locked from the inside, and there was a "Do Not Disturb" sign hanging from the doorknob. The guard knocked, but there was no answer. So, with no spare key available, he used a screwdriver to gain access to the room. Aside from a few bottles on the table, nothing really seemed out of place. That is, until he entered the bathroom.
Oh, the
Inside,
Bunkerbee's dead.
hanging from the shower,
It's dead.
by a suitcase
but we need to
was the lifeless body of an unidentified woman.
We don't need to use right
Despite her
away.
face being badly decomposed, pathologists believe she
We can
died the
rebuild it.
exact
We can
same day
rebuild it,
Eduardo
we need to
had
do
checked
that.
into the motel 2 days prior, on June 3rd.
Oh shit,
The
RPGs.
toxicology report revealed that she
Keep
had
on the
heroin
ground,
in
I'll
her
use it.
system. She was a Caucasian, or possibly Hispanic woman, between the ages of 25 and 35.
So we
She
don't
stood
shoot that?
around 5'7", weighed approximately 140 pounds, and had curly, strawberry blonde hair.
Alright.
With nothing to ID her with, they dubbed her the Albuquerque Jane Doe. Investigators examined the room, and one of the first things they found was this picture, resting on the table. The photo is believed to be of the deceased woman herself, sat next to an unidentified man. The distorted angle, combined with the doe's expression, give the picture an eerie, almost uncanny quality that leaves a lot of people feeling unsettled. Given the photo's backstory, that's not surprising. It's believed the image was taken in a mall photo booth just a few short hours before the woman's death. The photo was shown to the clerk, who was working on the night of the 3rd, and despite not seeing the woman enter the motel, she confirmed that the man in the picture was indeed Eduardo. As it would turn out, Eduardo had checked into the motel using legitimate information. The only thing he had lied about was his license plate number. After several years of detective work, Eduardo's family was tracked down. By the time the police found the murderer, Eduardo had already passed from natural causes. Strangely, when his family were shown this photo, they said that the man pictured wasn't Eduardo, and that they had no idea who the guy was. They didn't have a clue who the doe was either. The fact that she had been found dead in his motel room years earlier was news to them. With their primary lead now gone up in smoke, investigators re-examined all the other pieces of evidence that they had found in the motel room. There was a woman's suede purse with a wallet containing $500 in cash, a suitcase full of women's clothes, a bracelet, and, most interestingly, a digital weighing scale with the name George Martinez written on it. It's believed that this scale was used to measure illicit substances, and that George Martinez may have been the name of the man in this photo.
Anybody need a lift down?
If these
Hop on the
photo
bus if you need a lift
really
down
were
in the front
taken just
lines or
before the
take it
woman
down.
died, was this George Martinez with her when she passed?
The back.
Volunteer for alligator charging.
In an effort to discover this
No
woman's true
fuel
identity,
anywhere.
the authorities
This it,
released
guys.
this
Okay, we'll take you
digitally
boys
altered
down.
version of the photo
Obviously,
depiction.
Denzel, you know the score. How's
This
it going,
version gives her
mate?
a
You
much more
doing
neutral
well,
expression.
mate?
And, in a strange way,
You
it's
doing
even
alright?
more unsettling to look at.
Going alright, man. Everything's good.
Regardless, it had the desired
Alright, we're gonna
effect.
drift this bad boy into the front.
In
Alright,
March
I hope you're comfortable
2021,
with that.
investigators received a
All good.
reliable tip that the doe's real name may have been Becca, and that she may have been from Los Angeles County.
Opportunity while we rearm.
It's
to go
believed
grab a
that
drink
she
real
flew
quick.
from California
Oh
to
shit,
New
sorry.
Mexico.
Sorry,
shortly
Mike
before her
Ehrmantraut.
life came to an end.
Oh, for fuck's
At this
sake, guys,
present
what
moment
the
in
fuck,
time,
man?
The police don't suspect foul play in Becca's case, instead believing that she took her
Fucking
own life.
traffic laws.
Right
Don't
now, what they
abide
want to
them,
do is give her back her full name and talk to the male
Are we
companion that she was
backing
with
up?
in her final photograph. To this day, however, he still hasn't been located,
Hop out,
and
hop out,
Becca's
that
true
one was pretty
identity
shit.
remains unknown.
No worries, buddy.
Still,
Hop out, go on
there
him.
are many who believe that given the circumstances, Becca was actually murdered. With so many former John and Jane Does being identified as of late, it seems likely that in the not-so-distant future, we'll actually discover who Becca really was. Still, it's strange to think that for more than 30 years, nobody's come forward to claim her, even with this photo available to the public. Surely someone out there knows that she's missing. If only the man who was with her in her final picture. Maria Glikina was a 19-year-old university student from Russia who had a passion for photography and art. She lived with her parents in Nizhny Novgorod, the 6th largest city in the country, and a relatively safe one compared to its big brothers Moscow and St. Petersburg. But that doesn't mean it's devoid of crime. On the night of November 8th, 2014, Maria had plans to meet with her friend, Irina Ivanenko. It's unclear where exactly Maria was before she set off to Irina's house on Timria Seva Street. But at 10 p.m., the two had a phone conversation in which Maria said that she was on her way and that she was traveling by foot. Irina believed that Maria was walking with her boyfriend, Nikita, but in actuality, she was making the journey by herself. At 10:20 p.m., Maria called Irina again and told her that she was on Menina Street, about 3.2 kilometers from Irina's house, or about a 40-minute walk. 42 minutes later, at 11:02 p.m., Irina received a text from Maria saying that she was on Belinskogo Street and that she'd be at her house in about 10 to 15 minutes. Irina waited patiently, but after 20 minutes had passed, she gave Maria another call to see where she was. Strangely, Maria answered the phone, told Irina, "Sorry, I can't talk right now. I'll call you later," and then abruptly hung up the phone without elaborating further. According to Irina, it sounded as if Maria was out of breath. Worried, Irina called her back again to see what was wrong. Maria answered, simply said, "I'm not coming," and hung up. Again, Irina tried to call her back, but Maria had already switched off her phone. That was the last time anyone heard from Maria Glikina. She never made it back to her family home that night. After hanging up on Irina, nobody was able to contact her. She had fallen off the face of the earth, and, given the worrying nature of her final call, everyone feared the worst.
There's
On the
like a
morning
bunch of
November
alligator
9th,
charges.
77
Everyone grab
local
one.
volunteers scoured the streets for Maria,
There's a tank,
searching
in
high
my
and
road.
low for the missing student.
Okay, we'll be back. We're going
Unfortunately, this search wouldn't have a happy conclusion. On the evening of November 10th,
we'll be back.
her body was discovered.
Hey, watch
in the
behind you
basement
there in
of
the
an old, abandoned
on
house.
the west in these on these roads.
Her hands and feet had been bound together, and she was lying in the fetal position. The only clothes she was wearing were a scarf and a blouse. Her other garments had been taken. Initially, the police had been reluctant to help search for the missing girl, but now that her remains had been uncovered, they finally began to take action. After examining Maria's body, the coroner determined that she had been beaten, raped, and ultimately asphyxiated, though strangely, there were no marks around her neck. DNA samples were recovered at the scene, though they didn't match with anyone on the forensic database. To begin with, the investigators tried to claim that Maria had accidentally been hit by a car, and that the driver had simply dumped her body in the shack to avoid repercussions. Given that she was tied up and had been violated, nobody was buying that. after mounting public pressure, they began tracking Maria's movements on the night she disappeared using city surveillance footage. This turned up some very valuable and very eerie evidence. On November 8th, at 11:05 p.m., Maria was caught on CCTV at an intersection approximately 5 or 6 minutes from Belenskogo Street, heading in the opposite direction of Irina's house. But that's not the only thing that the camera picked up. Just 30 seconds later, it also captured these images of a bald-headed man following Maria. Maria's body was discovered just 300 meters from where this footage was recorded. As such, it's highly suspected that the man in this image is the one responsible for taking her life. Given the time frame, it seems likely that Maria had already been cornered by her killer when she spoke with Irina on the phone, and that she had probably been instructed not to cry for help and to just hang up. The fact that she was heading in a different direction, away from Irina's house, also suggests that she knew she was being followed. According to Maria's cell phone data, she was moving extremely quickly shortly after this final sighting, too fast for any human to move on foot. It's believed that she must have been captured, forced into a vehicle, and murdered in a different location, before being dumped in the abandoned house close to where she was last seen. In the early hours of November 9th, surveillance cameras near the abandoned house captured this footage of a man who looks remarkably similar to the one following Maria. These images may show the man leaving the scene after having dumped Maria's body in the shack. As some netizens have noted, the man bears a striking resemblance to Vitaly Koziachkin, a murderer who was apprehended in 2018 after stabbing an 11-year-old girl in the heart and, miraculously, failing to kill her. Koziachkin had been living in Nizhny Novgorod at the time Maria was slain, and had a history of targeting women. However, his DNA wasn't a match with that found at the scene, and he's not believed to have been involved in Maria's case. As it stands, the suspect in this image remains unidentified, and until he's brought to justice, it's possible that he will strike again, if he hasn't done so already. If you've checked out a lot of Unsolved Mysteries content before, it can almost end up feeling like you're listening to movie plots, rather than things that have happened to real, ordinary people like you and me. But, as this next case proves, any one of us could unwillingly become the star of our own murder mystery. The year was 2005. The subject of this story? Todd Geib. Your average 22-year-old, living in the small community of Kaznovia, Michigan. With a good job at Hager Distribution, an active social life, and a loving family, the future seemed bright for Todd. But sadly, that future was about to be taken away from him by a sinister force. June 11th, 2005 was a Saturday, and for a young and outgoing guy like Todd, that meant a night out with his buddies. Now, Todd and his friends were a very close group. Not surprising, since Kaznovia only had a population of 314 at the time. He left the house that he shared with his cousin at 7:30 p.m. and went to meet his friends at the Half Moon Bar and Grill. They ate dinner together, and at 9:30 set off to an orchard party just off a dirt road, basically in the middle of nowhere, but still very close to where Todd was staying with his cousin. Most of the youngsters living in and around the area went to this event, about 100 people in total. One person who wasn't attending was Todd's designated driver. She dropped Todd and the others off at the orchard and promised to pick them all up later. Straight away, the event seemed like it was going to be a rager. There was a keg and a bonfire, and by all accounts, the atmosphere was electric. A little too electric. At approximately 12:45 a.m., a fight broke out between a few of the local guys and almost erupted into a full brawl. This prompted Todd, who was still in a sober state of mind, to leave the party very abruptly. It's unclear whether he was frightened about the brawl or whether he was just tired and wanted to get some rest. But either way, he said a quick goodbye to his friends and told them he was going to walk home. He set off on foot and disappeared from the party into the darkness. Since he only lived about a mile away and hadn't drunk too much, his pals weren't too worried about him making the journey by himself. But almost as soon as he left the orchard, Todd made a series of odd phone calls that were concerning to say the least. At 12:47 a.m., just 2 minutes after leaving the orchard, Todd called up his close friend, the woman who had dropped him off. She answered, and Todd simply said, "I've had enough," before the line cut out. It's not known whether he meant he had had enough of the event and wanted to be picked up, or if he meant he had had enough generally. In another call, which he made at 12:51, he told that same friend, "I'm in a field," before the line cut out once again. His friend immediately called him back, but all she could hear on the other end of the line was either the rush of wind or heavy breathing. Phone records show that Todd kept trying to call his friend back for the next 5 minutes, but the calls wouldn't go through. That was the last contact anyone had with Todd Geib. He never made it home that night. While making the mile-long journey back to his cousin's house, Todd seemingly fell off the face of the earth and vanished entirely. For the next 3 weeks, a search effort involving 1,500 officers and volunteers worked day and night to help find Todd. Planes scoured the area from above, and thermal imaging devices were used to try and locate him. In the latter days of the search, sniffer dogs were brought in to track Todd's movements. They picked up on his scent and followed it from the orchard along a dirt road and up into a field. It appeared that after leaving the party, Todd was indeed walking in the right direction back home. But strangely, the dogs lost his scent as soon as they reached the main paved road. The road that would have led Todd straight to his cousin's house. The final stretch of his journey. But why did his scent simply vanish when he reached it? Did somebody pick him up after all? On July 2nd, Todd was found. But to everyone's dismay, the search for him didn't have a happy ending. A local couple found his body in Ovidal Lake, very close to where his scent disappeared, smack bang in the middle of the search area. But he wasn't submerged in the lake. He was standing upright, his head and shoulders above the water's surface. It almost looked like he was still alive and was just treading water. But there were no ripples, and the lake was completely still. At first, the wife thought that he was a beaver, but when the couple realized what they were actually looking at, they immediately called the authorities. Investigators arrived and removed Todd from the lake. He was fully clothed, and his wallet was still in his pocket. There were no noticeable injuries on his body, and since he had a large amount of alcohol in his system, they theorized that Todd must have left the party, then decided to go for a drunken swim, and ultimately drowned. In their eyes, it was a classic case of misadventure, and they closed the case almost immediately. But their conclusion just didn't seem to make sense for several reasons. Firstly, how had Todd's body gone undetected in that lake for 3 weeks when he was so obviously standing in the middle of it? A group of 1,500 had thoroughly searched that area. It seems strange that nobody spotted him. Secondly, most people who drown are found bobbing face down in the water. But the chilling way in which Todd was standing, it almost appeared as if somebody had placed him there. It also doesn't make sense that Todd would go swimming fully clothed. Not to mention, when he left the orchard, everybody noted how clear Todd's head was, like he hadn't had too many drinks at all. In response to these questions, a team of independent investigators examined Todd's remains, and what they discovered was truly disturbing. Although Todd had been missing for 3 weeks, he had only been dead for 2 to 5 days. His body was in too fresh a condition, and there was hardly any insect activity or algae buildup on his body. Even stranger, they found absolutely no water in his lungs. None whatsoever, which completely discredited the police's conclusion that he had drowned, and strongly indicated that he had been killed on land and then placed in the water. As a result of these findings, this independent team conducted a number of tests with pig carcasses. They placed these carcasses in the lake to examine the rate at which they decomposed. Pigs are anatomically very similar to humans, so they wanted to see if, after 3 weeks, their carcasses were in a similar condition to Todd's body. As expected, a huge number of insects colonized the pigs. On top of that, there was also a large amount of bloating, foaming, algae and slime buildup, all things that weren't present on Todd. There was no way he had been in the water for all those weeks, and he had almost certainly been the victim of foul play. This new team theorized that when Todd made it to the paved road, he was actually picked up by one or more people, who then held him on land for a period of time before taking his life and eerily placing him in the water. They even put forward a possible group of suspects, namely the Smiley Face Killers, a group you have likely heard of before. Their existence remains unverified, but many people, including seasoned investigators, believe they're a shadowy group of organized killers who target young, successful, popular men, and almost always dump their remains in rivers, canals, and lakes, often leaving behind their graffiti signature close to the scene, a crudely sprayed smiley face. According to some witnesses, one such smiley face was found spray-painted on a tree near Ovidal Lake, though I can't seem to find any official reports confirming that. The team speculated that the Smileys forced Todd to consume a lethal dose of amitriptyline and desipramine, 2 prescription substances which were also found in his system, and which Todd himself hadn't been prescribed. Despite the independent team's findings, the authorities stuck with their ruling and said Todd had accidentally perished while night swimming, even though there was no water in his lungs. It's entirely possible that Todd's demise was a complete accident, but the official version of events ignores too much evidence to be taken seriously, and the quest for definitive answers persists to this day. Todd's mother has tried for years to get her son's case reopened, but even though all the evidence points towards foul play, the cops still refuse to take another look at it. Remember, Todd lived in a very small community of only 314 people. If somebody did take his life, it doesn't seem like it would be hard to find the person responsible. That, combined with the authorities refusing to reopen their investigation, has led some people to believe there's a cover-up going on. If that's the case, then the only questions left to answer are who are the authorities protecting, and why? Trevor Dealey was a 22-year-old man who lived and worked in Dublin, the Republic of Ireland. Friendly and hard-working, Trevor was well liked by everyone who knew him, and as far as anyone knows, didn't have any enemies to speak of. Which makes what happened to him all the more tragic and confusing. On the evening of December 7th, 2000, Trevor attended a work Christmas party at the Hilton Hotel on Chalmont Place. Trevor and a few of his colleagues decided to keep the party going and made their way to Buck Whaley's nightclub on Lower Leeson Street. There, they all enjoyed themselves well into the early hours of Saturday, December 8th. At approximately 3:25 AM, Trevor left the venue and decided to go home. There happened to be a taxi strike going on at the time, meaning there weren't any drivers available to drop Trevor off at his apartment on Serpentine Avenue. That meant he was going to have to head home on foot. Before doing so, he went to pick up an umbrella from his workplace, the Bank of Ireland Asset Management Building. It was just a few minutes stroll away, across from Leeson Street Bridge, and since the heavens were about to open, he thought it wise to go and grab one. 30 minutes before Trevor arrived, however, while he was still at Buck Whaley's, this eerie individual, referred to as the Man in Black, was caught on CCTV standing outside his office building. For 30 long minutes, he stood there, as if waiting for somebody in particular. At 3:34 AM, that same camera shows Trevor making his way to the entrance gate of the building. The man in black follows him. As Trevor unlocks the gate, the man approaches and briefly chats with him about something. Trevor continues to fiddle with the lock, but doesn't appear distressed by the man's presence. He enters the complex, leaving the man in black on the other side of the gate. Inside, Trevor picked up his umbrella and had a cup of tea with one of his co-workers who was on a night shift. 26 minutes later, Trevor leaves the building, and the man in black is nowhere to be seen.
On the left, right here.
only have,
In
5
the chain,
left.
in the chain, bro.
Trevor continued on in the direction of his house
Near the
and was
chop.
last caught on camera at 4:14 AM, passing an ATM on Haddington Road. He walks out of the camera's field of view. And a man in black enters, trailing closely
Protect the
behind him.
base, protect the base.
The authorities believe that this was the same man in black seen waiting outside Trevor's workplace. Those are the last known movements of Trevor Dealey. When he failed to turn up for work that morning, nobody was particularly concerned.
Are they coming back in
It had been a very late night. His flatmates were also away that weekend, meaning that nobody was aware he hadn't made it back to his apartment. The alarms only sounded the following Monday, when he again failed to turn up for work, and nobody was able to contact him. An investigation into Trevor Dealey's disappearance was launched.
The way all
The local area was thoroughly
all the way
searched.
down.
The River Dodder was scoured. Missing person posters were placed all around the city. The police followed over 700 lines of inquiry. Derelict sites were unearthed in search of his remains. But no trace of the young man was ever found. To this day, nearly 22 years after he vanished, Trevor's whereabouts and well-being remain a mystery. Even now, the search for Trevor continues, with this age-progressed image of the missing man being created and released to the public, showing what he may have looked like at the age of 35. Needless to say, the main question on everyone's lips is who is that man in black?
No, he's not.
Unfortunately, we still don't know, though for obvious reasons, he's considered a prime suspect in Trevor's disappearance, and in all likelihood, death. Though when it comes to a motive, everyone who knew Trevor has been left scratching their heads. Could this have been a dispute over a woman? Over a debt? An old grudge perhaps? Or was this simply a random targeting? We don't know. For 2 decades, the authorities have done their utmost to ID the shadowy figure in these images, but due to the lack of detail in the recordings, and a lack of leads, they've never been able to. All they know for certain is that this wasn't one of Trevor's bullets.
I need a medic!
After all these years, the man who's seen following Trevor still keeps me awake at night, said Trevor's brother, Mark.
That's useless.
That individual sticks in my mind because they've never been formally identified or come forward. Having looked at the footage again and again, I was hoping someone might have recognized the way they walked.
Jump in the window.
I would do anything to find out who this person is, and would have no problem in meeting anyone who might be able to give us some information. Who is this elusive man in black? A €100,000 reward is available to anyone who has the answer to that question. Or indeed, to whoever has any other valuable information pertaining to Trevor's disappearance. Wu Meiyi was born in the Chinese port city of Dalian on June 25th, 1985, but moved to Chicago with her husband at the age of 20, where she changed her name to Amber Ayaz. Amber's first 2 years in the US were both the happiest and saddest of her life, as the birth of her daughter, Melissa, in 2007 was quickly followed by the death of her husband, who passed away from cancer. The ensuing heartbreak and financial issues saw Amber and Melissa briefly move back to China, but with the support of her family, they soon returned to the United States before settling in Las Vegas. Within a decade, Amber had established a prosperous grocery business that specialized in seafood, and in a city that consumes over 60,000 pounds of shrimp every day, that business made Amber a very wealthy woman.
Medic.
Once her business was firmly established, and she had secured a future for her daughter Melissa, Amber began to venture into the Las Vegas dating scene, and it was in 2017 that she met an Uber driver by the name of Cheng Zhang. According to those that knew her, Amber's relationship with Cheng grew very intense very quickly. The couple became so entangled that some assumed they were already married. Despite that intensity, their relationship was volatile. 2018 saw the couple briefly separate.
One medic down,
but
boys.
shortly after their reconciliation, Amber,
They're on the
Cheng, and
roof.
Melissa moved to Irvine, California, ready to begin a new life together. Amber's friends and employees were very sad to see her leave, but she continued to run her business from her new home, and frequently made trips back to Las Vegas in order to check that things were functioning as they should. She often kept in touch with employees and regular customers via WeChat, a Chinese messaging similar to WhatsApp, and would usually reply to a person's message within minutes of receiving it. So, in November of 2019, when Amber suddenly stopped replying to messages and returning phone calls, those that knew her became very worried. On November 22nd, Amber had been on her way back to Irvine from Las Vegas with a car packed full of fresh fruit and seafood. Cheng had expected Amber to return to their Mitchelson Drive apartment in the mid-afternoon and became concerned when she failed to arrive when expected. Then, at around 4:30 p.m., he claimed that 2 visitors came to his apartment. Cheng didn't recognize either of them, but noted that they were a man and a woman of East Asian descent. Right as he was about to ask who they were, Cheng said that the female pulled something out of her pocket. The last thing Cheng remembered before everything went black was a kind of fine mist wafting over his face. A few hours later, Cheng woke up on his dining room floor, unable to remember how he had gotten there. But just seconds later, memories of the mysterious couple at his door came flooding back. Not long after, Cheng was overcome by terror when he noticed a single bloody handprint on the wall. Staggering out of the room, he spotted even more blood on the hallway carpet. Realizing that his stepdaughter might be in danger, he began calling out to her while searching the apartment. To his horror, Melissa was nowhere to be found. As he rushed to contact the authorities, he discovered something terrifying. A handwritten note next to his phone. The note informed him that both Amber and Melissa had been kidnapped, but would eventually be allowed to return home if Cheng followed some simple instructions. The final passage read, "If you contact the police, you won't see them again. Clean the apartment. Act normal. We are watching you." Terrified that the kidnappers' ominous warnings were legit, Cheng set about covering up the evidence of the crime to ensure Amber and Melissa's safety. He began by ripping up the square of carpet that had been stained with blood. Then he repainted the wall where the bloody handprint had been. He also contacted Melissa's school, claiming she wouldn't be attending class due to serious illness, and even impersonated Amber using her WeChat account to assure her customers that she was fine. Over the days that followed, as Cheng continued to obey the hostage-taker's instructions, a series of anonymous letters were slid under his apartment door while he was out. One assured him that his behavior was being closely monitored. Another told him that if he continued to keep the ordeal a secret for just a few days longer, Amber and Melissa would be released. On the 5th day, another anonymous note arrived. This one instructed Cheng to leave town for a few days so that the hostage takers could access the apartment. Cheng capitulated and drove over to a relative's house in Las Vegas under the pretense of a surprise visit. For the next 2 days, he continued to hide the truth regarding the disappearance of his partner and stepdaughter, acting completely normal before driving back to his Irvine apartment. When he arrived home, another note awaited him. One which read, "They are fine. Clean the carpet again. Clean the house again. You will see them Monday." Cheng patiently waited for the return of his family. But when Monday came and went, and he still hadn't received any kind of update, his worry turned to panic. As the situation dragged into its 3rd week, and the hostage takers still hadn't made contact, Cheng began to fear the worst. On December 2nd, 2019, Cheng Zhang finally contacted the Irvine Police Department and reported that his family had been taken. At first, the detectives found Cheng's story extremely suspicious. Due to how long and convoluted it was, they believed it sounded an awful lot like a cover story, and initially considered him the prime suspect in his family's disappearance. However, following an extensive 44-day period of constant surveillance, a complete search of his apartment, and over 40 hours of thorough interviews with friends and family, Cheng was, amazingly, ruled out as a possible suspect, and his story was deemed to be credible. Sections of the blood-stained floorboards Cheng had scrubbed and covered up were sent off for laboratory analysis, and a DNA test confirmed that the blood belonged to Amber. Cheng seemed distraught at the idea of his partner being injured during the kidnapping. But, despite the convincing levels of grief that he displayed, a few things just didn't add up. Firstly, Cheng appeared to have what's known as a defensive wound on his hand, and although he said the cut came from a slip of a knife while cutting meat, the slice resembled the kind incurred during a confrontation. Secondly, a number of Cheng's neighbors had witnessed him hauling one large cooler and one large storage container out of his apartment and down to a waiting truck. When asked about this by police, Cheng claimed that he had just been cleaning the apartment like the perps had instructed. Another aspect of Cheng's story, which seemed odd, was his claim that he had been knocked unconscious by some kind of aerosol. He was adamant that a female stranger had sprayed him in the face with something, and dismissed the idea that she had used a chloroform-soaked rag. Investigators deduced that it was possible she had used the anesthetic spray, halothane, which can render a person unconscious almost immediately. But the thing is, halothane is not exactly an over-the-counter substance in the US. In fact, it's extremely hard to get a hold of. However, one country has a long history of using halothane during espionage operations.
Okay.
And would you believe
we're ready.
that country is the People's Republic of China.
I got too many people.
Is there people?
But what would the Chinese government
Is there
the young
anybody
person
who has
and
like
her 12-year-old
any
daughter?
healing supplies?
And had they been
I'm
murdered?
like,
Or were they being held prisoner?
Spaceman, you need to go get healed.
Yeah,
A considerably less fantastical explanation for Amber's kidnapping could well
I
be
do.
a
I
financial
do need to get
situation.
healed.
Amber had convinced almost
How do
everyone,
I get? Is
including
there
Cheng,
anybody that
she
can
was a
heal
very
me?
wealthy woman
Like in
with
here?
millions in investments and six figures
Is there
in
any
her
medics?
bank.
Okay,
Yes,
give me
medics.
2 seconds. Let me get some
The
medical supplies and then we
investigators
can leave.
that
Hold
she
on,
had
hold on.
vastly
It'll take 2 seconds.
exaggerated her
Watch.
success.
So you can aim off the side.
The truth was, her bank accounts were drained,
Yeah, you
and
can
her
need a
business
medic.
was on the verge of collapsing.
Keep that in mind. You don't,
This
you
raised
don't
some
need to wait
interesting
for the
questions.
ramp. You can just vault off the sides.
Had Amber gotten involved with Chinese mafia
Spaceman, be a
links
mechanic, bro.
in order to keep up her successful businesswoman
Why
image?
be a mechanic? Why be a
Had she
mechanic?
upset the wrong people
Not a
with her
mechanic, a
decisions?
medic.
Did her
Oh,
captors
medic.
think that she would pay
Meat
for
medic.
her and her daughter's release
That'd be-
with
I
money?
used to
We
do
can wait
medic
for
all
it.
the
In
time.
reality, she didn't
Okay,
have.
thank you. I know my name's Doctor and
Cheng
shit,
also
but
mentioned
yeah.
that Amber had an on-again, off-again relationship with a man back in China, and that was the reason for their brief separation in 2018.
You don't know what you're
Some
doing. Get
began
out
to
of the tank.
speculate whether Amber had staged her own kidnapping in order to throw Cheng off her scent and escape. But if her
That's something
financial
expensive to get
situation
rid
was
of.
so dire, How was she able to finance a delicately timed operation that involved
Somebody's
a rare
life?
and powerful
Nah,
tranquilizer?
those are really cheap out here.
Not to mention, Amber and Melissa's passports had both been left in the apartment, and there's absolutely no record of either of them entering China since they vanished. Many people who have dug around in this rabbit hole have concluded that Cheng must be a master manipulator and a highly skilled liar.
I'm getting bandages
move, I
and
need to
stuff
get
so
on
I
that
can
barge
heal.
right.
His story is simply too crazy to believe, and he must have murdered his partner and stepdaughter before
That's a
successfully
crane, bro.
covering it up.
It's, oh.
And yet, in January of 2020, he passed an FBI-administered polygraph test. Showed no signs of deception
Anyone know
during
what
his
happened to the colleague
44 days
gunboat
of
that was here
surveillance.
earlier?
And an FBI
ZMC, if
behavioral
you're trying to
psychologist
hangman, you
confirmed
need to try
that he was
somebody else's
definitely
approach.
telling the truth and
Go.
could be ruled out as a
Yeah,
suspect.
bro, get out of the tank and unlock it. You've killed
Not
like
to
4
mention,
people at this
the
point.
authorities
Oh,
likely
wait, I
wouldn't have
found
even
the-
known
I
about
found it.
Amber and Melissa's case
It's
if
in the
Cheng
port.
himself hadn't reported
Does
it.
anybody know if there's any resource containers around?
If Cheng is indeed telling the truth,
Oh, he's got a
it
lock
makes for a
in the door.
terrifying story, and might well constitute either a human trafficking ring or
Honestly,
even
I
an
might
act of
just go dump
espionage on American soil. Either way, whoever is responsible seems to have acted with complete impunity and poses a great risk to the wider public. They have never been identified.
Okay, so we re-preparing
and
for
Amber
the
and Melissa's
try
whereabouts
another-
Yeah,
and
we're
well-being
we're
remain a
re-preparing.
mystery
I'm becoming a
to
medic
this
because
day.
we need a medic.
Right. So where's Bubblegum? Because he was operation. Is he still here?
Yeah, he's just on the boat somewhere in the water.
Utaho no Tatari, or in
He's
English,
talking in chat.
Utaho's Curse, is a relatively obscure
Oh, he's saying
Japanese
go now,
indie
right?
horror series
Oh,
made
wait,
using the
Spaceman.
Wolf RPG editor.
Spaceman.
In part 1, you play as Utano Yamano,
Jimbo.
a girl whose happy home life
Hey,
is
come with
shattered
us.
when she returns home one day
Jim
to
Bob,
find
you better
her
get
parents
back on
dead,
my barge, bro.
her
I had
sister
you first.
possessed by a red mask,
Nah,
and
stay
her
with us.
grandmother.
Jim Bob, I was gonna take you.
At least someone's having a good time. After that pleasant
Hey,
start to the game, you'll
Stone,
spend the
move
rest
the
of your
tank a
time
little bit. Oh, wait,
exploring
no, you're
very
not in the
large
tank.
and very demon-infested
you
houses,
drive it.
hotels,
Jim Bob's
and
with
shrines,
us.
following a trail of
Yep.
notes left behind by Utano's sister,
See
uncovering
you at the
clues
shoreline.
and encountering bizarre entities, all while being pursued by this terrifying meat
Is
menace.
anybody a medic? Is there any medics here?
Part 2 sees you playing as
You unlock
Shizune,
it?
a reporter investigating the mysterious disappearance of Utano from Part 1. The games certainly have an eerie atmosphere,
I'm taking you all
about
to Hangman, right?
what with all the jarring sound effects
Yes.
and disturbing
Still
visuals.
Hangman, yeah. They got some good
There's just
AT
something
over
about
there.
these warped,
It's killing us.
realistic images.
Are you the same
contrasting
guys I
with the
took
2D
before?
sprites,
Oh,
which
yeah.
gives the games a really haunting
Same guys,
quality.
different tank.
Now in Japan, Utaho no Tatari
Other one got
is
a little
cult fan
got a
base.
little screwed up by
But
the
since
AT.
these games were never translated into English, they didn't receive as much international attention
Are
as
we
other similar
pushing
titles
already,
like
or are we still
Yume
staging?
Nikki.
I think we're
That
pushing.
is,
I don't.
until several years ago.
Let's go
when
back
a
to the
mysterious
staging area.
and unsettling
If nobody's
village
there,
was
then
brought
we'll
up
hit it.
in the r/creepy gaming subreddit. One that most players hadn't experienced.
There's nothing on the map.
Yeah, I can
Besides
aim,
the
but I
old
can't.
stuff.
Hey,
Oh, you mean like this? No, I'm too short.
Are we staging,
Oh,
or
we're
are
going.
we already
We're going.
dropping?
We're going.
We're going? Okay.
That's what they were saying in chat.
Same beach, different beach.
Same. Well, I mean, yeah, I'm going for the same beach.
Okay.
So cut me left here.
Is this the second wave?
I think so. Yeah.
No, this is first wave of Invasion V2.
Oh,
That's a good way to put it.
oh.
On friends.
All right.
Sal, are we staging or are we going?
Yep, we're going. I thought.
Are we going? I thought we were waiting for gunboats and shit.
We're waiting for the
I would
frigate.
like to wait for gunboats.
We're
approaching.
See what it looks like.
I'd stage for a second.
If you guys go in, you're gonna get mowed down without us. So I think the stage.
Staging ground, boys.
As reported by a small minority of players, when they reached
You're
the
taking
ground
fire,
level,
come back, come back.
and walked around for
Oh my goodness, the
their
motorboat.
games randomly
Look,
crashed.
there's Bubble.
A jumbled
Yeah, let's
string
just
of
stay here
errors
and
disappeared
help
and locked them out of the game. After this error message, their screens flashed 4 times before this image of a seemingly dead woman popped up out of nowhere, accompanied by an equally horrible noise.
No.
Those who stumbled into this glitch
Look
were
at
of
that.
course creeped out by it, but most assumed that they had just bumped into an
Hey,
enemy.
guys on my
realized,
barge, he's telling
and
you to
patiently
turn the
waited for
tank
the
gun
game
around.
over screen to appear.
Yeah, we're gonna
But it
turn the
never
tank
did.
around right away. 'cause-
Their games had
Just
no
turn the gun around.
The only way for them to get
Alright,
off
guys,
this
crouch.
was
They're
to
here.
get
They're here.
Fire. So,
Under attack.
in their minds,
Okay,
this almost
you guys
certainly
need
wasn't
help.
a script.
I can't find a shell.
Most people who tried to deliberately trigger this crash also failed, suggesting this really was just a random glitch.
I can't
that
fire
didn't
with
occur in most playthroughs.
If you put the ramp down, I can
According
do
to other
something.
people who've
Once that
explored
ball
this,
Heavy
strikes
MGs
that
drop
first
down.
hard,
Heavy
so
MGs drop down.
it's disabled.
Brad,
keep
put
it,
that ramp down.
if you play hard, you expect people to crop up from time to time. This photo really struck people for two reasons. Firstly, because this unexplained
Everyone
glitch
get
and
ready.
creepy picture were hidden within a log and clearly weren't meant to be discovered. And secondly, because the image itself looked a little too real to some people.
Oh, that was nice to have
as
a
if it
grenade
were a
with me.
photo of an
Yeah,
actual
gun
dead
book
body.
guys. Yes, it was.
Well, they know
For the shell,
So,
that would you
what
guys
caused
need
the
help
glitch?
with?
Why
Oh,
did this
these are my
photo appear
first
after the
kills.
crash?
I'm happy.
And just
I'm
how
happy.
real was the photo itself?
Very good. I don't know you guys on
Let's
shell.
try and
We
answer
need
those
to
three
do
questions.
shell, understand?
If or when you encounter
Look at
this
my
glitch,
character, he
the error
looks so
message that
tired.
appears on screen is different
He
depending
looks
on
not
your
ready
locale.
for this.
If you're outside of Japan,
I
you'll be met
personally
with a
can't
string
wait
of
for the planes
garbled
to come in.
characters,
That's why I
which
bought
may have
pretty
you
much the
thinking
game,
that this was a
because some
genuine
planes are
crash.
coming in and I
But
love
if you
planes.
switch your system locale to Japan,
I like
then
go
the
planes.
game
Those are pretty.
will still crash. But instead of a meaningless string of characters, the text will display as intended. Now to most of us, this too just looks like an
Well, they
ordinary
can come
crash
again.
screen.
I have a new
But if you can
grenade
read Japanese,
ready to throw
that's
it.
obviously not the case.
Nice.
It's actually a string of typical sounding error messages, but with some
Wish I
horror
brought the
sentences
grenade.
mixed in.
Now I
For
have
example,
more with me.
one part reads,
So
location,
I have two grenades with me.
date,
After that,
Always
throw
good to
them.
bring
Usao
grenades.
no Tatari 2.
Are we landing?
The data is being damaged.
I'm not going
Also,
first.
people
Say that.
They're showing it
Yeah.
now.
Fuck that.
I've got a smoke grenade.
So, it seems like this glitch wasn't
Yeah, look,
actually
we're the smallest
a glitch
boat.
at
We
all.
should
It was a
we
calculated
should
jump
land
scare.
where.
Indeed,
I'm
this
not
task
saying
is
we
actually
experiment,
presented
but
as an encounter between the player's current character, Shizune, and an evil version
Just
of
let
the
everybody
former
else.
artist,
Just let everybody else
who
push
seems to
first,
have
and then we'll
possessed
stop.
the
We're gonna need to
character
hold off
at
for
the
a
end of
bit.
the
We need to distract their fire.
Given that part 1 begins with Utano discovering her
Just wait
mother's
for them.
headless
Wait.
body. The inclusion
Go
of this
first
We
and
need
then
to be the
Hey,
we need to be the
mine's
distraction
calling
of their fire.
It does
Mine's
look like a
calling it.
detached head. With that context, it's clear that the error message was intentional,
Like,
and we're meant
I
to
don't
interpret
understand.
it
Like,
as either a
isn't it
demonic
that you have to
Utano
get
presenting her
infantry in
mother's
there
head to
and
us,
then have covering
or
fire from
Utano's own
Artie,
cyberhead
or at
communicating
least
with us
gunboats?
directly.
The destroyers and gunboats are
If we dig around in the game's data files, we can see that the image is actually titled Yabai. Yabai can mean a lot of things, depending on the context. But in this case, it would translate to something like, oh my god.
Alright, we're gonna wait for
So I guess the
Bubblegum to
game's
give the
creator
word.
thought this image was particularly horrifying too, and figured it would be a scary thing to include in a big crash.
Dogman!
What's
Dogman,
up,
I see you!
Spaceman!
Oh,
yeah, the spaceman!
Suggested
Spaceman!
this really isn't the only time
Guys,
it
I
appears
was
in the game.
completely fine. I was completely fine.
Here's
It
the
was
same
trauma.
asset, appearing as part of a weird live
I
action
didn't even need to be
in part
healed.
2.
But I got healed anyway. It was pretty cool.
Proud of you.
I'm gonna give your ass trauma if you do it again.
As soon as we
I'm
land
sorry!
Spaceman, we teamed up together. We team up together,
Permission to
alright?
fire.
Stay together, man. We stay together.
Hey, don't fire on me. Don't fire on me. Don't fire on me.
How much work did it take to deploy all these
trying
things?
to- I'm
It's
trying to
actually an
see
Easter
stuff.
egg, designed to
Trying to
mess with a
see
few
stuff.
unsuspecting
It's a lot of
players.
different, everyone's individual
But what
effort.
the game files don't tell
Okay.
us is where this image
Permission
originated
to shoot
from,
this guy in the
and
head.
whether it's
Jeez.
real or
You
fake.
do that, you get banned.
Yeah,
Not
no,
unheard
I'm
of.
not gonna do
We're
that.
throwing you
I'm
overboard.
not gonna
Images of
ban
real
you.
dead
Yeah,
bodies
no,
into
that's
their
bad.
games.
I'm not gonna do that.
The infamous game
fell
industry
overboard.
from Hong
Whatever,
Kong
we'll
97
have
springs to mind.
He's gonna sleep with the fishes.
What's more, this was a small,
I don't want to sleep with
free-to-download
fish. That's
indie
kind of
game,
weird.
not some
You
studio
get to
project.
sleep with fish.
Why is there
You will become a
conceivable
gay
that the
fish.
creators could have included a highly saturated
I'm
photo
not gay
of an
fish.
authentic body
They're
for
I
either
don't like
fun,
fish sticks.
their own amusement,
You definitely
or because
ain't
that's
getting
the
a
only asset
waifu,
they could
I'll
get
tell
their
you
hands
that.
on.
No waifu.
Excuse me,
Is the
what?
picture real?
I don't want waifu.
Well,
What?
doing a reverse image search
What
turned up
is
nothing. So there was only one way to find out for sure.
Bro,
We.
this dude
Google
ain't
my
down with the
detector.
waifus, dude.
Did some internet sleuthing and found the Twitter
I like the
of the
landing
game's
APC
creator,
down there. That's
a guy
a
by
nice
the name
touch.
of
That's all we're
Payan.
fighting for.
Says here his last tweet was made in
Oh,
Gotta make
2019,
it appropriate, you know.
which isn't a good sign. But
Roll
hold
up
on.
in character.
Says here that this is his old account.
It's crazy how packed that
Are they
landing
shooting
APC
find his new one?
us?
have.
Is that true?
Yeah, are we
friendly or not?
Last tweet was
You
in
guys know?
2017.
It was a shell.
Given that he had set his DMs to private,
I'm
I
just
got the
happy
impression that he was a
press
man who was
S,
hard to
otherwise the
contact.
satchel charge would have cleared the rear of the
Without
APC.
holding
It'd be so
on to
funny
much,
if you
I
just
decided to leave a
started
comment
going
on
and then be like,
Payan's
all
last
right,
tweet
then
on both
go.
accounts, asking if he remembered the origin of
And
the
then
image.
we just all went over there.
Given
That'd
his
be really
post
funny.
history, it's likely he doesn't speak English.
No,
And
just
honestly,
us.
my Japanese is pretty atrocious. But handily, my lovely wife's a native
Yeah, we're
speaker,
supposed to provide
so I
covering
asked her to
fire
translate
for
my message
8
to
landing
Payan.
craft.
Yeah, but our plan should be
No
just
reply.
let everybody hold back. And then
Unfortunately,
let's
the
hold
guy
back
seems to have disappeared
let
from the
everybody
internet
go
entirely,
first, and then let's hold
taking
back
the
like
answer
a
to this mystery
like a
with
literal
him.
minute or two.
Unless
Yeah,
you're
where-
Then you won't get
I'm
anyone to
afraid we
shoot.
can only
Hey,
speculate
kid, you know
whether
what?
the
Wherever
several
they need the
photos
most
are
amount of
based.
infantry, that's where we land there.
I thought
You
it
get a
looked like an
special-
edited version
From
of
our
Girl with a
group,
Pearl
who is
Earring.
gonna be, you know,
Putting them
like
side by
squad
side,
lead?
you can see that the angle's all wrong.
Because I think it would be smart
So,
to just
who is this a picture?
here.
And should we begin
Because-
Hong Kong 97 vibes
Well, it
or
would
not?
be
Cool
disorganized.
vibing.
I'm starting to think.
Look at this dude in his
Hey, Furba.
What?
I'm here for
Carbo.
Oh god.
Is this guy?
There's a number of strange
I'd like to
superstitions
start a
surrounding bathrooms in
motion
Japan.
to
Toilets
change
are the
leadership to
unexpected
Furba
setting
in his
of a
dump
lot
car.
of urban legends there.
Oh hell no.
For example,
Quack, quack.
That's real.
aka
I don't know what I'm
Red
doing.
Cape,
Hey,
a masked
That's why I brought a
spirit
dump
who
car.
appeals to people in
Furba, you call the
bathroom
invasion
stalls.
now.
If the occupants run out of toilet paper,
Just charge in
Akamanto
there.
will
Wait
offer
till
them
you see
a
the
roll of
whack
either
of
red
the
or
relic.
blue paper.
Which
If you choose the
What's
red,
the fish given
I'll
to
be-
the
an
special
immediate
achievement if you
bloody
land
end.
a
The
small
spirit may
boat on
flay
the,
you
on
alive,
the enemy beach?
or rip
Many
the
of you
spine
will
from
die.
your body
Oh,
and wrap it
one
around
man
your
army
neck
will
like a
live.
cape. If you
Yeah,
choose
that
the
is
blue
the
paper,
sacrifice side.
Akamanto will place his hands around your throat and squeeze until your
How
face
you
turns
guys
blue.
survive?
Try and outsmart him by picking another color, and a pair of hands will drag
did
you
he
to the
go?
underworld. Your
Where'd
only
he
viable
go?
option is to make a run
Space
for it
Ranger?
without wiping. So there's
No,
really no
the
winning
Space
in this game.
Where did he
Now,
go?
those type
He's
of
gone?
games
Am I
are
just
popular
crazy?
among high schoolers.
Well,
and
now
fans of the
there's
paranormal,
one.
Sure.
One of
But
us is
ultimately,
missing.
no one really believes them,
Right,
and
so-
they're just seen as a bit of
Just as a reminder, heavy MGs, you're going to mount
There
up
are,
on the
however,
sides.
some genuinely
You're going to stay
unsettling
in the
figures that
APC and
lurk in
provide covering
Japanese
fire
public
from inside the
bathrooms,
APC once I put
namely peeping toms.
put it down, okay?
Things have gotten a lot better in recent years, but in the not-so-distant past,
We gotta get
Japan
ready,
had a real
call,
problem with
boys.
pervs. Men who go around following, grabbing, and
One of our heavy
photographing
MGs, I
Oh,
women.
that's the driver's seat.
No
Many
fun and
It's
smart.
still a big problem in Japanese society, and it's the reason that trains in the country have female-only carriages, and why phone cameras can't be
Is the
switched to
staging area
silent
being
mode.
shelled?
But one
Yeah.
place in particular that these men seemingly couldn't help but venture into back in the day was women's bath stalls. Which brings us to our first entry
Sounds like
from
a woman
Tamura
in that
County,
area.
a rural area in Fukushima.
Except for the one
It was
time
the
it
cold,
is.
dark night of February 28, 1989. A female schoolteacher named Yumi Tanaka went into a restroom just outside her single-person dormitory. Inside was an old-fashioned squat toilet, a simple model where the septic tank was
Like, is that
U-shaped.
an option? Like, soldier.
One end of the box was connected to the toilet inside the bathroom,
the
and the
guy
other to the outside wall.
the
You'd drop your
We're
penis
just
down
we're
the
just
bathroom
raring to
pipe,
go.
me up.
and
Guy named
periodically,
enemy
it would all get sucked out from the others by a machine.
One of you can hop in this APC.
Go
thing.
straight
After using the
up to
squat
that
toilet,
car.
Yeah.
Yumi looked down into it and
You know,
noticed
it would be
something
nice
bizarre.
if they had, statistic
There
that
was
said
a leather
longest
shoe
time survived
deep
without
inside the
being
toilet.
killed.
Golden,
Confused,
you can hop in
she
this
went
APC.
outside
There's
to
room.
open the concrete lid of the septic
And then it
tank.
would
Just
show,
bolt it inside.
It
how
was
many
already
different
ajar.
ways they died
Or not.
throughout the whole-
She
Nah,
gazed
he wants
down
to be in
into this
Furbo's car.
opposite end of the
That's
pipe.
where I want to be.
Fair enough.
From what she saw made her heart skip. Squashed inside the thin septic
Also, I
tank,
couldn't take being
covered
on that
in
part
human
with those
waste,
guys.
was the frozen
I'd rather
body
be
of Naoyuki Kano, a 26-year-old man who worked for the local power plant.
Oh shit.
An autopsy would later reveal that
Hello,
he
I
had died
only
with his
have a
pride
pistol.
due to a combination of pressure on his chest and hypothermia.
Oh,
I have
probably.
depression.
Investigators
this
were
pistol.
stunned to find him in such a strange position.
I have a rock.
He was lying on his
I
back,
looked at my character, and it looks like he does not
Just
want to
under
be
the
here
squat
so
rack.
bad.
Despite the freezing temperatures, Naoyuki's torso was completely bare, and his shirt was found neatly folded atop his body. One of his shoes was on top of his face. That's the one Yumi had seen. His other shoe was later found on the bed of a river, quite some distance from his body. His car was discovered close to the bathroom, with the keys still in the ignition and the doors unlocked. The authorities quickly closed the case, concluding that Naoyuki must have squeezed into the pipe in order to peep up at women as they used the bathroom and to enjoy the feeling of their waist covering him. Now Yuki's friends and family were outraged by that assertion. The young man was known for being an upstanding, sunny, moral citizen. He had helped many of the locals with odd jobs and problems they were facing, and was well known in the community. He was also the Minister of Entertainment and Activities of the local youth club, and was considered a role model by all the young members. There was no way such an intelligent and sweet guy perished doing something so shameful and foolish. They believed that Naoyuki had been the victim of foul play. More than 4,300 local villagers signed a petition for Naoyuki's case to be reopened, but the authorities denied their request. The coroner had ruled that Naoyuki only had minor abrasions on his knees and elbows, with no noticeable wounds, suggesting that he had been forced inside the pipe. So, in short, there are two possibilities when it comes to this case. Either Naoyuki had gone into the pipe willingly for his own gratification, or he was put in there by somebody else. But was there any evidence that he had been murdered? Actually, there were several pieces. Firstly, the pipe he was trapped in was tight, and I mean extremely tight. Naoyuki's shoulders were 16 inches wide, but the diameter of the pipe which he had slid into was only 14 inches. The recovery crew couldn't pull his body out, no matter how hard they tried, and the entire pipe had to be destroyed just to get him out. As Naoyuki slid himself face up into the pipe and shimmied his way down, he must have realized there was no way for him to get out. He wouldn't have been able to get past the ceramic toilet above him, and it would have been impossible to crawl out backwards. Would he really have put himself in such a risky position just to fulfill a fantasy? Even if he had, the lighting in the bathroom was so weak he wouldn't have been able to see anything anyway. Secondly, his missing shoe being found so far from his body didn't make any sense at all. Why would Naoyuki have thrown one of his shoes into a river so far from his destination, and then crawled into the pipe with the other in his hand? Thirdly, it wouldn't have been possible for Naoyuki to neatly fold his shirt while stuck within the confines of the pipe. He must have folded it before he went inside.
I'm in.
Pull your horns. The first horn.
Whoever said
We are so
Of course, there's a little.
All right, soldiers, let's get out there. It's locking.
Denzel, get off my fucking ramp. Denzel, get off my fucking ramp.
Hey, wait for Admiral to drive back.
If we have wrenches, we need wrenches up here to take out these headshots.
Bob, move! I need my driver to get in there.
Okay, make sure to play defensively. We don't want to die.
Keep moving up forward so I can get shots you can't see. Shots, probably hit the right side of the beach. Alright, I got shots. Get a bunker. And another direct hit on a bunker, reloading. Nice shots. Oh, we get shot.
Alright, move it.
Oh, good. Okay.
I'll try to find a medic. Medic! I need a medic!
Got him, I got him.
my legs!
I got him. Drop him. Drop him.
I'm trying. There we go.
Hybrids, you'll be okay.
Alright, back to the front.
Thanks, Doc. Almost died over there.
But it's bandaged.
Get away from those jacks.
Let's keep us covered for a second.
do, Doctor.
Infantry, see if you can. See when there's no one, try and take their trenches. Not right now, but wait until there's no collies. Try and take their trenches. Okay.
Alright,
Forward a little.
I'm gonna go pick up more dudes.
A bit more.
Deep in.
Like, move up the. We're getting hit from the dark. We're getting hit from the dark. We'll probably need to pull back.
I can't quite.
Hold on. Was that ours? Was that ours?
Doctor!
Okay. We may need to pull back to the beach and wait until daytime. We're gonna need to wait until daytime until the armor can gang. Hey, other tanks, Stonehenge, wait until daytime to sit a little bit back. Play passive.
No, Mars, no.
Need us until it's bright out.
Doctor! Ouch! Doctor! Doctor! I don't think there's a doctor. Doc! I need a medic bag.
Oh, better. Medic's over here.
Doc!
Do not run me
Hey,
over.
you guys have BMAX and need BMAX. Tank needs repair.
Ouch! I don't think bro's a doctor.
Hey, we need a doctor.
There's some trauma. There's some trauma on my barge.
This barge over here.
Oh yeah, never mind. Somebody took it. Somebody took it.
What do we do?
Do we not have a medic on this island?
Know that, Mars.
What the? Where do I take him?
I know we had a guy reviving people. Did he die?
Don't say we didn't.
Oh, there we go.
train a
There we go.
medic.
Take this.
We
Take
should
this.
have a medic.
There's
with
a
us.
trauma here.
Okay. Hey, do you guys have any spare?
This boat. This boat.
I am a staff sergeant, so I am first should.
Do you have an extra?
I am at 9 seconds left.
BMAT! BMAT!
No, I am a sergeant. You must respect me.
They're locked up by some
Trauma kit. Oh, it needs plasma. Okay.
No!
Deploy him.
Dude.
No.
Preserved by
The
some
flamethrower.
skills.
Pick me up.
I've got
I have only 3 seconds.
Just
Nine.
If you see shots in the dark,
Okay.
just
Trauma kit.
We just got a tank stolen.
Not
in front
authorized to
of
do
us.
it.
We
Let's
can
go
one of these
steal-
other
let's go
guys
get
that
another
doesn't
one.
have anything in
Let's
their
go back to
hands
the
maybe
mainland.
just grab the bag?
Yeah,
No
they
way.
Came up on the, they came up on the beach and jacked it.
Do we have a medic? This outcome is looking very grim right now. Do we?
No, it didn't have it.
Yeah, no.
He's coming.
You gotta kill him.
Do we have a medic? Do we have a medic?
Medic! We need medic!
Got it.
Take this
Doctor!
part back.
Doctor!
Fucking go
We
get
need
shit.
medic!
There's no doctor on that boat.
I'm a doctor.
Oh, they do have a doctor.
Come on, address it. You gotta
Medic! Medic! We have medic!
You are fucking down.
Medic! No, get the other guys first. I'll be fine.
I have only
I'll
3
grab
seconds.
Bring
you!
a tank.
I have only 3 seconds.
Magic!
Okay, you ready?
Please, man.
He has 3 seconds. He has 3 seconds.
Yeah, get ready.
This isn't happening.
Yeah, yes,
Okay, go.
yes. 1 second. 1 second.
No! I got 9. I got 9 seconds. Oh, yeah, you might want to get him first.
Move up.
Hey, someone repair a tank.
So go repair their tank while you're at it. Go
We're
repair.
tracked. We're fucked. If anyone has BMATs, we need fucking repair.
What's good, gang? I'm alive again.
Repair us.
We need repairs! We need repairs! Somebody repair us, please, so we can get
Repair
back
us here.
in!
Thank you.
Hold on.
Repair us. No, don't repair them. Repair us.
Repaired right now. We're getting on boat. We're fucking leaving because this is scuff. Fucking getting out of here. Hold on. Stay in this I'm gonna do something. Drop a hammer on the floor for me if you have it. Drop a hammer. So, someone drop a hammer. I need to repair this tank. We need to save it. We need to get off this island.
We need repairs.
Please.
We need repairs. Anybody, we need repairs.
Thank
We
you.
need repairs.
I'll come.
Anyone got
Okay,
B-man?
see, once this is drivable,
Give you a
you get
spits?
this on a barge, we're fucking leaving. This is scuffed. It's not gonna be drivable
Well,
a little bit.
I'd get this tank back on a barge.
Nice job.
I need a medic, please, please. Thank you.
40 mil, come back. 40 mil, get on the beach. AC, drop your ramp. Drop your ramp,
Get us back
Wicked.
on there, get us back on there.
Wicked.
Not
Oh,
going,
come
not
back.
going, I'm bleeding out.
Get off the ramp.
Thank you.
Let's go.
Hey, you guys. I drove back your city battlefield because you
Hey
guys
pal,
have
I need you to die.
Buzz.
Hop in the whip, hop in the whip.
Thanks, boys.
Hold on, wait, we can save one, we can save one.
Suppressing fire. Get up.
Get him in here, get him in here. Alright, close her up, we gotta leave.
Let's go, boys, let's go.
How much time you got left, Denzel? Alright, good talk.
Yeah, it's not looking good.
Hey, anyone else that need help?
Where are we going?
Got any medicine there, doctor?
I do not.
Probably a chiropractor.
Yeah, we gotta push more to the right, I think.
Should I just drop this dude?
No.
Okay.
We can wait for a
Hey,
medic.
it seems like everyone's retreating back out.
Fall back, fall back.
Backslide a little bit.
We'll regroup back at the port.
Be another medic on the boat. On a boat.
I couldn't tell if that was friendly or enemy.
It was friendly, most likely.
Cool. Boys, what do you do in a situation where you get onto a barge and then the barge driver is colonial? What do you do in that situation?
I don't know. I had a situation. I had that happen before, and I ended up getting shot. I didn't live.
Kiss him on the lips was an option. He didn't have a gun, surprisingly. But then I hopped on the warship and we blew him up. I feel like that's the right cause to do.
You stink. Oh yeah. Yeah, yeah, my gun's a little bit bigger, huh?
Can't even shoot that thing right now.
Alright, we need a medic on this barge. I'll run out and try to find one. Nah, bro. Not right here, bro. Come on, now. It'd be so funny whenever this ramp gets down, I just mow everybody down with my MG.
Can somebody explain what we're
Bad
doing
laugh.
here? Are we invading again? I'm confused.
Alright, we need a medic.
Yes, yes.
Shut up.
Wait, don't get ran over.
We're reunited. Alright, yeah, don't get
Any medics?
But,
Anyone?
yeah,
Any
I
medics?
just went over there to see going and we...
Spaceman, come here.
Will.
Yeah?
Spaceman, I need a
Boys,
medic
Yeah,
over
oh
here.
yeah, I got you. I got you.
Never mind, you were too slow.
My
We
My
must
stuff is
try
really-
again, but with even more might than the last.
Thank
Can
you.
somebody tell us what we're doing here?
Got you guys.
We are going to overwhelm the enemy with our
Okay,
amazing-
Okay, so
we have all the infantry here. Everybody
Yeah, but
listen to
there's
me.
no
Everybody listen up.
supply.
Yeah, let me get up on my perch real quick again.
Oh my
hold
god,
on.
mass gathering.
So, okay, so this is the invasion we were planning for like
Preach.
4 hours ago. Got it.
Speech.
All right, guys, listen up,
Speech.
listen up.
Bro.
All right, everybody seems to be here. Guys, you guys did a fantastic job on Seder Island. We took the island. This was the biggest island that we were working towards. This is where they were pushing us from, and we got it all taken care of. The now new goal is Fisherman's Row and Fort Ember. Unfortunately, I will not be joining you guys in this fight, but continue to regroup, rearm, repair the vehicles, refill, make sure we get Logi over there, make sure we get CVs, and continue it. The frigate really fucked up Hangman's Court really well. All their defenses are pretty much gone, with the exception of some small defenses there. They have no CV, they have no tanks, they have nothing over there. It's just infantry and whatever else might be over there.
We
Continue to
stole
push
4
it,
tanks from Hangman's Row like 2 hours ago.
and there's that too. They stole 4
Oh, that
tanks.
guy just died.
Flop it,
Continue what you guys are doing. If you're gonna make pushes, do it in mass, and that's.
I vote Spaceman's our new leader.
Hoorah.
No.
What the flip?
No, actually, wait. One more thing. I don't know where he's at, but we're putting Wombat in charge. Wombat has the most experience out of any of us here, probably. Wombat is the one who's in charge. I have no clue where he's at, but if you guys find him...
He was at the port a second ago.
I'm pretty sure
Yeah,
he went
Wombat's gonna be the guy that you guys need to report to. He'll be able to help you guys
Poor
with all
boy,
of
he
it.
got ran over. This poor boy, he got ran over.
Yeah, that was flopping whopping.
But you're in charge now, by the way.
Hey,
Give us a speech. Give us a speech.
Talk, man.
Boys,
Yeah, speech.
boys. They're at Perpatty. They're on this main island. They're on the main island. We might need some people to go deal with that. That's pretty important that they've landed on this end.
Oh yeah, we probably should go do that.
Wait, we should go fuck
West.
up.
Okay,
Go to the
there's
west.
some guys on Perpatty. We're gonna need some people to go deal with the fucking people on the island, or someone to go check and see what's going on over there.
Alrighty.
I'm gonna pull a gunboat. We
I'm
have
gonna
a
go check it out.
gunboat.
Right.
I'm gonna go see if I can shell that place, see if I can clear it out some more for us to return. This is definitely doable. We just need to take it slowly, plan it out. It's fucking easy peasy. Okay, ask your questions one at a time. Ask me what you fucking
Do you require another gunner on your boat?
Yes, I'll need someone to gun for me. Maybe 2 or
gotcha.
3 people to come. Okay.
Let's go with the. Oh my god, dude.
If
Stop
someone can,
running over Sockman.
Oh
if
wait,
someone
sorry.
can take a bag to Perpatty, see what's going on over there, because apparently there's partisans. I don't know if it's a big problem. Okay, so just wait around. I'll see what I can do about softening the island up with this gun.
Sockman, let's go with the leader on his boat.
Okay. That sounds like a
Sounds gamer.
good idea if I ever heard one.
Stop running me the fuck over.
Where is the leader's boat? I don't.
Wait, where'd you go? Oh, you're over there.
Yeah.
I don't know where he is. Should we just get on a... Oh wait, here he is. Here's the leader. Here's the leader.
Hey, move that barge. I need to pull a gunboat out. I need to pull a gunboat. You can't put that barge
He's
there.
getting he's getting a gunboat.
Oh my god, you need to move that barge. You need to move the barge. I need to pull a gunboat out.
Alright, let's load up a shit ton of people in a tank on this barge.
Move the barge!
Hey,
Move the barge!
listen
Listen
to me.
to the leader.
Don't take all, don't take all.
I only have...
We need like